The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 20 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20. Assassination of Franz Ferdinand. Austria's Ultimatum. It was the boast of the greater European powers during the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, and after, that the conflagration in the Balkans had been localized, i.e., that none of the Western nations would be involved in the complications growing out of the trouble in the Balkans. The conflagration in the mountainous peninsula had been localized, it was true, but the smoldering fire that remained after the Balkan Wars was to flare forth during the summer of 1914, to spread over Europe from the Shetland Islands to Crete in one grand flame, and to drop sparks on the remaining four continents. That smoldering fire was the doctrine known as Greater Serbianism, sometimes wrongly spoken of as Pan-Serbianism. As during the 19th century, one after another, the Balkan states gained independence from Turkish sovereignty, and the germ of what is called nationalism was born in them. Each looked about to see in what directions its boundaries might be extended. The appetite of nationalism with these small states, as with the greater countries, demanded that under the flag of a given nation must be gathered all the peoples of that nation. If some of them dwell in foreign lands, those lands must be conquered. If foreigners live within the borders of the country, those foreigners must be ironed out. The crushing machinery of despotic government must be brought into use to force them to adopt the language, literature, traditions, and religion of the nation which considered them alien. And the appetite of nationalism demanded one thing more, that the political boundaries of a nation conform with the natural boundaries as they seem to be delimited by mountains, rivers, and coasts. The kingdoms of Serbia and Montenegro had shown symptoms of nationalism long before the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913. When they emerged from those wars with their territories almost doubled, the idea took even greater hold on them. As Turkish sovereignty and influence became less feared, Austrian dominance replaced them. Austria did nothing to allay this fear. She stood as a Teutonic bulwark between a growing Slavic menace in Serbia and Montenegro on the south and the already formidable Slavic menace, Russia, on the east. In her provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which were transformed from protectorates into integral parts of the Austrian Empire in 1908, there dwelt thousands of peasants who were of Serbian nationality. In more concise terms, they were of the same racial stock as the Serbians. After Serbian prestige rose as a result of the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, these Serbian subjects of Austria desired more than ever to be part of the Slav kingdom. This desire was shared by the leading factions in Serbia itself. The doctrine of Greater Serbia demanded that the aims of the desire be materialized. Besides, the natural boundaries of Serbia seemed to take in the greater part, if not all, of Bosnia and Herzegovina, for they stretched along the eastern shores of the Adriatic and shut Serbia and Montenegro off from the sea. Propaganda began to spread throughout Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, reminding the Serbs in all three places that they must work to bring themselves under one government, and that government their own. They were urged to keep up their efforts to standardize their religion, their speech, their traditions, They were called upon by the same propaganda to substitute Austria for Turkey as the object of national Serbian hate. But Austria, too, had the disease of nationalism, and she had been engaged since 1908 in ironing out the Serbs within her borders. Thus, great friction was engendered, and when, on June 28, 1914, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the Crown Prince, and his morganatic wife visited the Bosnian city of Sarajevo, they and the officials of the city and province knew that the lives of the pair were in danger from Serbian intrigue. The Archduke had gone to Bosnia on his first visit to take charge of military maneuvers there, and before he left the Austrian capital, the Serbian minister had expressed doubt as to the wisdom of the visit, telling the court that the Serbian population in Bosnia might make unfavorable demonstrations. The fears of the Serbian minister proved to be well-founded. Sarajevo displayed many Serbian flags on the day of his arrival. The Archduke's party, in automobiles, proceeded to the town hall after leaving the railway station, passing through crowded streets. The city officials were gathered at the town hall to give him an official welcome. A bomb, hurled from a roof, fell into the Archduke's car. He caught it and threw it to the pavement, where it exploded, doing no damage to either him or his wife, but injuring two adjutants in the car following. One Grabranovics, a Serbian from Trebinje, was arrested as the assailant. The Archduke proceeded to the town hall, and after berating the city officials, listened to the speeches of welcome. As he and his wife were departing, a Serbian student named Prinzep, who was later arrested, rushed out from the crowd and fired point blank at the couple with a revolver. Both were hit a number of times and died some hours later from their wounds. Great excitement immediately prevailed in Sofia and Vienna, and in Berlin and St. Petersburg to a lesser degree. What retribution would Austria demand? The Austrian press openly avowed that the plot on the Archduke's life had been hatched in official circles in Serbia, and the Austrian government made no attempt to suppress these statements. 1 hour after the tragedy had taken place, it had assumed an official and international complexion. A punitive war against Serbia was immediately urged in Vienna. On June the 29th, 1914, anti-Serbian riots broke out in Bosnia. Sarajevo was put under martial law, and the bodies of the assassinated couple began the mournful journey to Vienna. On July the 2nd, 1914, Prinzep confessed that he had apprised the Pan-Serbian Union of his attempt to kill the Archduke, and on the same day, the first intimation came that the matter was considered a serious one in Germany. The Kaiser became, quote, diplomatically ill, unquote. Then, for 20 days, there was an outward calm in the capitals of Europe. But behind the scenes, the diplomats were at work. The great question was how far Russia would go in defending her Slavic sister state against the impending demands of Austria. These demands were made public in a note which Austria sent to Serbia on July 23, 1914. Serbia was given till 6 p.m., July the 25th, 1914, to comply with the ultimatum, which read as follows. On March 31, 1909, the Royal Serbian Minister in Vienna, on the instructions of the Serbian government, made the following statements to the Imperial and Royal Government. Serbia recognizes that the fait accompli regarding Bosnia has not affected her rights, and consequently she will conform to the decisions that the powers will take in conformity with Article 25 of the Treaty of Berlin. At the same time that Serbia submits to the advice of the powers, she undertakes to renounce the attitude of protest and opposition which she has adopted since October last. She undertakes, on the other hand, to modify the direction of her policy with regard to Austria-Hungary, and to live in future on good neighborly terms with the latter. The history of recent years, and in particular the painful events of June 28 last, have shown the existence in Serbia of subversive movement with the object of detaching a part of Austria-Hungary from the monarchy. The movement, which had its birth under the eyes of the Serbian government, has had consequences on both sides of the Serbian frontier in the shape of acts of terrorism and a series of outrages and murders. Far from carrying out the formal undertakings contained in the Declaration of March 31, 1909, the Royal Serbian government has done nothing to repress these movements. It has permitted the criminal machinations of various societies and associations, and has tolerated unrestrained language on the part of the press, apologies for the perpetrators of outrage, and the participation of officers and functionaries in subversive agitation. It has permitted an unwholesome propaganda in public instruction. In short, it has permitted all the manifestations which have incited the Serbian population to hatred of the monarchy and contempt of its institutions. This culpable tolerance of the Royal Serbian government had not ceased at the moment when the events of June 28 last proved its fatal consequences to the whole world. It results from the dispositions and confessions of the criminal perpetrators of the outrage of June 28 that the Sarajevo assassinations were hatched in Belgrade, that the arms and explosives with which the murderers were provided had been given to them by Serbian officers and functionaries belonging to the Narodna Obrava, and finally, that the passage into Bosnia of the criminals and their arms was organized and effected by the chiefs of the Serbian Frontier Service. The above-mentioned results of the magisterial investigation do not permit the Austro-Hungarian government to pursue any longer the attitude of expectant forbearance which it has maintained for years in the face of the machinations hatched in Belgrade and thence propagated in the territories of the monarchy. These results, on the contrary, impose upon it the duty of putting an end to intrigues which form a perpetual menace to the tranquillity of the monarchy. To achieve this end, the imperial and royal government sees itself compelled to demand from the Serbian government a formal assurance that it condemns this dangerous propaganda against the monarchy and the territories belonging to it, and that the royal Serbian government shall no longer permit these machinations and this criminal and perverse propaganda. In order to give a formal character to the undertaking, the Royal Serbian government shall publish on the front page of its official journal for July 26th the following declaration. The Royal Government of Serbia condemns the propaganda directed against Austria-Hungary, i.e., the ensemble of tendencies of which the final aim is to detach from Austro-Hungarian monarchy territories belonging to it, and it sincerely deplores the fatal consequences of these criminal proceedings. The royal government regrets that Serbian officers and functionaries participated in the above-mentioned propaganda and thus compromised the good neighborly relations to which the royal government was solemnly pledged by its declaration of March 31, 1909. The royal government, which disapproves and repudiates all idea of interfering or attempt to interfere with the destinies of the inhabitants of any part whatsoever of Austria-Hungary, considers it its duty formally to warn officers and functionaries and the whole population of the kingdom that henceforward it will proceed with the utmost rigor against persons who may be guilty of such machinations, which it will use all its efforts to anticipate and suppress. The Royal Serbian government further undertakes, number 1, to suppress any publications which incite to hatred and contempt of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the general tendencies of which it is directed against its territorial integrity. Number 2. To dissolve immediately the society styled Narodna Obrava, to confiscate all its means of propaganda, and to proceed in the same manner against other societies and their branches which are addicted to propaganda against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. The royal government shall take the necessary measures to prevent the societies dissolved from continuing their activity under another name and form. Number 3. To eliminate without delay from public instruction in Serbia, not only as regards the teaching body, but also as regards the methods of instruction, everything that serves or might serve to foment the propaganda against Austria-Hungary. Number 4. To remove from the military service and from the administration in general all officers and functionaries guilty of propaganda against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, whose names and deeds the Austro-Hungarian government reserves to itself the right of communicating to the royal government. Number 5. To accept the collaboration in Serbia of representatives of the Austro-Hungarian government in the suppression of the subversive movement directed against the territorial integrity of the monarchy. Number 6. To take judicial proceedings against accessories to the plot of June 28 who were on Serbian territory. Delegates of the Austro-Hungarian government will take part in the investigation relating thereto. Number 7. To proceed without delay to the arrest of Major Voja Tonkasic and of the individual named Milan Shaganovic, a Serbian state employee, who have been compromised by the results of the magisterial inquiry at Sarajevo. Number 8. To prevent by effective measures the cooperation of the Serbian authorities in the illicit traffic in arms and explosives across the frontier, and to dismiss and punish severely officials of the frontier service at Shabac and Loznica guilty of having assisted the perpetrators of the Sarajevo crime by facilitating the passage of the frontier for them. Number 9. To furnish the Austro-Hungarian government with explanations regarding the unjustifiable utterances of high Serbian officials, both in Serbia and abroad, who, notwithstanding their official position, did not hesitate after the crime of June 28 to express themselves in interviews in terms of hostility to the Austro-Hungarian government. And finally, number 10. To notify the Austro-Hungarian government without delay of the execution of the measures comprised under the preceding heads. The Austro-Hungarian government expects the reply of the Serbian government at the latest by 6 o'clock on Saturday evening, July the 26th, 1914. End of the Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 20 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. The Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 21 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21, Serbia's Reply. Because this note was so specific in its demands, it is best to give in full the Serbian reply to it, which was issued within the period set by the Austro-Hungarian note. The Serbian answer in full was as follows. The Royal Serbian government has received the communication of the Imperial and Royal Austro-Hungarian government, and it is persuaded that its reply will remove all misunderstanding tending to threaten or to prejudice the friendly and neighborly relations between the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the Kingdom of Serbia. The royal government is aware that the protests made both at the tribune of the National Skupština, the Serbian legislative body, and in the declarations and acts of responsible representatives of state, protests which were cut short by the declaration of the Serbian government made on March 18th, have not been renewed towards the great neighboring monarchy on any occasion, and that since this time, both on the part of the royal governments which have followed on one another, and on the part of their organs, no attempt has been made with the purpose of changing the political and judicial state of things in this respect. The imperial and royal government has made no representations, save concerning a scholastic book, regarding which the imperial and royal government has received an entirely satisfactory explanation. Serbia has repeatedly given proofs of her pacific and moderate policy during the Balkan crises, and it is thanks to Serbia and the sacrifice she made exclusively in the interest of the peace of Europe that this peace has been preserved. The royal government cannot be held responsible for manifestations of a private nature, such as newspaper articles and the peaceful work of societies, manifestations which occur in almost all countries as a matter of course, and which, as a general rule, escape official control. All the less that in the royal government, when solving a whole series of questions which came up between Serbia and Austria-Hungary, has displayed a great readiness to treat prevenants, and in this way succeeded in settling the greater number to the advantage of the progress of the two neighboring countries. It is for this reason that the royal government has been painfully surprised by the statements according to which persons of the Kingdom of Serbia are said to have taken part in the preparation of the outrage committed at Sarajevo. It expected that it would be invited to collaborate in the investigation of everything bearing on this crime, and it was ready to prove by its actions its entire correctness to take steps against all persons with regard to whom communications had been made to it, thus acquiescing in the desire of the imperial and royal government. The royal government is disposed to hand over to the courts any Serbian subject, without regard to his situation and rank, for whose complicity in the crime of Sarajevo it shall have been furnished with proofs, and especially it engages itself to have published on the front page of the official journal of July 13 through 26 the following announcement. The Royal Serbian Government condemns all propaganda directed against Austria-Hungary, that is to say, all tendencies as a whole of which the ultimate object is to detach from the Austro-Hungarian monarchy territories which form a part of it, and it sincerely deplores the fatal consequences of these criminal actions. The royal government regrets that Serbian officers and officials should, according to the communication of the imperial and royal government, have participated in the above-mentioned propaganda, thereby compromising the good and neighborly relations to which the royal government solemnly pledged itself by its declaration of March 31, 1909. The government which disapproves and repudiates any idea or attempt to interfere in the destinies of the inhabitants of any part of Austria-Hungary whatsoever considers it its duty to utter a formal warning to the officers, the officials, and the whole population of the kingdom that henceforth it will proceed with the utmost rigor against persons who render themselves guilty of such actions, which it will use all its force to prevent and repress. This announcement shall be brought to the cognizance of the Royal Army by an order of the day issued in the name of His Majesty the King, by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Alexander, and shall be published in the next official bulletin of the Army. Number 1. The royal government engages itself, furthermore, to lay before the next meeting of the Skupština an amendment to the press law, punishing in the severest manner incitements to hate and contempt of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and also all publications of which the general tendency is directed against the territorial integrity of the monarchy. It undertakes at the forthcoming revision of the Constitution to introduce an amendment whereby the above publications may be confiscated, which is at present forbidden by the terms of Article 22 of the Constitution. Number 2. The government does not possess any proof, nor does the note of the imperial and royal government furnish such, that the Society Narodna Obrana and other similar societies have up to the present committed any criminal acts of this kind through the instrumentality of one of their members. Nevertheless, the royal government will accept the demand of the imperial and royal government, and it will dissolve the Narodna Obrana Society and any other society which shall agitate against Austria-Hungary. Number 3. The Royal Serbian government engages itself to eliminate without delay for public instruction in Serbia everything which aids or might aid in fomenting the propaganda against Austria-Hungary when the imperial and royal government furnishes facts and proofs of this propaganda. Number 4. The royal government also agrees to remove from the military service all persons whom the judicial inquiry proves to have been guilty of acts directed against the integrity of the territory of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and it expects the imperial and royal government to communicate at an ulterior date the names and the deeds of these officers and officials for the purposes of the proceedings which will have to be taken. Number 5. The royal government must confess that it is not quite clear as to the sense and object of the demands of the imperial and royal government that Serbia should undertake to accept on her territory the collaboration of delegates of the imperial and royal government. But it declares that it will admit whatever collaboration which may be in accord with the principles of international law and criminal procedure, as well as with good neighborly relations. Number 6. The royal government, as goes without saying, considers it to be its duty to open an inquiry against all those who are, or shall eventually prove to have been, involved in the plot of June 28 and who are on Serbian territory. As to the participation at this investigation of agents of the Austro-Hungarian authorities delegated for this purpose by the imperial and royal government, the royal government cannot accept this demand, for it would be a violation of the Constitution and of the law of criminal procedure. Nevertheless, in concrete cases, it might be found possible to communicate the results of the investigation in question to the Austro-Hungarian representatives. Number 7. On the very evening that the note was handed in, the royal government arrested Major Voja Tonkasic. As for Milan Saganovic, who is a subject of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and who until June 15th was employed as a beginner in the administration of the railways, it has not yet been possible to arrest him. In view of the ultimate inquiry, the imperial and royal government is requested to have the goodness to communicate in the usual form as soon as possible the presumptions of guilt, as well as the eventual proofs of guilt against these persons which have been collected up to the present in the investigations at Sarajevo. Number 8. The Serbian government will strengthen and extend the measures taken to prevent the illicit traffic of arms and explosives across the frontier. It goes without saying that it will immediately order an investigation and will severely punish the frontier officials along the line Shabats-Loznitsa who have been lacking in their duties and who have allowed the authors of the crime of Sarajevo to pass. Number 9. The royal government will willingly give explanations regarding the remarks made in interviews by its officials, both in Serbia and abroad, after the attempt, and which, according to the statement of the imperial and royal government, were hostile towards the monarchy as soon as the imperial and royal government has forwarded it the passages in question of these remarks, and as soon as it has shown that the remarks made were really made by the officials regarding whom the royal government itself will see about collecting proofs. Number 10. The royal government will inform the imperial and royal government of the execution of the measures comprised in the preceding points, insofar as that it has not already been done by the present note, as soon as such measure has been ordered and executed. In the event of the imperial and royal government considering that it is to the common interest not to precipitate the solution of this question, it is ready, as always, to accept a pacific understanding, either by referring this question to the decision of the Hague International Tribunal, or to the great powers which took part in the drawing up of the declaration made by the Serbian government on March 18 through 31, 1909. End of The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 21 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 22 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22, Diplomatic Exchanges. This reply from Serbia was not deemed satisfactory by Austria-Hungary, and relations with Serbia were immediately broken off. On the following day, July 26, 1914, diplomatic conversations, the object of which was to smooth over differences between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, took place in Berlin, St. Petersburg, and Vienna between representatives of the three nations whose capitals these were. Austria-Hungary sent to the various governments the following circular note on July 27, 1914. The object of the Serbia note is to create the false impression that the Serbian government is prepared in great measure to comply with our demands. As a matter of fact, however, Serbia's note is filled with the spirit of dishonesty, which clearly lets it be seen that the Serbian government is not seriously determined to put an end to the culpable tolerance it hitherto has extended to intrigues against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. The Serbian note contains such far-reaching reservations and limitations, not only regarding the general principles of our action, but also in regard to the individual claims we have put forward, that the concessions actually made by Serbia become insignificant. In particular, our demand for the participation of the Austro-Hungarian authorities in investigations to detect accomplices in the conspiracy on Serbian territory has been rejected, while our request that measures be taken against that section of the Serbian press hostile to Austria-Hungary has been declined, and our wish that the Serbian government take the necessary measures to prevent the dissolved Austriophobe associations continuing their activity under another name and under another form has not even been considered. Since the claims in the Austro-Hungarian note of July 23 regard being had to the attitude hitherto adopted by Serbia represent the minimum of what is necessary for the establishment of permanent peace with the southeastern monarchy, the Serbian answer must be regarded as unsatisfactory. That the Serbian government itself is conscious that its note is not acceptable to us is proved by the circumstances that it proposes at the end of the note to submit the dispute to arbitration, an invitation which is thrown into its proper light by the fact that 3 hours before handing in the note, a few minutes before the expiration of the time limit, the mobilization of the Serbian army took place. The great powers were not willing to go to war without first trying mediation between the two kingdoms in southeastern Europe, and even Russia, which was known to be a potential ally of Serbia, showed a disposition to use diplomacy before force. When the demands made by Austria-Hungary in her note of July 25, 1914 became known in the Russian capital, the following note was immediately telegraphed to Vienna. The communication made by Austria-Hungary to the powers the day after the presentation of the ultimatum at Belgrade leaves a period to the powers which is quite insufficient to enable them to take any steps which might help to smooth away the difficulties that have arisen. In order to prevent the consequences, equally incalculable and fatal to all the powers, which may result from the course of action followed by the Austro-Hungarian government, it seems to us to be above all essential that the period allowed for the Serbian reply should be extended. Austria-Hungary, having declared her readiness to inform the powers of the results of the inquiry upon which the imperial and royal government base their accusations, should equally allow them sufficient time to study them. In this case, if the powers were convinced that certain of the Austrian demands were well-founded, they would be in a position to offer advice to the Serbian government. A refusal to prolong the term of the ultimatum would render nugatory the proposals made by the Austro-Hungarian government to the powers, and would be in contradiction to the very basis of international relations. A copy of this note was at the same time sent to London with the addenda, M. Sazonov, Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, hopes that His Britannic Majesty's government will share the point of view set forth above, and he trusts that Sir E. Grey will see his way to furnish similar instructions to the British ambassador at Vienna. But on the same day, July 25, 1914, the government in Vienna informed the powers that the note to Serbia was not an ultimatum. It was merely a démarche, and in it Austria had threatened to start military preparations, not operations. The requested delay, therefore, was not granted. That day was eventful in London, too, for the Foreign Office was notified by the German ambassador that though Germany had not been appraised beforehand of the contents of Austria's note to Serbia, the German nation would nevertheless stand by its ally. "The German ambassador read to me," said Sir Edward Grey in a telegram to the British ambassador at Vienna, a telegram from the German Foreign Office saying that his government had not known beforehand and had had no more than other powers to do with the stiff terms of the Austrian note to Serbia, but that once she had launched the note, Austria could not draw back. Prince Lichnowsky, German ambassador at London, said, however, that if what I contemplated was mediation between Austria and Russia, Austria might be able with dignity to accept it. He expressed himself as personally favorable to this suggestion. I concurred in his observation and said that I felt I had no title to intervene between Austria and Serbia. But as soon as the question became one as between Austria and Russia, the peace of Europe was effected, in which we must all take a hand. I impressed upon the ambassador that, in the event of Russian and Austrian mobilization, the participation of Germany would be essential to any diplomatic peace. Alone we could do nothing. The German government agreed with my suggestion to tell the French government that I thought it the right thing to act upon it. On July 26, 1914, the Russian ambassador at Berlin informed the German government that he was instructed to state that any annexation by Austria-Hungary of Serbian territory would not be looked upon by Russia with indifference. The German emperor, who had been away from Berlin, returned hastily to the capital. As the crisis approached, the British government once more attempted to have matters in dispute settled by mediation. The following telegram was dispatched from Downing Street to the British ambassadors at Paris and Rome. London, Foreign Office, July 26, 1914. Would Minister of Foreign Affairs be disposed to instruct ambassador here to join with representatives of France, Italy, and Germany, and myself, to meet here in conference immediately, for the purpose of discovering an issue which would prevent complications? You should ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs whether he would do this. If so, when bringing the above suggestions to the notice of the governments to which they are accredited, representatives of Belgrade, Vienna, and St. Petersburg could be authorized to request that all active military operations should be suspended pending results of the conference. But this move had come too late. The British ambassador to Berlin recorded by telegraph to his government on July 27, 1914, that the Imperial German government considered that the proposed conference amounted practically to a court of arbitration and could not be called upon except at the behest of Austria-Hungary and Russia. The German government therefore turned down the British proposal. But Germany was not for provoking a war. The German ambassador at London informed the British Foreign Office that his government was willing to accept in principle the mediation of the powers between Austria and Russia. The question of whether the alliances between the various nations would hold under a strain now became pointed. The Russian government informed the British government on July 27, 1914, that the impression prevailed in Berlin and Vienna that England would stand aloof under any circumstances, differences between Russia and Austria notwithstanding. But on the same day, Sir Edward Grey, British Minister of Foreign Affairs, dispelled these impressions in a telegram to the British ambassador at St. Petersburg. The impression ought to be dispelled by the orders we have given to the First Fleet, it read in part, which is concentrated, as it happens, at Portland, not to disperse for maneuver leave. On July 28, 1914, the British government was informed that France and Russia were agreeable to having a conference called in London. The Italian government had already reported that it agreed to this plan, but the refusal of Germany, mentioned above, rendered these communications useless. On July 28, 1914, the British government was informed by telegram from its ambassador at Vienna that Austria-Hungary cannot delay warlike proceedings against Serbia and would have to decline any suggestions of negotiations on basis of Serbian reply. Prestige of dual monarchy was engaged, and nothing could now prevent conflict. This telegram, be it noted, made use of the term military proceedings instead of military preparations, and therefore had the effect of changing Austria-Hungary's note to Serbia into an ultimatum. Russia, on July 28, 1914, began to mobilize troops near Odessa, Moscow, Kiev, and Kazan, and on the following day, this fact was communicated officially to the government at Berlin. As Austria-Hungary and Russia were about to come to grips, Germany made it plain that she would stand by her ally, Austria-Hungary. At times of peace, there may have been doubt throughout Europe as to the strength of the bonds of the Triple Entente, but the German government was not disposed to rely upon these doubts when the critical moment came. The British ambassador at Berlin was asked to visit the German chancellor, and as a result of this visit, the former sent the following telegram to the British Foreign Office. Berlin, July 29, 1914. I was asked to call upon the Chancellor tonight. His Excellency had just returned from Potsdam. He said that should Austria be attacked by Russia, a European conflagration might, he feared, become inevitable, owing to Germany's obligations as Austria's ally, in spite of his continued efforts to maintain peace. He then proceeded to make the following strong bid for British neutrality. He said that it was clear, so far as he was able to judge the main principles which govern British policy, that Great Britain would never stand by and allow France to be crushed in any conflict there might be. That, however, was not the object at which Germany aimed. Provided that neutrality of Great Britain were certain, every assurance would be given to the British government that the imperial government aimed at no territorial acquisitions at the expense of France, should they prove victorious in any war that might ensue. I questioned His Excellency about the French colonies, and he said that he was unable to give a similar undertaking in that respect. As regards Holland, however, His Excellency said that so long as Germany's adversaries respected the integrity and neutrality of the Netherlands, Germany was ready to give His Majesty's government an assurance that she would do likewise. It depended upon the action of France what operations Germany might be forced to enter upon in Belgium, but when the war was over, Belgian integrity would be respected if she had not sided against Germany. His Excellency ended by saying that ever since he had been Chancellor, the object of his policy had been, as you are aware, to bring about an understanding with England. He trusted that these assurances might form the basis of that understanding which he so much desired. He had in mind a general neutrality agreement between England and Germany, though it was, of course, at the present moment, too early to discuss details, and an assurance of British neutrality in the conflict, which the present crisis might possibly produce, would enable him to look forward to a realization of his desire. In reply to His Excellency's inquiry how I thought this request would appeal to you, I said that I did not think it probable that at this stage of events you would care to bind yourself to any course of action, and that I was of opinion that you would desire to retain full liberty. Here, for the first time, the matter of Belgian neutrality entered into the diplomatic discussions. The danger of a pan-European conflict was apparent, for the diplomats from then on were less concerned with the Austro-Hungarian dispute with Serbia than with the possibilities that a war in Western Europe might entail. On the same day, July 29, 1914, the German ambassador at London was officially informed that if the European crisis involved nothing more than disputes between Russia and Austria on the one hand, and the military operations of Austria and Serbia on the other, England would keep out of the trouble. But if Germany went to war with Russia, or if France went to war, England could not stand quietly aside. News had come that day that Austria had declared war on Serbia the day before. The declaration read as follows: The royal government of Serbia, not having replied in a satisfactory manner to the note remitted to it by the Austro-Hungarian minister in Belgrade on July 23, 1914, the imperial and royal government finds itself compelled to proceed to safeguard its rights and interests and to have recourse for this purpose to force of arms. Austria-Hungary considers itself, therefore, from this moment, in a state of war with Serbia. At the same time, the government at Vienna issued this note to the foreign ambassadors there with a request that they forward it to their respective governments. In order to bring to an end the subversive intrigues originating from Belgrade and aimed at the territorial integrity of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, the imperial and royal government has delivered to the royal Serbian government a note in which a series of demands were formulated, for the acceptance of which a delay of 48 hours has been granted to the royal government. The royal Serbian government, not having answered this note in a satisfactory manner, the imperial royal government are themselves compelled to see to the safeguarding of their rights and interests, and with this object to have recourse to force of arms. Austria-Hungary, who has just addressed to Serbia a formal declaration in conformity with Article 1 of the Convention of October 18, 1907, relative to the opening of hostilities, considers itself in a state of war with Serbia. In bringing the above notice to the powers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has the honor to declare that Austria-Hungary will act during the hostilities in conformity with the terms of the Conventions of The Hague of October 18, 1907, as also with those of the Declaration of London of February 28, 1909, provided an analogous procedure is adopted by Serbia. The great question as to what Russia would do was answered by a note issued at St. Petersburg, July 28, 1914, which stated that Russia wished, above all, to maintain peace. But the moments during which words alone would be availing were fast passing. Austria-Hungary was mobilizing her armies, and not all of the mobilization was on her southern frontier. Some corps were gathered at points from which a blow from Russia might be warded off, or offensive move against Russia made. On July 30, 1914, the German government sent a short note to St. Petersburg in which 3 questions were asked. These were: the reason for Russian mobilization, which Berlin knew to be in progress, whether it was directed against Austria, and on what terms Russia might be induced to demobilize. The Tsar, on July 31, 1914, sent a note to the German Emperor, in which he said in part, "It is technically impossible to discontinue our military operations which have been rendered necessary by Austrian mobilization. We are far from wishing for war, and so long as negotiations with Austria regarding Serbia continue, my troops will not undertake any provocative actions." This was an admission that Russian general mobilization was in progress. End of the Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 22 of Part 3. Diplomatic Exchanges. The Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Part 3. Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 23. Preparation for War. As a matter of fact, during the last days of July 1914, all the governments in Europe had their military departments busy on the problem of preparing for the first blows in war. These included not only the 6 leading powers, but also the Scandinavian countries, Spain, Portugal, all the Balkan kingdoms, and Belgium and Holland. The diplomatic exchanges that were meanwhile taking place were known to all experienced statesmen to be hardly more than masks. On August 1, 1914, the Kaiser declared Germany to be in a state of war. This did not carry with it a declaration of war against any power, but had the effect of putting the entire German Empire under martial law, everything being in readiness to cope with an enemy. On the same day, the Kaiser made an important speech in which he said, "A fateful hour has fallen for Germany. Envious peoples everywhere are compelling us to our just defense. The sword has been forced into our hands. I hope that if my efforts at the last hour do not succeed in inducing our opponents to see eye to eye with us, and in maintaining peace, we shall, with God's help, so wield the sword that we shall restore it to its sheath again with honor." On the same day, however, namely August 1, 1914, at 5 o'clock in the evening, he signed an order mobilizing the German army, and Russia and Germany went to war 2 hours later. A demand made upon the French government by the German government, asking the intentions of France in case Russia went to war with Germany, received an unsatisfactory reply on August 2, 1914, and France, on the same day, mobilized its army, though it declared war on no power. On August 3, 1914, German troops entered French territory, for Germany did not wish to be delayed in a campaign in the West by waiting for diplomatic exchanges to take place. War between Germany and France began at the moment the foreign soldiers crossed into France. It was, in theory at least, over the matter of Belgian neutrality that England and Germany went to war. As soon as the British government saw that hopes for peace were no longer possible, Sir Edward Grey sent to his ambassadors in Germany and France the following telegram. London, July 31, 1914. I still trust situation is not irretrievable, but in view of prospect of mobilization in Germany, it becomes essential to His Majesty's government, in view of existing treaties, to ask whether French and German government is prepared to engage to respect the neutrality of Belgium so long as no other power violates it. A similar request is being addressed to the German and French government. It is important to have an early answer. To this telegram, the French government on August 1, 1914, answered that it stood ready to respect Belgian neutrality provided no other powers threatened or violated it. Germany hesitated to give a definite reply immediately for fear of disclosing the plans of campaign she had against France. On August 3, 1914, German troops moved into Luxembourg en route for France, and it was then known that a German invasion of Belgium would be inevitable. But before taking the step, Germany tendered certain proposals to the Belgian government, assuring that if peaceful passage were given to German troops, Belgium would be given a subsidy. But the Belgian government turned down these proposals, and the king sent this telegram to the British monarch. Remembering the numerous proofs of your Majesty's friendship and that of your predecessor, of the friendly attitude of England in 1870, and the proof of the friendship which she has just given us again, I make a supreme appeal to the diplomatic intervention of Your Majesty's government to safeguard the integrity of Belgium. England and Italy were now the only two important powers in Europe which were not embroiled in war. But the moment was rapidly approaching when the former could no longer keep out of it, if for no other reason than to see that the balance of power in Europe was not upset. On August 4, 1914, Sir Edward Grey said in the British House of Commons, "The French fleet is now in the Mediterranean, and the northern coasts of France are defenseless. If a foreign fleet, engaged in war against France, should come down and battle against those defenseless coasts, we could not stand aside. We felt strongly that France was entitled to know at once whether, in the event of attack on her unprotected coasts, she could rely on our support. I gave the engagement to the French ambassador last night that if the German fleet goes into the English Channel or into the North Sea to attack French shipping or the French coast, the British fleet will give all the protection in its power. That answer is subject to the approval of Parliament. It is not a declaration of war. I understand that the German government would be prepared, if we would pledge ourselves to neutrality, to agree that its fleet would not attack the northern coasts of France. That is far too narrow an engagement." Germany had thrown down the gauntlet in showing she intended to invade Belgium. Great Britain here threw down the gauntlet. It could be but a question of hours before Germany and England went to war. Meanwhile, because war was already on between Germany and France, the latter did not go to the trouble of issuing a declaration of war, and on August 4, 1914, the Italian government announced that the Italian cabinet has decided that while some of the European powers are at war, Italy is at peace with all the belligerents. Consequently, the citizens and subjects of the Kingdom of Italy are obliged to observe the duty of neutrality. This declaration of neutrality severed the bonds that had held Italy to the Triple Alliance. On the same afternoon, August 4, 1914, the Russian ambassador at Berlin was handed his passports and departed. This official statement was given to the German press. In consequence of a Russian attack on German territory, Germany is in a state of war with Russia. The French reply to Germany's note has been received in the meantime, and it is of an unsatisfactory character. In addition, France has ordered the mobilization of her army so that the outbreak of war between Germany and France must be awaited at any moment. The outbreak of war between France and Germany was indeed near at hand, for as we have already seen, Germany declared war on France August 3, 1914, and on that very day served an ultimatum on neutral Belgium and occupied Luxembourg preparatory to an immediate invasion of Belgium. In view of the evident long and careful preparations for just such a sudden stroke, by which to crush France and take Paris before the French armies could offer adequate resistance, the clumsy attempts of the Germans on August 2, 1914, to represent the French as the aggressors seem ridiculous, though typical of German attempts to influence opinion at home and abroad. The German government declared that French airmen had flown over Nuremberg, that French officers in German uniforms had crossed the German frontier from Holland, and that the French were already in Alsace. These stories deceived no one. What the neutral nations saw and understood was that the autocratic governments of Germany and Austria-Hungary had plunged the world into a war of incalculable magnitude, almost without warning and with comparatively trivial pretexts. There had been only a brief mockery of diplomatic interchanges, for the most part by telegraph and telephone. On August 4, 1914, the last chance for averting war between England and Germany went by. On that date, the British Foreign Office had telegraphed to its envoy at Brussels, "You should inform Belgian government that if pressure is applied to them by Germany to induce them to depart from neutrality, His Majesty's government expect that they will resist by any means in their power, and that His Majesty's government will support them in offering such resistance, and that His Majesty's government, in this event, are prepared to join Russia and France, if desired, in offering to the Belgian government at once common action for the purpose of resisting use of force by Germany against them, and a guarantee to maintain their independence and integrity in future years." Germany, through its intelligence department, was aware that this note had been sent, but the invasion of Belgium began nevertheless. Then came an ultimatum from England. As soon as the British Foreign Office had learned that German troops had crossed the border and that the fortifications at Liège had been summoned to surrender to the German army, this telegram was sent to the British ambassador at Berlin. London Foreign Office, August 4, 1914. We hear that Germany has addressed note to Belgian Minister for Foreign Affairs, stating that German government will be compelled to carry out, if necessary by force of arms, the measures considered indispensable. We are also informed that Belgian territory has been violated at Gemmenich. In these circumstances, and in view of the fact that Germany declined to give the same assurance respecting Belgium as France gave last week in reply to our request made simultaneously at Berlin and Paris, we must repeat that request and ask that a satisfactory reply to it and to my telegram of this morning, which said that England was bound to protest against violation of Belgian neutrality, be received here by 12 o'clock tonight. If not, you are instructed to ask for your passports and to say that His Majesty's government feel bound to take all steps in their power to uphold the neutrality of Belgium and the observance of a treaty to which Germany is as much a part as ourselves. Midnight of August 4, 1914 came, and the German government had not yet made a reply to this note. 15 minutes of grace were allowed, and then the British government formally declared war. End of The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, Chapter 23, Preparation for War. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller.
Lord Kitchener's Instructions to the British Soldier by Herbert Kitchener. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lord Kitchener's Instructions to the British Soldier, August 1914. You are ordered abroad as a soldier of the King to help our French comrades against the invasion of a common enemy. You have to perform a task which will need your courage, your energy, your patience. Remember that the honor of the British Army depends on your individual conduct. It will be your duty not only to set an example of discipline and perfect steadiness under fire, but also to maintain the most friendly relations with those whom you are helping in the struggle. The operations in which you are engaged will, for the most part, take place in a friendly country, and you can do your own country no better service than in showing yourself in French and Belgium in the true character of a British soldier. Be invariably courteous, considerate, and kind. Never do anything likely to injure or destroy property, and always look upon looting as a disgraceful act. You are sure to meet with a welcome and to be trusted. Your conduct must justify that welcome and that trust. Your duty cannot be done unless your health is sound. So keep constantly on your guard against any excesses. In this new experience you may find temptations both in wine and women. You must entirely resist both temptations, and while treating all women with perfect courtesy, you should avoid any intimacy. Do your duty bravely, fear God, honor the King. Signed, Kitchener, Field Marshal. End of Lord Kitchener's Instructions to the British Soldier by Herbert Kitchener. Read by Chris Pyle. A Scrap of Paper by David Lloyd George. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Scrap of Paper. Presented at the Queen's Hall, London, September 19, 1914. There is no man in this room who has always regarded the prospect of our being engaged in a great war with greater reluctance, with greater repugnance, than I have done throughout the whole of my political life. There is no man more convinced that we could not have avoided this war without national dishonor. I am fully alive to the fact that every nation which has ever engaged in any war has always invoked the sacred name of honor. Many a crime has been committed in its name. There are some crimes being committed now. All the same, national honor is a reality, and any nation that disregards it is doomed. Why is our honor as a country involved in this war? It is because we are bound by honorable obligations to defend the independence, the liberty, the integrity of a small neighbor. She could not have compelled us. She was weak. But the man who declines to discharge his duty because his creditor is too poor to enforce it is a blackguard. What is a treaty, says the German Chancellor, but a scrap of paper? Have you any 5-pound notes about you? Have you any of those neat little treasury 1-pound notes? If you have, burn them. They are only scraps of paper. What are they made of? Rags. What are they worth? The whole credit of the British Empire. Scraps of paper. I have been dealing with scraps of paper in the last few weeks. We suddenly find the commerce of the world coming to a standstill. The machine had stopped. Why? The machinery of commerce was moved by bills of exchange. I have seen some of them, wretched, crinkled, scrawled over, blotted, frowsy. Yet those scraps of paper moved great ships, laden with thousands of tons of precious cargo from one end of the world to the other. The motive power behind them was the honor of commercial men. This is the story of the little nations. The world owes much to little nations and to little men. This theory of bigness, you must have a big empire and a big nation and a big man. Well, long legs have their advantage in a retreat. Frederick the Great chose his warriors for their height, and that tradition has become a policy in Germany. Germany applies that ideal to nations. She will only allow 6'2" nations to stand in the ranks, but all the world owes much to the little 5'5" nations. The greatest art of the world was the work of little nations. The most enduring literature of the world came from little nations. The greatest literature of England came from her when she was a nation of the size of Belgium fighting a great empire. The heroic deeds that thrill humanity through generations were the deeds of little nations fighting for their freedom. Ah, yes, and the salvation of mankind came through a little nation. God has chosen little nations as the vessels by which He carries the choicest wines to the lips of humanity, to rejoice their hearts, to exalt their vision, to stimulate and strengthen their faith. But if we had stood by when 2 little nations were being crushed and broken by the brutal hands of barbarism, our shame would have rung down through the everlasting ages. The Prussian junker is the road hog of Europe. Small nationalities in his way are flung to the roadside, bleeding and broken. Women and children crushed under the wheel of his cruel car. Britain ordered out of his way. All I can say is this: if the old British spirit is alive in British hearts, that Willie will be torn from his seat. Were he to win, it would be the greatest catastrophe that has befallen democracy since the days of the Holy Alliance and its ascendancy. They think we cannot beat them. It will not be easy. It will be a long job. It will be a terrible war. But in the end we shall march through terror to triumph. We shall need all of our qualities, every quality that Britain and its people possess: prudence in council, daring in action, tenacity in purpose, courage in defeat, moderation in victory, in all things faith, and we shall win. It is a great opportunity. It only comes once in many centuries to the children of men. For most generations sacrifice comes in drab weariness of spirit to men. It has come today to you, it has come today to us all, in the form of the glow and thrill of a great movement for liberty that impels millions throughout Europe to the same noble end. It is a great war for the emancipation of Europe from the thraldom of a military caste, which has cast its shadow upon 2 generations of men, and which has now plunged the world into a welter of bloodshed. Some have already given their lives. There are some who have given more than their own lives. They have given the lives of those who are dear to them. I honor their courage, and may God be their comfort and their strength. But their reward is at hand. Those who have fallen have had consecrated deaths. They have taken their part in the making of a new Europe, a new world. I can see the sign of it coming in the glare of the battlefield. The people will gain more by this struggle in all lands than they comprehend at the present time. But that is not all. There is something infinitely greater and more enduring which is emerging already out of this great conflict. A new patriotism, richer, nobler, more exalted than the old one. I can see a new recognition amongst all classes, high and low, shedding themselves of selfishness. A new recognition that the honor of a country does not depend merely on the maintenance of its glory in the stricken field, but in protecting its homes from distress as well. It is a new patriotism. It is bringing a new outlook for all classes. A great flood of luxury and of sloth which had submerged the land is receding, and a new Britain is appearing. We can see for the first time the fundamental things that matter in life, and that have been obscured from our vision by the tropical growth of prosperity. May I tell you in a simple parable what I think this war is doing for us? I know a valley in North Wales, between the mountains and the sea, a beautiful valley, snug, comfortable, sheltered by the mountains from all the bitter blasts. It was very enervating, and I remember how the boys were in the habit of climbing the hills above the village to have a glimpse of the great mountains in the distance, and to be stimulated and freshened by the breeze which came from the hilltops, and by the great spectacle of that great range. We have been living in a sheltered valley for generations. We have been too comfortable, too indulgent, many perhaps too selfish. And the stern hand of fate has scourged us to an elevation where we can see the great everlasting things that matter for a nation. The great peaks of honor we had forgotten, duty and patriotism, and clad in glittering white, the great pinnacle of sacrifice pointing like a rugged finger to heaven. We shall descend into the valleys again, but as long as the men and women of this generation last, they will carry in their hearts the image of these great mountain peaks, whose foundations are unshaken, though Europe rock and sway in the convulsions of a great war. End of A Scrap of Paper by David Lloyd George. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Pyle. Extract from Lecture, How We Stand Now, by Gilbert Murray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Extract from Lecture, How We Stand Now. For my own part, I am more proud of Great Britain than ever in my life before, and that largely because, in spite of this froth or scum that sometimes floats on the surface, she is fundamentally true to her great traditions, and treads steadily underfoot those elements which, if they had control, would depose us from being a nation of white men, of rulers, of gentlemen, and bring us to the level of the enemy whom we denounce, or of the lesser breeds without the law. Probably many of us have learned only through this war how much we loved our country. That love depends, of course, not mainly on pride, but on old habit and familiarity, on neighborliness and memories of childhood. Yet mingling with that love of our old country, I do feel a profound pride. I am proud of the response to the Empire's call, a response absolutely unexampled in history. 5,000,000 men and more gathering from the ends of the earth, subjects of the British Empire, coming to offer life and limb for the Empire, not because they were subjects, but because they were free and willing to come. I am proud of our soldiers and our sailors, our invincible sailors. I am proud of our men in the workshop and the factory, proud of our men and almost more proud of our women, working one and all, day after day, with constant overtime and practically no holidays, for the most part demanding no trade safeguards, and insisting on no conditions, but giving freely to the common cause all they have to give. I am proud of our political leaders and civil administrators, proud of their resource, their devotion, their unshaken coolness, their magnanimity in the face of intrigue and detraction, their magnificent interpretation of the nation's will. A few days ago I was in France in the fire zone. I had been at a field dressing station which had just evacuated its wounded and dead, and was expecting more. And as evening was falling, full of the uncanny strain of the whole place and slightly deafened with the shells, I saw a body of men in full kit plodding their way up the communication trenches to take their place in the firing trench. I was just going back myself, well out of the range of the guns, to a comfortable tea and a peaceful evening. And there, in trench after trench, along all the 100 miles of our front, day after day, night after night, were men moving heavily up to the firing line to pay their regular toll of so many killed and so many wounded, while the war drags on its weary length. I suddenly wondered in my heart whether we or our cause or our country is worth that sacrifice, and with my mind full of its awfulness, I answered clearly, yes, because while I am proud of all the things I have mentioned about Great Britain, I am most proud of the clean hands with which we came into this contest, proud of the cause for which with clear vision we unsheathed our sword, and which we mean to maintain unshaken to the bitter or the triumphant end. End of extract from lecture How We Stand Now by Gilbert Murray. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Pyle.
Krieg dem Kriege by Kurt Tucholsky. Read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Krieg dem Kriege. Sie lagen 4 Jahre im Schützengraben. Zeit, große Zeit. Sie froren und waren verlaust und haben daheim eine Frau und 2 kleine Knaben. Weit, weit. Und keiner, der ihnen die Wahrheit sagt, und keiner, der aufzubegehren wagt. Monat um Monat, Jahr um Jahr. Und wenn mal einer auf Urlaub war, sah er zu Hause die dicken Bäuche, und es fraßen dort um sich wie eine Seuche, der Tanz, die Gier, das Schiebergeschäft. Und die Horde alldeutscher Skribenten kläfft: Krieg, Krieg, großer Sieg. Sieg in Albanien und Sieg in Flandern. Und es starben die andern, die andern, die andern. Sie sahen die Kameraden fallen, das war das Schicksal bei fast allen. Verwundung, Qual wie ein Tier und Tod. Ein kleiner Fleck, schmutzig rot. Und man trug sie fort und scharrte sie ein. Wer wird wohl der Nächste sein? Und ein Schrei von Millionen stieg auf zu den Sternen. Werden die Menschen es niemals lernen? Gibt es ein Ding, um das es sich lohnt? Wer ist das, der da oben thront, von oben bis unten bespickt mit Orden und nur immer befiehlt: Morden, Morden. Blut und zermalmte Knochen und Dreck. Und dann hieß es plötzlich, das Schiff sei leck. Der Kapitän hat den Abschied genommen und ist etwas plötzlich von dannen geschwommen. Ratlos stehen die Feldgrauen da. Für wen das alles? Pro Patria? Brüder, Brüder, schließt die Reihen. Brüder, das darf nicht wieder sein. Geben Sie uns den Vernichtungsfrieden, ist das gleiche Los beschieden, unseren Söhnen und unseren Enkeln. Sollen die wieder blutrot besprenkeln, die Ackergräben, das grüne Gras? Brüder, pfeift den Burschen was. Es darf und soll so nicht weitergehen. Wir haben alle gesehen, wohin ein solcher Wahnsinn führt. Das Feuer brannte, das sie geschürt. Löscht es aus, die Imperialisten, die da drüben bei jenen nisten. schenken uns wieder Nationalisten. Und nach abermals 20 Jahren kommen neue Kanonen gefahren. Das wäre kein Friede. Das wäre Wahn. Der alte Tanz auf dem alten Vulkan. Du sollst nicht töten, hat einer gesagt. Und die Menschheit hört's und die Menschheit klagt. Will das niemals anders werden? Krieg dem Kriege und Friede auf Erden. End of Krieg dem Kriege by Kurt Tucholsky. Read by DomBombadil.
Lettre ouverte à Gerhard Hauptmann de Au-dessus de la mêlée par Romain Roland. Ceci est un enregistrement LibriVox. Tous nos enregistrements appartiennent au domaine public. Pour vous renseigner à notre sujet ou pour participer, rendez-vous sur LibriVox.org. Enregistré par Herman Roskams en janvier 2015. Lettre ouverte à Gerhard Hauptmann, samedi 29 août 1914. Je ne suis pas Gerhard Hauptmann, de ces Français qui traitent l'Allemagne de barbare. Je connais la grandeur intellectuelle et morale de votre puissante race. Je sais tout ce que je dois aux penseurs de la vieille Allemagne. Et encore, à l'heure présente, je me souviens de l'exemple et des paroles de notre Goethe. Il est à l'humanité entière, répudiant toute haine nationale et maintenant son âme calme à ces hauteurs où l'on ressent le bonheur ou le malheur des autres peuples comme le sien propre. J'ai travaillé toute ma vie à rapprocher les esprits de nos deux nations, et les atrocités de la guerre impie qui les met aux prises pour la ruine de la civilisation européenne ne m'amèneront jamais à souiller de haine mon esprit. Quelque raison que j'ai donc à souffrir aujourd'hui par votre Allemagne et de juger criminelle la politique allemande et les moyens qu'elle emploie. Je n'en rends point responsable le peuple qui l'a subi et s'en fait l'aveugle instrument. Ce n'est pas que je regarde, ainsi que vous, la guerre comme une fatalité. Un Français ne croit pas à la fatalité. La fatalité, c'est l'excuse des âmes sans volonté. La guerre est le fruit de la faiblesse des peuples et de leur stupidité. On ne peut que les plaindre, on ne peut leur en vouloir. Je ne vous reproche pas nos deuils, les vôtres ne seront pas moindres. Si la France est ruinée, l'Allemagne le sera aussi. Je n'ai même pas élevé la voix quand j'ai vu vos armées violer la neutralité de la noble Belgique. Ce forfait contre l'honneur qui soulève le mépris dans toute conscience droite est trop dans la tradition politique de vos rois de Prusse. Il ne m'a pas surpris. Mais la fureur avec laquelle vous traitez cette nation magnanime, dont le seul crime est de défendre jusqu'au désespoir son indépendance et la justice, comme vous-même, Allemands, l'avez fait en 1813, c'en est trop. L'indignation du monde se révolte. Réservez-nous ces violences, à nous Français, vos vrais ennemis, mais vous acharnez contre vos victimes, contre ce petit peuple belge, infortuné et innocent. Quelle honte! Et non content de vous en prendre à la Belgique vivante, vous faites la guerre aux morts, à la gloire des siècles. Vous bombardez Malines, vous incendiez Rubens, Louvain n'est plus qu'un monceau de cendres. Louvain, avec ses trésors d'art, de science, la ville est sainte. Mais qui donc êtes-vous, et de quel nom voulez-vous qu'on vous appelle à présent Hauptmann, qui repoussez le titre de barbare? Êtes-vous le petit-fils de Goethe, ou ceux d'Attila? Est-ce aux armées que vous faites la guerre, ou bien à l'esprit humain? Tuez les hommes, mais respectez les œuvres. C'est le patrimoine du genre humain. Vous en êtes, comme nous tous, les dépositaires. En le saccageant, comme vous faites, vous vous montrez indigne de ce grand héritage, indigne de prendre rang dans la petite armée européenne qui est la garde d'honneur de la civilisation. Ce n'est pas à l'opinion du reste de l'univers que je m'adresse contre vous, c'est à vous-même, Hauptmann. Au nom de notre Europe, dont vous avez été jusqu'à cette heure un des plus illustres champions, au nom de cette civilisation pour laquelle les plus grands des hommes luttent depuis des siècles, au nom de l'honneur même de votre race germanique, Gerhard Hauptmann, je vous adjure, je vous somme, vous et l'élite intellectuelle allemande, où je compte tant d'amis, de protester avec la dernière énergie contre ce crime qui rejaillit sur vous. Si vous ne le faites point, vous montrez de deux choses l'une, ou bien que vous l'approuvez, et alors que l'opinion du monde vous écrase, ou bien que vous êtes impuissant à élever la voix contre les uns qui vous commandent. Et alors, de quel droit pouvez-vous encore prétendre, comme vous l'avez écrit, que vous combattez pour la cause de la liberté et du progrès? Vous donnez au monde la preuve qu'incapable de défendre la liberté du monde, vous l'êtes même de défendre la vôtre, et que l'élite allemande est asservie au pire despotisme, à celui qui mutile les chefs-d'œuvre et assassine l'esprit humain. J'attends de vous une réponse, Hauptmann, une réponse qui soit un acte. L'opinion européenne l'attend, comme moi. Songez-y, en un pareil moment, le silence même est un acte. Journal de Genève, mercredi 2 septembre 1914. Fin de Lettre ouverte à Gerhard Hauptmann de Romain Rolland.
The Prologue to Men, Women and Guns by Sapper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 2 days ago, a dear old aunt of mine asked me to describe to her what shrapnel was like. "What does it feel like to be shelled?" she demanded. "Explain it to me." Under the influence of my deceased uncle's most excellent port, I did so. Soothed, and in that expansive frame of mind, induced by the old and bold, I drew her a picture, vivid, startling, wonderful. And when I had finished, the dear old lady looked at me. "Dreadful," she murmured. "Did I ever tell you of the terrible experience I had on the front at Eastbourne, when my bath-chair attendant became inebriated and upset me?" Slowly and sorrowfully I finished the decanter and went to bed. But seriously, my masters, it is a hard thing that my aunt asked of me. There are many things worse than shelling. The tea-party you find in progress on your arrival on leave, the utterances of war experts, the non-arrival of the whisky from England. But all of those can be imagined by people who have not suffered. They have a standard, a measure of comparison. Shelling, no. The explosion of a howitzer shell near you is a definite, actual fact, which is unlike any other fact in the world, except the explosion of another howitzer shell still nearer. Many have attempted to describe the noise it makes as the most explainable part about it. And then you're no wiser. Listen. Stand with me at the Menin Gate of Ypres and listen. Through a cutting a train is roaring on its way. Rapidly it rises in a great swelling crescendo as it dashes into the open, and then its journey stops on some giant battlement, stops in a peal of deafening thunder just overhead. The shell has burst, and the echoes in that town of death die slowly away, reverberating like a sullen sea that lashes against a rock-bound coast. And yet, what does it convey? to anyone who patronizes inebriated bath chairmen. Similarly, shrapnel. The Germans were searching the road with whiz-bangs. A common remark, an ordinary utterance in a letter, taken by fond parents as an unpleasing affair, such as the cook giving notice. Come with me to a spot near Ypres. Come, and we will take our evening walk together. They're a bit lively farther up the road, sir. The corporal of the military police stands gloomily at a crossroads, his back against a small wayside shrine. A passing shell unroofed it many weeks ago. It stands there surrounded by debris, the image of the Virgin chipped and broken. Just a little monument of desolation in a ruined country, but pleasant to lean against when it's between you and German guns. Let us go on. It's some way yet before we reach the dugout by the third dead horse. In front of us stretches a long straight road, flanked on each side by poplars. In the middle there is pavé. At intervals a few small holes, where the stones have been shattered and hurled away by a bursting shell, and only the muddy grit remains, hollowed out to a depth of 2 feet or so, half full of water. At the bottom an empty tin of bully, ammunition clips, numbers of biscuits, sodden and muddy. Altogether a good obstacle to take with the front wheel of a car at night. A little further on, beside the road, in a ruined, desolate cottage, 2 men are resting for a while, smoking. The dirt and mud of the trenches is thick on them, and one of them is contemplatively scraping his boot with his knife and fork. Otherwise, not a soul, not a living soul in sight. Though way to the left front, through glasses, you can see 2 people, a man and a woman, labouring in the fields. And the only point of interest about them is that between you and them run the 2 motionless, stagnant lines of men who for months have faced one another. Those 2 labourers are on the other side of the German trenches. The setting sun is glinting on the little crumbling village 200 or 300 yards ahead, and as you walk towards it in the still evening air, your steps ring loud on the pavé. On each side the flat, neglected fields stretch away from the road. The drains beside it are choked with weeds and refuse, and here and there one of the gaunt trees, split in 2 halfway up by a shell, has crashed into its neighbour or fallen to the ground. A peaceful summer's evening, which seems to give the lie to our shrine leaner. And yet, to one used to the peace of England, it seems almost too quiet, almost unnatural. Suddenly, out of the blue, there comes a sharp whizzing noise, and almost before you've heard it there is a crash, and from the village in front there rises a cloud of dust. A shell has burst on impact on one of the few remaining houses. Some slates and tiles fall into the road, and round the hole torn out of the sloping roof there hangs a whitish-yellow cloud of smoke. In quick succession come 6 more, some bursting on the ruined cottages as they strike, some bursting above them in the air. More clouds of dust rise from the deserted street, small avalanches of debris cascade into the road, and, above, 3 or 4 thick white smoke clouds drift slowly across the sky. This is the moment at which it is well, unless time is urgent, to pause and reflect a while. If you must go on, a detour is strongly to be recommended. The Germans are shelling the empty village just in front with shrapnel, and who are you to interpose yourself between him and his chosen target? But if in no particular hurry, then it were wise to dally gracefully against a tree, admiring the setting sun until he desists, when you may in safety resume your walk. But Do not forget that he may not stick to the village, and that whiz-bangs give no time. That is why I specified a tree, and not the middle of the road. It's nearer the ditch." Suddenly, without a second's warning, they shift their target. Whiz-bang! Duck, you blighter, into the ditch! Quick, move! Hang your bottle of white wine! Get down! Cower! Emulate the mole! This isn't the village in front now. He's shelling the road you're standing on. There's one burst on impact in the middle of the pave 40 yards in front of you, and another in the air just over your head. And there are more coming, don't make any mistake. That short, sharp whiz every few seconds. The bang, bang, bang seems to be going on all around you. A thing hums past in the air with a whistling noise, leaving a trail of sparks behind it. One of the fuses. Later the curio hunter may find it nestling by a turnip. He may have it. With a vicious thud, a jagged piece of shell buries itself in the ground at your feet, and almost simultaneously the bullets from a well-burst one cut through the trees above you and ping against the road, thudding into the earth around. No more impact ones. They've got the range. Our pessimistic friend at the crossroads spoke the truth. They're quite lively. Everything bursting beautifully above the road, about 40 feet up. Bitter thought, if only the blighters knew that it was empty, save for your wretched and unworthy self cowering in a ditch, with a bottle of white wine in your pocket, and your head down a rat-hole. Surely they wouldn't waste their ammunition so reprehensibly. Then suddenly they stop, and as the last white puffs of smoke drift slowly away, you cautiously lift your head and peer towards the village. Have they finished? Will it be safe to resume your interrupted promenade in a dignified manner, or will you give them another minute or two? Almost have you decided to do so, when, to your horror, you perceive coming towards you through the village itself 2 officers. What a position to be discovered in! True, only the very young or the mentally deficient scorn cover when shelling is in progress, but of course, just at the moment when you'd welcome a shell to account for your propinquity with the rat-hole, the blighters have stopped. No sound breaks the stillness, save the steps ringing towards you, and it looks silly to be found in a ditch for no apparent reason. Then, as suddenly as before, comes salvation. Just as with infinite stealth you endeavour to step out nonchalantly from behind a tree, as if you were part of the scenery, bang, crash, from in front. Cheero, the village again, the church this time. A shower of bricks and mortar comes down like a landslip, and if you are quick you may just see 2 black streaks go to ground. From the vantage point of your tree, you watch a salvo of shells explode in, on, or about the temporary abode of those 2 officers. You realize from what you know of the Hun that this salvo probably concludes the evening hate, and the opportunity is too good to miss. Edging rapidly along the road, keeping close to the ditch, you approach the houses. Your position, you feel, is now strategically sound, with regard to the wretched pair cowering behind rubble heaps. You even desire revenge for your mental anguish when discovery in the rodent's lair seemed certain. So light a cigarette, if you didn't drop them all when you went to ground yourself. If you did, whistle some snappy tune as you stride jauntily into the village. Don't go too fast, or you may miss them. But should you see a head peer from behind a kitchen range, express no surprise. Just, "Toppin' evening, ain't it? Gettin' furniture for the dugout, what?" To linger is bad form, but it is quite permissible to ask his companion, seated in a torn-up drain, if the ratting is good. Then pass on in a leisurely manner. But, when you're round the corner, run like a hare. With these cursed Germans you never know. Night, and a working party stretching away over a ploughed field are digging a communication trench. The great green flares lob up half a mile away. A watery moon shines on the bleak scene. Suddenly a noise like the tired sigh of some great giant, a scorching sheet of flame that leaps at you out of the darkness, searing your very brain, so close does it seem. The ping of death past your head, the clatter of shovel and pick next you, as a muttered curse proclaims a man is hit. A voice from down the line. "Gord, old Ginger's took it. Hold up, mate." "Say, blokes, Ginger's done in." "Aye, it's worse at night." Shrapnel. Woolly, fleecy puffs of smoke floating gently downwind, getting more and more attenuated, gradually disappearing, while below each puff an oval of ground has been plastered with bullets, and it's when the ground inside the oval is full of men that the damage is done. Not you, perhaps, but someone. Next time, maybe you. And that, methinks, is an epitome of other things besides shrapnel. It's all the war to the men who fight and the women who wait. End of the prologue to Men, Women and Guns by Sapper. Read by NoelBadrian. The Sensation of Night Driving by Robert W. Embry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was early in February that I got my first experience at night driving without lights. To you gentlemen who have shot rapids, great game, and billiards, who have crossed the Painted Desert and the Line, who have punched cows in Arizona and heads in Mile End Road, who have killed moose in New Brunswick and time in Monte Carlo, who have tramped and skied and trekked, to you who have tried these and still crave a sensation, let me recommend night driving without lights, over unfamiliar shell-pitted roads, cluttered with traffic, within easy range of the enemy, challenged every now and then by a sentry who has a loaded gun and no compunction in using it. Your car, which in daylight never seems very powerful, has now become a very juggernaut of force. At the slightest increase of gas it fairly jumps off the road. Throttle down as you may, the speed seems terrific. You find yourself with your head thrust over the wheel, your eyes staring ahead with an intensity which makes them ache, staring ahead into nothing. Now and then the blackness seems, if possible, to become more dense, and you throw out your clutch and on your brake, and come to a dead stop, climbing out to find your radiator touching an overturned caisson, or mayhap a timely gun flash or the flare of a trench light will show that you are headed off the road and straight for a tree. A little further on, the way leads up a hill. The pulling of the engine is the only thing that tells you this. And then, just as you top the rise, a star bomb lights the scene with a dense white glare, and the brancardier by your side rasps out, "Vite, pour l'amour de Dieu, vite, ils peuvent nous voir," and you drop down the other side of the hill like the fall of a gun hammer. Then, in a narrow, mud-gutted lane in front of a dugout, you back and fill and finally turn. Your bloody load is eased in, and you creep back the way you have come, save that now every bump and jolt seems to tear your flesh, as you think of those poor stricken chaps in behind. Yes, there is something of tenseness in lightless night driving under such conditions. Try it, gentlemen. On the afternoon and night of February 12th, there was an attack on the line near Vangres, preceded by drum fire. As such things go, it was but a small affair. It would perhaps have a line in the communique as, North of the Aisne, the enemy attempted a coup upon a salient of our line, but we repulsed him with loss. That and nothing more. But to those who were there, it was very real. The big guns spat their exchange of hate. Rifle fire crackled along the line. The machine guns sowed the air with wicked staccato sounds, and men, with set jaws and bayonets, charged to death through barbed entanglements. As night closed down, the flare bombs spread their fitful glare on mutilated things which that morning had been living men, now set in the bloody backwash of wounded. With the coming of night, the enemy lengthened the range of his artillery, so as to harass the transport, and the zone back of the line was seared with shells. The field dressing station at Roche, near Vic, suffered greatly, and it soon became apparent that its evacuation was necessary. I had already been on duty 14 hours when the call reached quarters for the entire squad. My journal for the 13th reads, "I'm too tired for much writing, as I've had but 2 hours' sleep in the last 40, during which I have driven close to 300 kilometres, been 3 times under fire, and had but 2 hot meals." The entire squad was turned out just after I got into the blankets last night. Roche was being bombarded, and it was necessary to take out all the wounded. There were a number of new shell holes in the road, and this made interesting driving. It was 1:30 when I reached Compiègne, 3 when I had completed my evacuation, and 4:15 this morning when I reached quarters. Up at 6:30 and working on my bus. This afternoon made route 3. Tonight I am bien fatigué. Firing light today, possibly because of sleet and rain. The attack was evidently repulsed. The squad did good work that night. Afterwards we were commended by the colonel in command. It was in this attack that Bill won his Croix de Guerre, when, à un endroit particulièrement exposé, au moment où les obus tombaient avec violence, a arrêté sa voiture pour prendre les blessés, qu'il a aidé avec courage et sang-froid. A week later he was decorated, our muddy little courtyard being the setting for the ceremony. In celebration of his decoration, Bill determined to give a burst. There would seem to be few places less adapted to the serving of a banquet, or less capable of offering material, than poor little war-torn Jalousie. Nevertheless, at 6 o'clock on the evening of February the 27th, the squad sat down to a repast that would have done credit to any hotel. Bill had enlisted the services of a Paris caterer, and not only was the food itself perfection, but it was served in a style that, after our accustomed tin cup, tin plate service, positively embarrassed us. Our dingy quarters were decorated and made light by carbide lamps. A snowy cloth covered our plank table. Stacks of china dishes, not tin, appeared at each place. There were chairs to sit upon. Even flowers were not forgotten. And Bill, being a Yale man, had seen to it that beside the plates of the other Yale men in the squad were placed bunches of violets. The artist of the section designed a menu card, but we were too busy crashing into the food to pay any attention to the menu. For a month past we had been living mostly on boiled beef and army bread, and the way the squad now eased into regular food was an eye-opener to dietitians. Hors d'oeuvre, fish, ham, roasts, vegetables, salads, sweets, wines, and smokes disappeared like art in a Hun raid. 20 men may have gotten through a greater quantity and variety of food in 3 hours and lived, but it is not on record. And through it all the guns snarled and roared unheeded, and the flare-bombs shed their fitful glare. Verily, in after years, when men shall foregather, and the talk flows in Epicurean channels, if one there be present who was at Bill's burst, surely his speech shall prevail. February, which had come in with mild weather, lost its temper as it advanced. The days became increasingly cold, and snow fell. The nights were cruel for driving. One night I remember especially. I had responded to a call just back of the line, where I got my blessé, a poor chap shot through the lung. It was snowing, the flakes driving down with a vicious force that stung the eyes and brought tears. In spite of the snow, it was very black, and to show a light meant to draw fire. We crept along, for fear of running into a ditch or colliding with traffic. At kilometre 8, my engine began to miss. I got out and changed plugs, but this did not help much, and we limped along. The opiate given the blessé had begun to wear off, and his groans sounded above the whistling of the wind. Once, in the darkness, I lost the road, going several kilometres out of my way before I realised the error. The engine was getting weaker every minute, but by this time I was out of gun range and able to use a lantern. With the aid of the light I was able to make some repairs, though my hands were so benumbed I could scarcely hold the tools. The car now marched better, and I started ahead. Several times a qui-vive came out of the darkness, to which I ejaculated a startled "Franz!" The snow-veiled clock in Villa's Cotterets showed the hour was half after midnight when we made our way up the choked streets. But the load had come through safely. Uncomfortable as these runs were, and every member of the squad made them, not once but many times, they were what lent fascination to the work. They made us feel that it was worth while, and, however small the way, we were helping. It was about this time that the service was militarized and incorporated into the automobile corps of the French army. Thereafter we were classed as militaires, and wore on our tunics the red-winged symbol of the automobile corps. We were now subject to all the rules and regulations governing regularly enlisted men, with one exception: the duration of our enlistments. We were permitted to enlist for 6-month periods, with optional 3-month extensions, and were not compelled to serve for duration. As incident to the militarization, we received 5 sous a day per man, the pay of the French poilus, and in addition we were entitled to touch certain articles, such as shelter tents, sabots, tobacco, etc. We had already been furnished with steel helmets and gas masks. We were also granted the military franchise for our mail. While at Jalousie, the personnel of the squad changed considerably. The terms of several men having expired, they left, their places being taken by new recruits. Thus Hippo, Bob, Brooke, and Magnum joined us. Nor must I forget to mention another important addition to our number: the puppy mascot, Vic. He was given to us by a tirailleur who, being on the march, could not take care of him, and one of the fellows brought him back to quarters in his pocket. A tiny, soft, white ball, who instantly wriggled himself into the squad's affections. When we got him, he could scarcely toddle, and was never quite certain where his legs would carry him. Yet even then the button, which he fondly believed was a tail, stuck belligerently upright, like a shattered mast from which had been shot the flag. For he, being a child of war, had fear of nothing, no, not gunfire itself, and as he grew older we took him with us on our runs, and he was often under shell fire. He was always at home, in chateau or dugout, always sure of himself, and could tell one of our khaki uniforms a mile away, picking us out of a mob of blue-clad soldiers. Such was Vic, the squad mascot. End of The Sensation of Night Driving by Robert W. Imbrie. Read by NoelBadrian.
Grodeck by Georg Trakl. Read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Grodeck. Am Abend tönen die herzlichen Wälder von tödlichen Waffen. Die goldenen Ebenen und blauen Seen, darüber die Sonne düstre hinrollt, umfängt die Nacht sterbende Krieger, die wilde Klage ihrer zerbrochenen Münder. Doch Stille sammelt in Weidengrund rotes Gewölk, darin ein zürnender Gott wohnt, das vergossene Blut sich mundne kühl. Alle Straßen münden in schwarze Verwesung. Unter goldenem Gezweig der Nacht und Sternen, es schwang der Schwester Schatten durch den schweigenden Hain. Zu grüßen die Geister der Helden, die blutenden Häupter, und leise tönen im Rohr die dunklen Flöten des Herbstes. O stolzere Trauer, ihr ehernen Altäre, die heiße Flamme des Geistes nährt heute ein gewaltiger Schmerz. Die ungeborenen Enkel. End of Grodeck by Georg Trakl. Read by Herman Roskams.
Harvest by John Galsworthy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The sky tonight looks as if a million bright angels were passing. A gleaming cloud mesh drawn across the heaven. One star, very clear, shines beside a full moon, white as the globe campion flower. The wan hills and valleys, the cornstalks, casting each its shadows, the gray bowls of the beeches, all have the remoteness of an ineffable peace. And the past day was so soft, so glamorous, such a hum, such brightness, and the harvest going on. This last year, millions have died with energy but 1/3 spent. Millions more, unripe for death, will yet herald us into the long shades before these shambles cease. Boys born just to be the meat of war, spitted on each other's reddened bayonets, without inkling of guilt or knowledge. To what shall we turn that we may keep sane, watching this green, unripe corn, field on field, being scythed by death for none to eat? There is no solace in the thought death is nothing, save to those who still believe they go straight to paradise. To us who dare not to know the workings of the unknowable, and in our heart of hearts cannot tell what, if anything, becomes of us, to us, the great majority of the modern world, life is valuable, good, a thing worth living out for its natural span. For if it were not, long ere this we should have sat with folded arms, lifting no hand, till the last sighing breath of the human race had whispered itself out into the wind, and a final darkness come, sat like the Hindu yogi, watching the sun and moon a little, and expired. The moon would be as white, and the sun as golden if we were gone. The hills and valleys as mysterious, the beech trees just as they are. Only the stooks of corn would vanish with those who garner them. If life were not good, we should make of ourselves dust indifferently, we human beings, quietly, peacefully, not in murderous horror, reaped by the curving volleys, mown off by rains of shrapnel, and the long yellow scythe of the foul gases. But life is good, and no living thing wishes to die. Even they who kill themselves, despairing, resign out of sheer love of life, out of craving for what they have found too mutilated and starved, out of yearning for their meed of joy, cruelly frustrated. And they who die that others may live are but those in whom the life flame burns so hot and bright that they can feel the life and the longing to live in others as if it were their own, more than their own. Yea, life carries with it a very passion for existence. To what, then, shall we turn that we may keep sane, watching this harvest of two young deaths, the harvest of the brave, whose stooks are raised before us, casting each its shadow in the ironic moonlight? Green corn, green corn. If, having watched these unripe blades reaped off and stacked so pitifully, watched the great dark wagoner clear those unmellowed fields, we let their sacrifice be vain, if we sow not hereafter in a peaceful earth that which shall become harvest more golden than the world has seen, then shame on us, unending, in whatever land we dwell. This harvest night is still, and yet up there the bright angels are passing over the moon. One star. End of Harvest by John Galsworthy. Read by Winston Tharp.
Discours prononcé à la Sorbonne lors du meeting Hommage à l'Arménie par Anatole France. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Il y a 20 ans, lorsque les massacres ordonnés par le sultan Abdul Hamid ensanglantèrent l'Arménie, quelques voix seulement en Europe, quelques voix indignées, protestèrent contre l'égorgement d'un peuple. En France, un très petit nombre d'hommes appartenant aux partis les plus opposés s'unirent pour revendiquer les droits de l'humanité grandement offensés. Vous les connaissez. Jaurès, Denis Cochin, Gabriel Seyeil, Ernest Lavis, Jean Finot, Victor Bérard, Francis de Pressensé, le père Charmetan, Pierre Quillard, Clémenceau, Albert Vandal, quelques autres encore que je m'excuse de ne pas nommer. Le reste demeura muet. Plusieurs se sentaient émus d'une grande pitié, mais comme les malheureux inspirent de l'éloignement à la plupart des hommes, on chercha des torts aux victimes, on leur reprocha leur faiblesse. Quelques-uns, prenant la défense des bourreaux, les montraient châtiant des séditieux ou vengeant les populations turques ruinées par des usuriers chrétiens. D'autres, enfin, voyaient dans ce carnage la main de l'Angleterre ou celle de la Russie. Cependant, malgré les protestations des arménophiles et les représentations timides de quelques puissances, en dépit des promesses du gouvernement turc, la persécution, parfois assourdie et voilée, ne cessait pas. En vain, une révolution de palais changea les chefs de l'Empire. Les jeunes Turcs, parvenus au pouvoir, surpassèrent Abdul Hamid en férocité dans l'organisation des massacres d'Adana. À la longue, les malheurs de ces chrétiens d'Orient lassèrent la pitié. Ils demeuraient incompréhensibles à l'Europe civilisée. Le peuple arménien ne nous était connu que par les coups qui le frappaient. On ignorait tout de lui, son passé, son génie, sa foi, ses espérances. Le sens de son extermination échappait. Il en allait encore ainsi il y a 2 ans. La Grande Guerre éclata. La Turquie s'y comporta comme une vassale de l'Allemagne, et la lumière se fit soudain en France sur l'esprit de l'Arménie et les causes de son martyre. On comprit que la longue lutte inégale du Turc oppresseur et de l'Arménien était, à bien comprendre, la lutte du despotisme, la lutte de la barbarie contre l'esprit de justice et de liberté. Et quand nous vîmes la victime du Turc tourner vers nous, des yeux éteints, où passait une lueur d'espérance, nous comprîmes enfin que c'était notre sœur d'Orient qui mourait, et qui mourait parce qu'elle était notre sœur, et pour le crime d'avoir partagé nos sentiments, d'avoir aimé ce que nous aimons, pensé ce que nous pensons, cru ce que nous croyons, goûté comme nous la sagesse, l'équité, la poésie, les arts. Tel fut son crime inexpiable. Il convient donc, mesdames et messieurs, qu'une assemblée de Français rende à ce peuple, dans sa grande et noble infortune, un solennel hommage. Nous accomplissons ici un devoir sacré. Nous rendons à l'Arménie les honneurs dus moins encore à ses illustres infortunes qu'à la constance avec laquelle elle les a supportés. Nous la louons de cet invisible amour qui l'attache à la civilisation des peuples représentés dans cette salle, à notre civilisation, car l'Arménie est unie à nous par les liens de famille, et comme l'a dit un patriote arménien, elle prolonge en Orient le génie latin. Son histoire, telle que M. Paul Deschanel vient de nous en donner un vigoureux raccourci, se résume dans un effort séculaire pour conserver l'héritage intellectuel et moral de la Grèce et de Rome. Puissante, l'Arménie le défendit par ses armes et ses lois. Vaincue, asservie, elle en garda le culte dans son cœur. L'on peut dire que, en ces heures récentes dont M. Painlevé nous a retracé éloquemment l'horreur, sans exemple, plus de 500 000 Arméniens sont morts pour notre cause, et notre nom sur les lèvres. Ces chrétiens, disent les Turcs, organisaient une vaste insurrection et tendaient la main aux ennemis du croissant. Les assassins ne sauraient légitimer leur crime par cette imputation, mais il est vrai que les Arméniens appelaient de leurs vœux la victoire de la France et des Alliés. Au reste, la destruction de ce peuple qui nous aime était résolue dans les conseils du gouvernement turc. Tout ce qu'il y avait de Samsun à Diyarbakir, de jeunes hommes, de vieillards, de femmes, d'enfants, périt assassiné par ordre du sultan avec la complicité de l'Allemagne. L'Arménie expire, mais elle renaîtra. Le peu de sang qui lui reste est un sang précieux dont sortira une postérité héroïque. Un peuple qui ne veut pas mourir ne meurt pas. Après la victoire de nos armées qui combattent pour la justice et la liberté, les Alliés auront de grands devoirs à remplir. Et le plus sacré de ces devoirs sera de rendre la vie au peuple martyr, à la Belgique, à la Serbie. Alors ils assureront la sûreté et l'indépendance de l'Arménie. Penchés sur elle, ils lui diront « Ma sœur, lève-toi, ne souffre plus. Tu es désormais libre de vivre selon ton génie et ta foi. » End of discours prononcé à la Sorbonne lors du meeting hommage à l'Arménie par Anatole France. Read in French by Herman Roskams.
Chapter 1 of The Blackest Page of Modern History, Events in Armenia in 1915. The Facts and the Responsibilities by Herbert Adams Gibbons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In April 1915, the Ottoman government began to put into execution throughout Turkey a systematic and carefully prepared plan to exterminate the Armenian race. In 6 months, nearly 1 million Armenians have been killed. The number of the victims and the manner of their destruction are without parallel in modern history. In the autumn of 1914, the Turks began to mobilize Christians as well as Muslims for the army. For 6 months, in every part of Turkey, they called upon the Armenians for military service. Exemption money was accepted from those who could pay. A few weeks later, the exemption certificates were disregarded and their holders enrolled. The younger classes of Armenians who did not live too far from Constantinople were placed, as in the Balkan Wars, in the active army. The older ones, and all the Armenians enrolled in the more distant regions, were utilized for road, railway, and fortification building. Wherever they were called, and to whatever task they were put, the Armenians did their duty and worked for the defense of Turkey. They proved themselves brave soldiers and intelligent and industrious labourers. In April 1915, orders were sent out from Constantinople to the local authorities in Asia Minor to take whatever measures were deemed best to paralyse in advance an attempt at rebellion on the part of the Armenians. The orders impressed upon the local authorities that the Armenians were an extreme danger to the safety of the empire, and suggested that national defence demanded imperatively anticipatory severity in order that the Armenians might be rendered harmless. In some places, the local authorities replied that they had observed no suspicious activity on the part of the Armenians, and reminded the government that the Armenians were harmless because they possessed no arms, and because the most vigorous masculine element had already been taken for the army. There are some Turks who have a sense of pity and a sense of shame. But the majority of the Turkish officials responded with alacrity to the hint from Constantinople, and those who did not were very soon replaced. A new era of Armenian massacres began. At first, in order that the task might be accomplished with the least possible risk, the virile masculine Armenian population still left in the cities and villages was summoned to assemble at a convenient place, generally outside the town, and gendarme and police saw to it that the summons was obeyed. None was overlooked. When they had rounded up the Armenian men, they butchered them. This method of procedure was generally feasible in small places. In larger cities it was not always possible to fulfill the orders from Constantinople so simply and promptly. The Armenian notables were assassinated in the streets or in their homes. If it was an interior city, the men were sent off under guard to another town. In a few hours the guard would return without their prisoners. If it was a coast city, the Armenians were taken away in boats outside the harbour to another port. The boats returned astonishingly soon without the passengers. Then, in order to prevent the possibility of trouble from Armenians mobilized for railway and road construction, they were divided in companies of from 300 to 500 and put to work at intervals of several miles. Regiments of the Turkish regular army were sent, quote, to put down the Armenian revolution, end quote, and came suddenly upon the little groups of workers plying pickaxe, crowbar, and shovel. The rebels were riddled with bullets before they knew what was happening. The few who managed to flee were followed by mounted men and shot or sabred. Telegrams began to pour in upon Talat Bey at Constantinople, announcing that here, there, and everywhere Armenian uprisings had been put down, and telegrams were returned congratulating the local officials upon the success of their prompt measures. To neutral newspapermen at Constantinople, to neutral diplomats who had heard vaguely of a recurrence of Armenian massacres, This telegraphic correspondence was shown as proof that an imminent danger had been averted. "We have not been cruel, but we admit having been severe," declared Tharp Bey. "This is wartime." Having thus rid themselves of the active manhood of the Armenian race, the Turkish government still felt uneasy. The old men and boys, the women and children, were an element of danger to the Ottoman Empire. The Armenians must be rooted out of Turkey. But how accomplish this in such a way that the Turkish ambassador at Washington and the German newspapers might be able to say, as they have said and are still saying, "All those who have been killed were of that rebellious element caught red-handed or while otherwise committing traitorous acts against the Turkish government, and not women and children, as some of these fabricated reports would have the Americans believe." Tharp Bey was ready with his plan. Deportation, a regrettable measure, a military necessity, but perfectly humane. From May until October, the Ottoman government pursued methodically a plan of extermination far more hellish than the worst possible massacre. Orders for deportation of the entire Armenian population to Mesopotamia were dispatched to every province of Asia Minor. These orders were explicit and detailed. No hamlet was too insignificant to be missed. The news was given by town criers that every Armenian was to be ready to leave at a certain hour for an unknown destination. There were no exceptions for the aged, the ill, the women in pregnancy. Only rich merchants and bankers and good-looking women and girls were allowed to escape by professing Islam. And let it be said to their everlasting honour that few availed themselves of this means of escape. The time given varied from 2 days to 6 hours. No household goods, no animals, no extra clothing could be taken along. Food supply and bedding was limited to what a person could carry. And they had to go on foot under the burning sun through parched valleys and over snow-covered mountain passes, a journey of from 3 to 8 weeks. When they passed through Christian villages where the deportation order had not yet been received, the travellers were not allowed to receive food or ministrations of any sort. The sick and the aged and the wee children fell by the roadside and did not rise again. Women in childbirth were urged along by bayonets and whips until the moment of deliverance came, and were left to bleed to death. The likely girls were seized for harems or raped day after day by the guards until death came as a merciful release. Those who could committed suicide. Mothers went crazy and threw their children into the river to end their sufferings. Hundreds of thousands of women and children died of hunger, of thirst, of exposure, of shame. The pitiful caravans thinned out, first daily and later hourly. Death became the one thing to be longed for. For how can hope live? How can strength remain, even to the fittest, in a journey that has no end? And if they turned to right or left from that road to hell, they were shot or speared. Kurds and mounted peasants hunted down those who succeeded in escaping the roadside guards. They are still putting down the Armenian Revolution out there in Asia Minor. I had just written the above paragraph when an English woman whom I have known for many years came to my home. She left Adana in Cilicia only a month ago. Her story is the same as that of 100 others. I have the identical facts, one eyewitness testimony corroborating the other, from American, English, German, and Swiss sources. This English woman said to me, quote, "The deportation is still going on. From the interior along the Baghdad railway, they are still being sent through Adana on the journey of death. As far as the railway exists, it is being used to hurry the work of extermination faster than the caravans from the regions where there are no railways. Oh, if they would only massacre them and be done with it, as in the Hamidian days. I stood there at the Adana railway station, and from the carriages the women would hold up their children and cry for water. They had got beyond a desire for bread. Only water. There was a pump. I went down on my knees to beg the Turkish guard to let me give them a drink, but the train moved on, and the last I heard was the cry of those lost souls. That was not once. It was almost every day the same thing. Did Lord Bryce say 800,000? Well, it must be 1 million now. Could you conceive of human beings allowing wild animals to die a death like that? End quote. But the Turkish ambassador in Washington declares that these stories are fabrications and that no women and children have been killed. End of Chapter 1 of The Blackest Page of Modern History, Events in Armenia in 1915, by Herbert Adams Gibbons. Read by Ruth Golding.
Letters of a Soldier, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. December 30, 1914. Your Christmas letter came last night. Perhaps in this very hour when I am writing to you, mine of the same day is reaching you. At that time, in spite of the risk, I was enjoying all the beauty, but today, I confess, it is poisoned for me by what we hear of the last slaughter. On the 26th we were made to remain on duty, in positions occupied only at night as a rule. Our purely defensive position was lucky that day, for we were exposed only to slight artillery fire. But on our right a regiment of our division, in one of the terrible emplacements of October 14th, received an awful punishment, of which the inconclusive result cost several hundred lives. Here in our great village, where our kind hostess knew as we did the victims, all is sadness. Same day. Nothing attacks the soul. The torture can certainly be very great, especially the apprehension, but questions coming from the distance can be silenced by acceptation of what is close. The weather is sweet and soft, and nature is indifferent. The dead will not spoil the spring. And then, once the horror of the moment is over, when one sees its place taken by only the memory of those who have gone, there is a kind of sweetness in the thought of what really exists. In these solemn woods one realizes the inanity of sepulchres and the pomp of funerals. The souls of the brave have no need of all that. 4 o'clock. I have just finished the 4th portrait, a lieutenant in my company. He is delighted. Daylight fades. I send you my thoughts full of cheerfulness, hope, and wisdom. January 3rd, 1915. Yesterday, after the first satisfaction of finding myself freed from manual work, I contemplated my stripes, and I felt some humiliation, because instead of the great anonymous superiority of the ordinary soldier, which had put me beyond all military valuation, I had now the distinction of being a low number in military rank. But then I felt that each time I looked at my little bits of red wool, I should remember my social duty, a duty which my leaning towards individualism makes me forget only too often. So I knew I was still free to cultivate my soul, having this final effort to demand of it. January 4th. I am writing to you at the entrance to an underground passage which leads under the enemy emplacement. My little job is to look out for the safety of the sappers, who are hollowing out and supporting and consolidating an excavation about 12 metres deep already. To get to this place we have to plunge into mud up to our thighs, but during the 8 hours we spend here we are sheltered by earthworks several metres thick. I have 6 men, with whom I have led an existence of sleeplessness and privation for 3 days. This is the benefit I derive from the joyful event of my new status. But, as a matter of fact, I am glad to take part in these trials again. Besides, in a few days the temporary post which I held before may be given to me altogether. Horrible weather, and to make matters worse, I burnt an absolutely new boot, and am soaking wet like the others, but in excellent health. Dear, I am now going to sleep a little. January 13. I hope that when you think of me, you will have in mind all those who have left everything behind, their family, their surroundings, their whole social environment, all those of whom their nearest and dearest think only in the past, saying, "We once had a brother who many years ago withdrew from this world, we know nothing of his fate." Then I, feeling that you too have abandoned all human attachment, will walk freely in this life, closed to ordinary relations. I don't regret my new rank. It has brought me many troubles, but a great deal of experience, and, as a matter of fact, some ameliorations. So I want to continue to live as fully as possible in this moment, and that will be all the easier for me if I can feel that you have brought yourself to the idea that my present life cannot in any way be lost. I did not tell you enough what pleasure the revues hebdomadaires gave me. I found some extracts from that speech on Lamartine which I am passionately fond of. Circumstances led this poet to give to his art only the lowest place. Life in general closed him round, imposing on his great heart a more serious and immediate task than that which awaited his genius. February 2. Dear Mother, I go on with this letter in the billet, where the great worry of accumulated work fills up the void which melancholy would make her own. Dark days have come upon me, and nothingness seems the end of all, whereas all that is in my being had assured me of the plenitude of the universe. Yes, devotion, not to individuals, but to the social idea of brotherhood, sustains me still. Oh, what a magnificent example is to be found in Jesus and in the poor! That righteous aristocrat, showing by his abhorrent task the infinite obligation of altruistic duty, and teaching, above all, that no return of gratitude should be demanded. To my experience of men and things I owe this tranquillity of expecting nothing from anyone. Thus duty takes an abstract form, deprived of a human object. An unspeakable sunrise today. Another spring draws near. I want to tell you about our 3 days in the first line. Snow and frost. We went down the slopes leading to our emplacement in the village. The night was then so beautiful that it moved the heart of every soldier to see it. I could never say enough about the fine delicacy of this country. How can I explain to you the chiselled effect allied to the dreamlike mists with the moon soaring above? For 3 days my night service took me straight to the heart of this purity, this whiteness. Tarnished goldwork of the trees, and in spite of the mist, many colours, rose and blue. These are the hours of such beauty that those who take them to themselves can hardly die. I was well in front of the first lines, and never did I feel better protected. This morning when I came, a pink and green sunrise over the blue and rosy snow, the open country marked with woods and covered fields, far off the distance in which the silvery Meuse fades away. Oh, beauty, in spite of all! February 11. It may possibly be a great intended privilege for our generation to be a witness of these horrors, but what a terrible price to pay! Well, faith, eternal faith, is over all. Faith in an evolution, an order beyond our human patience. In such hours as these one must perforce take refuge in the extra-human principle of sacrifice. It is impossible for mere humanity to go further. Let go all poor human hope. Seek something beyond. Perhaps you have already found it. As for me, I feel myself unworthy in such days to be anything more than a memory. I picked some flowers in the mud. Keep them in remembrance of me. Courage through all, courage in spite of all. February 13. Beloved, after the days of tears and of rebellion of the heart that have so shaken me, I pull myself together again to say, Thy will be done. So, according to the power and the measure of my faculties, I would be he who to the very end never despaired of his share in the building of the temple. I would be the workman who, knowing full well that his scaffolding will give way, and who has no hope of safety, goes on with his stone carving of decoration on the cathedral front. Decoration! I am not one who will ever be able to lift the blocks of stone. But there are others for that job. Yes, I am getting back into a little quiet thinking. The equable tranquillity I had hoped for is not yet mine, but I have occasional glimpses of that region of peace and light in which all things, even our love, is renewed and transfigured. I am now at the foot of a peaked hill, where nature has brought the loveliest lines of design together. Man is hunting man, and in a moment they will be locked in fight. Meanwhile the lark is rising. Even as I write, a strange serenity possesses me, something extraordinary comfort, be it a human quality, be it a revelation from on high. All around me men are asleep. February 19. One word only. We are in the hands of God. Never, never have we so needed the wisdom of confidence. Death prevails, but it does not reign. Life is still noble. Friends of mine killed and wounded yesterday and the day before. Dearest, our messengers may be greatly delayed. February 22. We are in billets after the great battle, and this time I saw it all. I did my duty, I know that by the feeling of my men for me. But the best are dead. Bitter loss. This heroic regiment. We gained our object. Will write more at length. February 22. Dearest beloved mother, I will tell you about the goodness of God and the horror of these things. The heaviness of heart that weighed me down this month and a half past was for the coming anguish to be undergone in these last 20 days. We reached the scene of the action on the 17th. The preparations ceased to interest me. I was all expectation of the event. It broke out at 3 o'clock, the explosion of 7 mines under the enemy's trenches. It was like a distant thunder. Next, 500 guns created the hell into which we leapt. Night was coming on when we established ourselves in the positions we had taken. All that night I was actively at work for the security of our men who had not suffered much. I had to cover great tracts, over which were scattered the wounded and the dead of both sides. My heart yearned over them, but I had nothing better than words to give them. In the morning we were driven with serious loss back to our previous positions, but in the evening we attacked again. We retook our whole advance. Here again I did my duty. In my advance I got the sword of an officer who surrendered. After that I placed my men for guarding our ground. The captain ordered me to his side, and I gave him the plan of our position. He was telling me of his decision to have me mentioned, when he was killed before my eyes. Briefly, under the frightful fire of those 3 days I organised and kept going the work of supplying cartridges. In this job 5 of my men were wounded. Our losses are terrible, those of the enemy greater still. You cannot imagine, beloved mother, what man will do against man. For 5 days my shoes have been slippery with human brains. I have walked among lungs, among entrails. The men eat, what little they have to eat, at the side of the dead. Our regiment was heroic. We have no officers left. They all died as brave men. 2 good friends, one of them a fine model of my own for one of my last pictures, are killed. That was one of the terrible incidents of the evening. A white body splendid under the moon. I lay down near him. The beauty of things awoke again for me. At last, after 5 days of horror that lost us 1,200 men, we were ordered back from the scene of abomination. The regiment has been mentioned in dispatches. Dear mother, how shall I ever speak of the unspeakable things I have had to see? But how shall I ever tell of the certainties this tempest has made clear to me? Duty, effort. February 23. Dearest beloved mother, a 2nd day in billets. Tomorrow we go to the front. Darling, I can't write today. Let us draw ever nearer to the eternal. Let us remain devoted to our duty. I know how your thoughts fly to meet mine, and I turn mine towards the happiness of wisdom. Let us take courage. Let me be brave among these young dead men, and be you brave in readiness. God is over us. February 26. Dear mother, here we are again upon the battlefield. We have climbed the hill from which it would be better to praise the glory of God than to condemn the horrors of men. Innumerable dead at the setting out of our march, but they grow fewer, leaving here and there some poor stray body the colour of clay. A painful encounter. Our losses are what are called serious in dispatches. At all events I can assure you that our men are admirable, and their resignation is heroic. All deplore this infamous war, but nearly all feel that the fulfilment of a hideous duty is the one only thing that justifies the horrible necessity of living at such a time as this. Dear mother, I cannot write more. The plain is settling to sleep under colours of violet and rose. How can things be so horrible? February 28. Dearest beloved mother, and dear beloved grandmother, I am writing to you, having just struggled out of a most appalling nightmare, and out of Dantesque scenes that I have lived through. Things that Gustave Doré had the courage to picture through the text of the Divina Commedia have come to pass with all the variety and circumstance of fact. In the midst of labours that happily tend to deaden one's feelings, I have been able to gather the better fruits of pain. On the 24th, in the evening, we returned to our positions, from which the more hideous of the traces of battle had been partly removed. Only a few places were still scattered with fragments of men that were taking on the semblance of that clay to which they were returning. The weather was fine and cold, and the heights we had gained brought us into the very sky. The immensities appeared only as lights, the higher light a brilliance of stars, the lower light a glow of fires. The frightful bombardment with which the Germans overwhelm us is really a waste of fireworks. I lay in a dugout from which I could follow the moon and watch for daybreak. Now and again a shell crumbled the soil about me and deafened me. Then silence came again upon the frozen earth. I have paid the price. I have paid dearly, but I have had moments of solitude that were full of God. I really think I have tried to adapt myself to my work, for, as I told you, I am proposed for the rank of sergeant and for mention in dispatches. Oh, but dearest mother, this war is long, too long for men who had something else to do in the world. What you tell me of the kind feeling there is for me in Paris gives me pleasure, but am I not to be brought out of this for a better kind of usefulness? Why am I so sacrificed when so many others, not my equals, are spared? Yet I had something worth doing to do in the world. Well, if God does not intend to take away this cup from me, his will be done. March 5. I wish I could recover in myself the extreme sensibilities I felt before the fiery trial, so that I might describe for you the colours and the aspects of the drama we have passed through. But just now I am in a state of numbness, pleasant enough in itself, yet apt to hinder my vision of things present and my forecasts of things to come. I have to make an effort to keep hold of eternal and essential things. Perhaps I shall succeed in time. And yet certain sights on the wasted field of war had so noble a lesson, a teaching so persuasive, that I should love to share with you the great certainties of those days. How harmonious is death within the natural soil! How admirable is the manner of man's return to the substance of his mother earth, compared with the poverty of funeral ceremonial! Yesterday I thought of those poor dead as forsaken things, but I had been present at the burial of an officer, and it seems to me that nature is more compassionate than man. Yes, indeed, the soldier's death is close to natural things. It is a frank horror, a horror that does not attempt to cheat the law of violence. I often passed close to bodies that were gradually passing into the clay, and their change seemed more comforting than the cold and unchanging aspect of the tombs of town cemeteries. From our life in the open we have gained a freedom of conception, an amplitude of thought and of habit, which will for ever make cities horrible and artificial to those who survive the war. Dear mother, I write but ill of things that I have greatly felt. Let us seek refuge in the peace of spring and in the treasure of the present moment. March 7. Dearest beloved mother, I am filling up the idleness of this morning. I am rejoicing in the clear waters of the Meuse that give life to dales and gardens. The play of the current over weeds and pebbles makes a soothing sight for my tired eyes, and expresses the calm life of this big village that is sheltered by the Meuse hills. The church here is thronged with soldiers who possess, as I do, a definite intuition of the ideal, but who seek it by more stated and less immediate means. I am to board for a fortnight in the house in which, nearly 2 months ago, our joyous company used to meet. Today I have seen the tears of those same friends, weeping to hear of the wounded and the dead. I received your sleeping sack, which is quite right. I am worried with rheumatism, which has spoilt many of my nights in billets these 2 months past. Darling mother, here is a calm in the noise of that barrack life which must now be ours. As there are none here but non-commissioned officers, they are all ordered to hard jobs, and I shall renew my acquaintance with brooms and burdens. We have been warned, we shall have to work with our hands, and so we learn to direct others. Soft weather after rain, bells in the evening, flowing waters singing under the bridges, trees settling to sleep. March 22. A splendid sun. Looking on it, one is amazed to see the world at war. Spring has come in triumph. It has surprised mankind in the act of hatred, in the act of outrage upon creation. The dispatches tell us little, fortunately, of what is happening. Being now these 21 days away from the front, I find it difficult to reaccustom myself to the thought of the monstrous things going on there. Indeed, dear mother, I know that your life and mine have had but one object, one aim, and that even in the time we are passing through, we have never lost sight of it, but have constantly tried to draw nearer. Therefore our lives may not have been altogether useless. This is the only thought to comfort an ambitious soul, to forecast the influence and the consequences of its acts. I believe that if longer life had been granted me, I should never have relaxed in my purpose. Having no certainty but that of the present, I have tried to put myself to the best use. March 25. Here I am, living this life in the earth again. I found the very hole that I left last month. Nothing has been done while I was away. A formidable attack was attempted, but it failed. The regiments ordered to engage had neither our dash nor our perfect steadiness under fire. They succeeded only in getting themselves cut to pieces, and in bringing upon us the most atrocious bombardment that ever was. It seems the action before this was nothing to be compared with it. My company lost a great many men by the aerial bombs. These projectiles measure 1 metre in height and 27 centimetres in diameter. They describe a high curve and fall vertically, exploding in the narrowest passages. We are several metres deep underground. Pleasant weather. At night we go to the surface for our hard work. Dearest, I wanted to say a heap of things about our joys, but some of them are best left quiet, unawakened. All coarse common pleasure would frighten them away. They might die. I am writing again after a sleep. We get all the sleep we can in our dugouts. I had a pile of thoughts that fatigue prevents my putting in order, but I remember that I evoked Beethoven. I am now precisely at the age he had reached when disaster came upon him, and I admired his great example, his energies at work in spite of suffering. The impediment must have seemed to him as grave as what is before me seems to us, but he conquered. To my mind, Beethoven is the most magnificent of human translations of the creative power. I am writing badly, for I am still asleep. How easy, how kind were all the circumstances of my return. I left the house alone, but passing a battery of artillery, I was accosted by the non-commissioned officers with offers of the most friendly hospitality. The artillery are devoted to the 10th, for we defend them, and as the good fellows are not even exposed to the rain, they pity us exceedingly. I must close abruptly, loving you for your courage that so sustains me. Whatever happens, I have recovered joy. The night I came was so lovely. March 26. Dearly beloved Mother, nothing new in our position. The organising goes on. Interesting, but not easy work. The fine weather prospers it. Now and again our pickaxes come upon a poor dead man whom the war harasses even in his grave. March 28. On the heights. A grey Sunday, weather broken by yesterday's bombardment. We are again in full fight. A great attack from our side has repeated the carnage of last week. My company, which was cut up in the last assault, was spared this time. We had nothing to do but occupy a sector of the defence, so we got only splashes of the fighting. On the loveliest Saturday of this spring, I had a distant view of the battle. I saw the crawling beast that a battalion looks like, twisting as it advances under the smoke of the guns. The chasseurs à pied go forward, in spite of the machine guns and the bombardment, French and German. These fine fellows did what they had to do in spite of all, and have made amends for the check we had last week when our attack was a failure. For a month past I have been living Raffat's lithographs, with this difference, that in his time one could be an eyewitness in comparative safety at the distance where I stood, for the guns of those days did not shoot far. But I saw fine things in that great plain beneath our heights, 100,000 fires of bursting shells, and the chasseurs climbing. Sunday, March 28. Second letter. Dear Mother, radiant weather rose this morning. I have been a long way over our sector, and now the bombardment begins again and grows. And still I turn my thoughts to hope. Whatever happens, I pray for wisdom for you and for me. Dearest, I feel at times how easy it would be to turn again to those pursuits that were once the charm and interest of my life. At times I catch myself in this lovely spring, so bent upon painting that I mourn because I paint no more. But I compel myself to master all the resources of my will, and to keep them to the difficult straits of this life. April 1st. A sun that lays bare the lovely youth of the spring. The stream of the Meuse runs through this rich and comely village, which the echoes of the cannonade reach only as a dull thud, their meaning lost. We have had to change again, as the reinforcements are arriving in such numbers that our places are wanted. And it is always our regiment that has to turn out. But today all is freshness and light. The great rich plain that is edged by the Meuse uplands has its distance all invested in the tenderest silver tones. I am pleased with Gabriel's letter. It shows me what things will be laid upon the heart of France when these events are at an end. A touching letter from Pierre, cured at last of his terrible wound. A splendid letter from grandmother. How she longs for our meeting again. I cannot speak of it. I finished this letter by the waterside, recalling with delight the joys I used to have in painting. Before me are the sparkling rays of spring. April 3rd, postcard. Only a word from the second line. We are in the spring woods, sun and rain at play in the sky. Courage through all. April 3rd, second letter. I wish I had written you better letters in these days, every minute of which has been sweet to me, even when we were in the front line. But I confess that I was satisfied just to let myself live in the beauty of the days, serene days in spite of the clamours of war. We know nothing of what is to happen, but there is more movement coming and going. Shall we have to bear the shock again? Think what it was for us when we were last in the front line, to have to spend whole days in the dugout that the odious bombardment had compelled us to hollow out of the hillside 10 metres deep. There, in complete darkness, night was awaited for the chance to get out. But once my fellow non-commissioned officers and I began humming the 9 symphonies of Beethoven. I cannot tell what thrill woke those notes within us. They seemed to kindle great lights in the cave. We forgot the Chinese torture of being unable to lie or sit or stand. The life of a sergeant in billets is really quite pleasant, but I take no advantage. As to the front, I hope Providence will give me strength of heart to do my duty there to the very end. A good friend of mine, who is my section chief, has been appointed adjutant to our company. This is all trivial enough, but, dearest, I am in a rather feeble state. I was not well after the events of last month, so I let myself glide over the gentle slopes of my life. Suppose one comes to skirt a precipice. May Providence keep us away from the edge. April 4. Darling Mother, a time of anxious waiting, big with the menace of near things. Meanwhile, however, idleness and quiet. I am not able to think, and I give myself up to my fate. Beloved, don't find fault with me if for a month past I have been below the mark. Love me and tell our friends to love me. Did you get my photograph? It was taken at the fortunate time of our position here, when we were having peaceful days with no immediate enemy except the cold. A few days later I was made corporal, and my life became hard enough, burdened with very ungrateful labours. After that, the storm, and the lights of that storm are still bright in my life. April 4, evening of Easter Sunday. Dear Mother, we are again in the immediate care of God. At 2 o'clock we march towards the storm. Beloved, I think of you. I think of you both. I love you, and I entrust the 3 of us to the providence of God. May everything that happens find us ready. In the full power of my soul I pray for this on your behalf, on mine. Hope through all, but before else wisdom and love. I kiss you without more words. All my mind is now set upon the hard work to be done. April 5, 1 o'clock a.m. Dear Mother and dear Grandmother, we are off. Courage, wisdom and love. Perhaps all this is ordained for the good of all. I can but send you my whole love. My life is lived in you alone. April 5, towards noon. Dear Mother, we are now to be put to the proof. Up to this moment there has been no sign that mercy was failing us. It is for us to strive to deserve it. This afternoon we shall need all our resolution, and we shall have to call upon the supreme wisdom for help. Dear beloved Mother, dear Grandmother, I wish I could still have the delight of getting your letters. Let us pray that we may be strengthened even in what is before us now. Dear darling, once more all my love for you both. Your son. April 6, noon. Dear beloved Mother, it is midday, and we are at the forward position in readiness. I send you my whole love. Whatever comes to pass, life has had its beauty. Editor's note. It was in the fight of this day, April 6, that the writer of these letters disappeared. End of Letters of a Soldier by Anonymous.
Mary Louise and the Liberty Girls by Edith Van Dyne. Chapter 3. The Liberty Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. The Liberty Girls. An hour later 6 girls met at the home of Elora Jones, who lived with her father in a fine mansion across the street from Colonel Hathaway's residence. These girls were prepared to work, and worked diligently under the leadership of Mary Louise, for they had been planning and discussing this event for several days, patiently awaiting the word to start their campaign. "Some girls," said Mary Louise, "are knitting, and that's a good thing to do, in a way. Others are making pajamas and pillows for the Red Cross, and that's also an admirable thing to do. But our duty lies on a higher plane, for we're going to get money to enable Uncle Sam to take care of our soldier boys." "Do you think we can make people buy bonds?" asked little Laura Hilton, with a trace of doubt in her voice. Mary Louise gave her a severe look. "We not only can, but we shall make people buy," she replied. "We shall ask them very prettily, and they cannot refuse us. We've all been loaded to the brim with arguments, if arguments are necessary, but we haven't time to gossip with folks. A whole lot of money must be raised, and there's a short time to do it in." "Seems to me," remarked Edna Barlow earnestly, "we're wasting time just now. Let's get busy." "Well, get on your costumes, girls," suggested Elora Jones. "They're all here in this big box, and the banners are standing in the hall. It's after 9 now, and by 10 o'clock we must all be at work." They proceeded to dress themselves in the striking costumes they had secretly prepared: a blue silk waist with white stars scattered over it, a red and white striped skirt, the stripes running from waistband to hem, a Goddess of Liberty cap, and white canvas shoes. Attired in this fashion, the Liberty Girls, as they had dubbed themselves, presented a most attractive and patriotic appearance, and as they filed out through the hall each seized a handsome silken banner, gold fringed, which bore the words, "Buy bonds of Dorfield's Liberty Girls." "Now then," said Mary Louise, "we have each been allotted a certain district in the business part of the city, for which we are individually responsible. Each one knows what she is expected to do. Let no one escape. If any man claims to have already bought bonds, make him buy more. And remember, we're all to meet at my house at 1 o'clock for luncheon and to report progress." A block away they secured seats in a street car, and a few minutes thereafter reached the Four Corners, the intersection of the two principal streets of Dorfield. But on the way they had sold old Jonathan Dodd, who happened to be in the car and was overawed by the display of red, white, and blue, $200 worth of bonds. As for old man Dodd, he realized he was trapped, and bought his limit with a sigh of resignation. As they separated at the Four Corners, each to follow her appointed route, many surprised, if not startled, citizens regarded the Liberty Girls with approving eyes. They were pretty girls, all of them, and their silken costumes were really becoming. The patriots gazed admiringly; the more selfish citizens gave a little shiver of dismay and scurried off to escape meeting these aggressive ones, whose gorgeous banners frankly proclaimed their errand. Mary Louise entered the bank on the corner and made inquiry for Mr. Jaswell, the president. "We're off at last, sir," she said, smiling at his bewildered looks, "and we girls are determined to make the Dorfield people do their full duty. May we depend on your bank to fulfill your promises, and carry those bond buyers who wish to make time payments?" "To be sure, my dear," replied the banker. "I'd no idea you young ladies were to wear uniforms. But you certainly look fascinating, if you're a fair sample of the others, and I don't see how anyone can refuse to back up our girls in their patriotic drive. God bless you, Mary Louise, and help you to achieve your noble object." There were many offices in the building above the bank, and the girl visited every one of them. Her appearance, garbed in the national colours and bearing her banner, was a sign of conquest, for it seemed to these busy men as if Uncle Sam himself was backing this crusade, and all their latent patriotism was stirred to the depths. So they surrendered at discretion and signed for the bonds. Mary Louise was modest and sweet in demeanour; her pleas were as pleasant as they were persuasive; there was nothing virulent or dominant in her attitude. But when she said, "Really, Mr. So-and-so, you ought to take more bonds than that. You can afford it, and our country needs the money," the argument was generally effective, and when she had smilingly pinned the bond button on a man's coat and passed on to interview others, she left him wondering why he had bought more bonds than he ever had intended to, or even provoked with himself that he had subscribed at all. These were the people who had generally resisted all former pleadings of the regular committee, and had resolved to ignore the bond sale altogether. But perhaps their chagrin was equalled by their satisfaction in having been won over by a pretty girl, whose manner and appearance were alike irresistible. The men of Dorfield are a fair sample of men everywhere. At this period the full meaning of the responsibilities we had assumed in this tremendous struggle was by no means fully realized. The war was too far away, and life at home was still running in its accustomed grooves. They could not take the European war to themselves, nor realize that it might sweep away their prosperity, their liberties, even their homes. Fear had not yet been aroused, pity for our suffering and hard-pressed allies was still lightly considered, the war had not struck home to the hearts of the people as it has since. I doubt if even Mary Louise fully realized the vital importance of the work she had undertaken. When the Liberty Girls met at Colonel Hathaway's for a light luncheon, their eyes were sparkling with enthusiasm and their cheeks rosy from successful effort. Their individual sales varied, of course, for some were more tactful in winning than others, but all had substantial results to report. "We've taken Dorfield by storm!" was their exultant cry. "Altogether," said Mary Louise, figuring up the amounts, "we've sold $32,000 worth of bonds this morning. That's encouraging for 3 hours' work, but it's not enough to satisfy us. We must put in a busy afternoon and try to get a total of at least 100,000 by tonight. Tomorrow we must do better than that. Work as late as you can, girls, and at 8 o'clock we will meet again at Alora's house and compare results." The girls needed no urging to resume their work, for already they had gained confidence in their ability, and were inspired to renewed effort. Mary Louise had optimistic plans for that afternoon's work. She first visited the big flour mill, where she secured an interview with Mr. Chisholm, the president and general manager. "We can't buy bonds," he said peevishly. "Our business is being ruined by the high price of wheat and the absurd activities of Hoover. We stand to operate at a loss or else shut down altogether. The government ought to pay us compensation instead of asking us to contribute to the war." "However, if we fail to win the war," Mary Louise quietly replied, "your enormous investment here will become worthless. Isn't it better to lose a little now, for the sake of future winnings, than to sacrifice the past and future and be reduced to poverty? We're asking you to save yourself from threatened danger, the national calamity that would follow our defeat in this war." He sat back in his chair and looked at the girl in amazement. She was rather young to have conceived such ideas. "Well, there's time enough to consider all that," he said, less gruffly. "You'll have to excuse me now, Miss Burrows. I'm busy." But Mary Louise kept her seat and redoubled her arguments, which were logical and straight to the point. Mr. Chisholm's attitude might have embarrassed her had she been pleading a personal favor, but she felt she was the mouthpiece of the President, of the nation, of world-wide democracy, and would not allow herself to feel annoyed. She devoted 3/4 of an hour to Mr. Chisholm, who gradually thawed in her genial sunshine. She finally sold him $50,000 worth of Liberty bonds, and went on her way elated. The regular bond committee had labored for weeks with this stubborn man, who managed one of the largest enterprises in Dorfield, yet they had signally failed to convince him or to induce him to subscribe $1. The girl had succeeded in less than an hour, and sold him exactly the amount he should have bought. The mill subscription was a powerful leverage with which to pry money from other reluctant ones. Stacks, Selim & Stacks, the big department store heretofore resisting all appeals, bought from Mary Louise's bonds to the amount of $25,000. The Dennis Hardware Company took $10,000. Then Mary Louise met her first serious rebuff. She went into Silas Herring's wholesale grocery establishment and told Mr. Herring she wanted to sell him bonds. "This is outrageous!" cried Herring indignantly. "When the men can't rob us or force us back to England in her selfish schemes, they set girls on us to wheedle us out of money we've honestly earned. This hold-up game won't work, I assure you, and I advise you to get into more respectable business. My money is mine, it doesn't belong to the Allies, and they won't get a cent of it." He was getting more angry as he proceeded in his harangue. "Moreover," he continued, "our weak administration can't use me to help it out of the hole it has foolishly stumbled into, or make America the cat's paw to pull British chestnuts out of the fire. You ought to be ashamed, Miss Burrows, to lend yourself to such unpatriotic methods of bulldozing honest citizens." Mary Louise was distressed but undaunted. The man was monstrously wrong, and she knew it. Sitting in Mr. Herring's private office at the time were Professor John Dyer, the superintendent of Dorfield schools, and the Honourable Andrew Duncan, a leading politician, a former representative and now one of the county supervisors. The girl looked at Professor Dyer, whom she knew slightly, and said pleadingly, "Won't you defend our administration and our country, Mr. Dyer?" He smiled deprecatingly, but did not speak. He was a tall, lean man, quite round-shouldered and of studious appearance. He wore double eyeglasses, underneath which his eyes were somewhat watery. The smile upon his thin features was a stationary one, not as if assumed, but moulded with the features and lacking geniality. It was the Honourable Andrew Duncan who answered the Liberty Girl. "The difference between Mr. Herring and 80% of the American people," said he, in stilted, pompous tones, "is that our friend Herring unwisely voices his protest, while the others merely think, and consider it the part of wisdom to say nothing." "I don't believe that," cried Mary Louise indignantly. "The American people are loyal to their president. There may be a few traitors, we're gradually discovering them, but—" "I'm busy," Herring interrupted her, scowling, and swung his chair so that his back was toward her. "You won't be busy long if you keep talking that way," predicted the girl. "Tut, tut," said the Honourable Andrew, warningly. "Your threats, young lady, are as unwise as Mr. Herring's speech." "But they carry more weight," she asserted stoutly. "Do you think any grocerman in Dorfield would buy goods of Mr. Herring if he knew him to be disloyal in this, our country's greatest crisis? And they're going to know it, if I have to visit each one and tell him myself what Mr. Herring has said." A tense, if momentary silence followed, broken by the professor, who now said in his smooth, unctuous way, "Mr. Herring's blunt expression of his sentiments was not intended for other ears than ours, I'm sure. In confidence one may say many things to friends which he would prefer to withhold from an indiscriminating public. We are well assured, indeed, that Mr. Herring is a loyal American, with America's best interests at heart, but he does not regard our present national activities as leniently as we do. I have been endeavouring, in my humble way, to change his attitude of mind." Here Herring swung around and looked at the speaker stolidly. "And though I admit he is a bit obstinate, I venture to assure you, Miss Burrows, that Silas Herring will stand by the Stars and Stripes as long as there is a shred of our banner to wave in the breeze of freedom, justice, and democracy." A cynical smile gradually settled on the grocer's stern face. The Honourable Andrew was smiling with undisguised cheerfulness. "We are all loyal, thoroughly loyal," said the latter. "I've bought some Liberty bonds already, my girl, but you can put me down for $100 more. We must support our country in every possible way, with effort, with money, with our flesh and blood. I have no children, but my 2 nephews and a second cousin are now in France." "For my part," added Professor Dyer, "I have hesitated as to how much of my meagre salary I can afford to spend, but I think I can handle $500 worth." "Thank you," said Mary Louise, somewhat puzzled by these offers. "It isn't like risking the money, it's a solid investment in the best securities in the world." "I know," returned the professor, nodding gravely, "but I'm not thinking of that. I'm a poor man, as you probably know, but what I have is at my country's disposal, since it's evident that my country needs it." "Doesn't that shame you, sir?" asked Mary Louise brightly, as she turned to Silas Herring. "You're a business man, and they say, although I confess I doubt it, that you're a loyal American. You can convince me of the fact by purchasing a liberal share of bonds. Then I can forget your dreadful words. Then I can carry to everyone the news that you've made a splendid investment in Liberty bonds. Even if you honestly think the administration has been at fault, it won't do any good to grumble. We're in this war, sir, and we've got to win it, that you and every other American may enjoy prosperity and freedom. How much shall I say that you have subscribed, Mr. Herring?" He studied her face, his expression never changing. Mary Louise wondered if he could read her suspicion and dislike of him, despite her efforts to smother those feelings in the cause of liberty. Then Herring looked at Professor Dyer, who stood meekly, with downcast eyes. Next the grocer gazed at the supervisor, who smiled in a shrewd way, and gave a brief nod. Mr. Herring frowned. He drummed nervously with his fingers on his mahogany desk. Then he reached for his cheque-book, and with grim deliberation wrote a cheque and handed it to Mary Louise. "You've won, young lady," he admitted. "I'm too good an American to approve what has been done down at Washington, but I'll help keep our flag waving, as the professor suggests. When we've won our war, and of course we shall win, there will be a day of reckoning for every official who is judged by our citizens to have been disloyal, however high his station. Good afternoon." The first impulse of Mary Louise was to crumple up the cheque and throw it in the man's face, to show her resentment of his base insinuations. But as she glanced at the cheque she saw it was for $10,000, and that meant sinews of war, help for our soldiers and our allies. She couldn't thank the man, but she bowed coldly and left the private office. Professor Dyer accompanied her, and at the outer door he said to the girl, "Silas Herring's heart is in the right place, as you see by his generous cheque. Of course he might have bought more bonds than that, as he is very wealthy, but he's an obstinate man, and it is a triumph for our sacred cause that he was induced to buy it all. You're doing noble work, my child, and I admire you for having undertaken the task. If I can be of service to you, pray command me." "Urge everyone you meet to buy bonds," suggested Mary Louise.
She did not care to discuss Silas Herring. "I'll do that indeed," promised the school superintendent. But as he watched her depart there was a queer expression on his lean face that it was well Mary Louise did not see.
End of Mary Louise and the Liberty Girls, Chapter 3, by Edith Van Dyne.
Chapter 5 of Many Fronts. The Passing of a Zeppelin, by Louis R. Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Passing of a Zeppelin. In the year that had gone by since the first great air raid on London, we knew that much had been done in the way of strengthening the defenses. Just what had been done, we did not, of course, and do not know. We knew that there were more and better guns and searchlights, and probably greatly improved means of anticipating the coming of the raiders and of following and reporting their movements after they did come. At the same time, we also knew that the latest Zeppelin had been greatly improved, that it was larger, faster, capable of ascending to a greater altitude, and probably able to stand more and heavier gunfire than its prototype of a year ago. It seemed to be a question, therefore, of whether or not the guns could range the raiders, and, if so, do them any vital damage when they did hit them. The aeroplane was an unknown quantity, and, in the popular mind at least, not seriously reckoned with. London knew that the crucial test would not come until an airship tried again to penetrate to the heart of the metropolitan area, and awaited the result calmly, if not quite indifferently. The Zeppelin raids of the spring and early summer, numerous as they had been, had done a negligible amount of military damage and scarcely more to civil property. The death list, too, had, mercifully, been very low. It seemed significant, however, that the main London defenses had been avoided during all of this time, indicating apparently that the raiders were reluctant to lift the lid of the Pandora's box that was laid out so temptingly before them for fear of the possible consequences. Twice or thrice, watching with my glasses after I had been awakened by distant bomb explosions or gunfire, I had seen a shell-pocketed airship draw back as a yellow dog refuses the challenge that his intrusion has provoked, and glide off into the darkness of some safer area. Would they try it again, was the question Londoners asked themselves as the dark of the moon came round each month, and, except for the comparatively few who had personal experience of the terror and death that follow the swath of an air raider, most of them seemed rather anxious to have the matter put to the test. Last night, just 12 darks of the moon after the first great raid of 1915, the test came. It was hardly a conclusive one, perhaps, though that may well have come before these lines find their way into print, but it was, certainly, highly illuminative. I write this on my return to London from viewing, 20 miles away, a tangled mass of wreckage and a heap of charred trunks that are all that remain of a Zeppelin and its crew which, whether by accident, intent, or the force of circumstances will probably never be known, rushed in where 2 others of its aerial sisters feared to fly, and paid the cost. There was nothing of the surprise, to London at least, as regards the ill-starred Zeppelin crew none can say, in last night's raid. The night grew more heavily overcast as the darkness deepened, and towards midnight stealthy little beams of hooded searchlights pirouetting on the eastern clouds told the home-wending Saturday night theater crowd that, with the imminent approach of the raiders, London was lifting a corner of its mask of blackness and throwing out an open challenge to the enemy. This was the first time I had known the lights to precede the actual explosion of bombs, and the cool confidence of the thing suggested, as I heard one policeman tell another, that the defense had something up their sleeves. It was towards 1 in the morning when I finished my supper at a West End restaurant and started walking through the almost deserted streets to my hotel. London is anything but a bedlam after midnight, but the silence in the early hours of this morning was positively uncanny. Now, with the last of the buses gone and all trains stopped, only the muffled buzz of an occasional belated taxi, pushing on cautiously with hooded lights, broke the stillness. Reaching my room, I pulled on a sweater, ran up the curtain, laid my glass ready, and seated myself at the window, the same window from which, a year ago, I had watched those 2 insolently contemptuous raiders sail across overhead and leave a blazing wake of death and destruction behind them. On that night, I reflected, I had felt the rush of air from the bombs and, later, had watched the firemen extinguishing the flames and the ambulances carrying the wounded to the hospitals. Would it be like that tonight? I wondered. There was now no doubt that the raiders were near, for the searchlights had multiplied, and far to the southeast, though no detonations were audible, quick flashes told of scattering gunfire. Or would the defense have more of a word to say for itself this time? I looked to the eastern heavens where the shifting clouds were now polka-dotted with the fluttering golden motes of a score of searchlights, and thought I had found my answer. There was no wheeling and reeling of the lights in wide circles as a year ago, but rather a steady, persistent stabbing at the clouds, each one appearing to keep to an allotted area of its own. Stabbing expresses the action exactly, and it recalled to me an occasion, a month ago, when a Tommy, who was showing me through some captured dugouts on the Somme, illustrated with bayonet thrusts the manner in which they had originally searched for Germans hiding under the straw mattresses. There was nothing panicky in the work of the lights this time, but only the suggestion of methodical, ordered, relentless vigilance. Encouraging as a preliminary, I said to myself, now, for the night was electric with import, for the main event. There was not long to wait. To the southeast, the gun flashes had increased in frequency, followed by mist-dulled blurs of brightness in the clouds that told of bursting shells. Suddenly, through a rift in the clouds, I saw a new kind of glare, the earthward-launched beam of an airship's searchlight groping for its target. But the shifting mist curtain intervened again, even as one of the defending lights took up the challenge and flashed its own rapier ray in quick reply. Presently, the muffled boom of bombs fleeted to my ears, and then the sharper rattle of a sudden gust of gunfire. This was quickly followed by a confused roar of sound, evidently from many bombs dropped simultaneously or in quick succession, and I knew that one of two things had happened. Either the raider had found its mark and was delivering rapid fire, or the guns were making it so hot for the visitor that it had been compelled to dump its explosives and seek safety in flight. When a minute or more had gone by, I felt sure that the latter had been scuttled and that it was now only a question of which direction the flight was going to take. Again, the eastern searchlights gave me the answer. By twos and threes, I could not follow the order of the thing, the lights that had been patrolling the eastern sky moved over and took their station around a certain low-hanging cloud to the south. The murky sheet of cumulonimbus seemed to pale and dissolve in the concentrated rays, and then, right into the focus of golden glow formed by the dancing light motes, running wild and blind as a bull charges the red mantle masking the matador, darted a huge Zeppelin. Perhaps never before in all time has a single object been the center of so blinding a glare. It seemed that the optic nerve must wither in so fierce a light, and certainly no unprotected eye could have opened to it. Dark glasses might have made it bearable, but could not possibly have resolved the earthward prospect into anything less than the heart of a fiery furnace. Indeed, it was very doubtful if the bewildered fugitive knew, in more than the most general way, where it was. Cut off by the guns to the southeast from a retreat in that direction, but knowing that the North Sea in safety could be reached by driving to the northeast, it is more than probable that the harried raider found itself over the lion's den rather because it could not help it than by deliberate intent. What a contrast was this blinded, reeling thing to those arrogantly purposeful raiders of a year ago. Supremely disdainful of gun and searchlight, these had prowled over London till the last of their bombs had been planted, and one of them had even circled back, the better to see the ruin its passing had wrought. But this raider, far larger than its predecessors, and flying at over twice as great a height though it was, dashed on its erratic course as though pursued by the vengeful spirits of those its harpy sisters had bombed to death in their beds. If it still had bombs to drop, its commander either had no time or no heart for the job. Never have I seen an inanimate thing typify terror, the terror that must have gripped the hearts of its palpably flustered, to judge by the airship's movements, crew, like that staggering, helpless maverick of a Zeppelin when it finally found itself clutched in the tentacles of the searchlights of the aerial defenses of London. All this time the weird, uncanny silence that brooded over the streets before I had come indoors held the city in its spell. The watching thousands, nay, millions, kept their excitement in leash, and the propeller of the raider, muffled by the mists intervening between the earth and the 12,000 feet at which it whirred, dulled to a drowsy drone. Into this tense silence the sudden fire of 100 anti-aircraft guns, opening in unison as though at the pull of a single lanyard, cut in a blended roar like the crack of doom. Indeed, though few among those hushed watching millions realized it, it was, literally, the crack of doom that was sounding. For perhaps a minute, or a minute and a half, the air was vibrant with the roar of hard-pumped guns and the shriek of speeding shell, the great sound from below drowning the sharper cracks from the steel-cold flashes in the upper air. It was guns that were built for the job, not the hastily gathered and wholly inadequate artillery of a year ago, that were speaking now. and the voice was one of ordered, imperious authority. Rangefinders had the marauder's altitude, and the information was being put at the disposal of guns that had the power to deliver the goods at that level. What a contrast the sequel was to that pitiful firing of the other raid. Only the opening shots were shorts or wides now, and 10 seconds after the first gun, a diamond-clear burst blinking out through a rift in the upper clouds told that the raider, to use a naval term, was straddled, had shells exploding both above and below it. From that instant till the gun ceased to roar 70 or 80 seconds later, the shells burst, lacing the air with golden glimmers, and meshed the flying raider in a fiery net. For a few seconds it seemed to me that, close woven as was the net of shell bursts, the flashes came hardly as fast as the roar of the guns would seem to warrant, and I swept the heavens with my glasses in a search for other possible targets. But no other raider was in sight. There was no other nodal center of gunfire and searchlights. Suddenly, the reason for the apparent discrepancy was clear to me. The flashes I saw, except for a few of the shrapnel bullets they were releasing, were only the misses. The hits I could not see. The long-awaited test was at its crucial stage. Empty of bombs and with half of its fuel consumed, the raider was at the zenith of its flight, and yet the guns were ranging it with ease. It was now a question of how much shell fire the Zeppelin could stand. In spite of the fact that the airship, so far as I could see through my glasses, did not appear to slow down or to be perceptibly racked by the gunfire, I have no doubt what the end would have been if the test could have been pressed to its conclusion in an open country. But bringing a burning Zeppelin down across 3 or 4 blocks of thickly settled London was hardly a thing the air defense desired to do if it could possibly be avoided. The plan was carried to its conclusion with the almost mathematical precision that marked the preliminary searchlight work and gunnery. From the moment that it had burst into sight, the raider had been emitting clouds of white gas to hide itself from the searchlights and guns, while the plainly visible movements of its lateral plane seemed to indicate that it was making desperate efforts to climb still higher into the thinning upper air. Neither expedient was of much use. The swirling gas cloud might well have obscured a hovering airship, but never one that was rushing through the air at 70 miles an hour, while, far from increasing its altitude, there seemed to be a slight but steady loss from the moment the gun ceased until, 2 or 3 miles farther along, it was hidden from sight for a minute by a low hanging cloud. Undoubtedly, the aim of the gunners had been to hole, not to fire, the marauder, and it must have been losing gas very rapidly, even as the climactic moment of the attack approached, at the time increased buoyancy was most desirable. The massed searchlights of London let go shortly after the gunfire ceased, and now, as the raider came within their field, the more scattered lights of the northern suburbs wheeled up and fastened on. The fugitive changed its course from north to northeasterly about this time, and the swelling clouds of vapor left behind presently cut off its foreshortened length entirely from my view. A heavy ground mist appeared to prevail beyond the heights to the north, and in the diffused glow of the searchlights that strove to pierce this mask, my glasses showed the ghostly shadows of flitting aeroplanes, maneuvering for the death thrust. The ground mist, which did not, however, cover London proper, kept the full strength of the searchlights from the upper air, and it was in a sky of almost Stygian blackness that the final blow was sent home. The farmers of Hertfordshire tell weird stories of the detonations of bursting bombs striking their fields, but all these sounds were absorbed in the 20-mile air cushion that was now interposed between my vantage point and the final scene of action. Not a sound, not a shadow heralded the flare of yellow light which suddenly flashed out in the northeastern heavens and spread latitudinally until the whole body of a Zeppelin, no small object even at 20 miles, stood out in glowing incandescence. Then a great sheet of pink-white flame shot up, and in the ripples of rosy light which suffused the earth for scores of miles, I could read the gilded lettering on my binoculars. This was undoubtedly the explosion of the ignited hydrogen of the main gas bags, and immediately following it, the great frame collapsed in the middle and began falling slowly toward the earth, burning now with a bright yellow flame, above which the curl of black smoke was distinctly visible. A lurid burst of light, doubtless from the exploding petrol tanks, flared up as the flaming mass struck the earth, and half a minute later the night, save for the questioning searchlights to the east and south, was as black as ever again. Then, perhaps the strangest thing of all occurred. London began to cheer. I should have been prepared for it in Paris or Rome or Berlin or even New York, but that the Briton, who of all men in the world most fears the sound of his own voice lifted in unrestrained jubilation, was really cheering, and in millions, was almost too much. I pinched my arm to be sure that I had not dozed away and, lost in wonder, forgot for a minute or two the great drama just enacted. Under my window, half a dozen Australian Tommies were rending the air with coo-ees and dancing around a lamp-post, while all along the street, from doorways and windows, exultant shouting could be heard. For several blocks in all directions, the cheers rang out loud and clear, distinctly recognizable as such. The sound of the millions of throats farther afield came only as a heavy, rumbling hum. Perhaps since the dawn of creation, the air has not trembled with so strange a sound which, though entirely human in its origin, was still unhuman, unearthly, fantastic. Certainly, never before in history, not even during the great volcanic eruptions, has so huge a number of people — the fall of the Zeppelin had been visible through a 50 to 75-mile radius in all directions, a region with probably from 10 million to 15 million inhabitants — been suddenly and intensely stirred by a single event. It was undoubtedly the spectacularity of the unexpected coup that had made these normally repressed millions so suddenly and so violently vocal. Many, perhaps most, stopped cheering when they had time to realize that a score of human beings were being burned to cinders in the heart of that flaming comet in the northeastern heavens. Others — I knew the only recently restored tenements where some of them were — must have shouted in all the grimmer exultation for that very realization. I can hardly say yet which stirred me more deeply, the fall of the Zeppelin itself, or that stupendous burst of feeling aroused by its fall. By taxi, milk cart, tram, and any other conveyance that offered, but mostly on foot, I threaded highway and byway for the next 4 hours, and shortly after daybreak scrambled through the last of a dozen thorny hedgerows and found myself beside the still smoldering wreckage of the fallen raider. An orderly cordon of soldiers surrounded an arc of blackened and twisted metal, miles and miles of tangled wire, and a score or so of flying corps men already busily engaged loading the wreckage into waiting motor lorries. That was about all there was to see. A 10-foot square green tarpaulin covered all that could be gathered together of the airship's crew. Some of the fragments were readily recognizable as having once been the arms and legs and trunks of men. Others were not. A man at my elbow stood gazing at the pitiful heap for a space, his brow puckered in thought. Presently he turned to me, a grim light in his eye, and spoke. "Do you know," he said, "that these," indicating the charged stumps under the square of canvas, "have just recalled to me the words Count Zeppelin is reported to have used at a great mass meeting called in Berlin to press for a more rigorous prosecution of the war against England by air, for a further increase of frightfulness?" Leading two airship pilots to the front of the platform, he shouted to the crowd, "Here are two men who were over London last night." And the assembled thousands, so the dispatch said, roared their applause and clamored that the Zeppelins be sent again and again until the arrogant Englanders were brought to their knees. Well, he paused and drew a deep breath as his eyes returned to the heap of blackened fragments. It appears that they did send the Zeppelins again, more than ever were sent before. And now it is our turn to be presented to the men who were over London last night. I wonder if the flare that consumed these poor devils was bright enough to pierce the black night that has settled over Germany. The tenseness passed out of the night, and the raid was over. Who knows but what, so far as the threat to England is concerned, the passing of a Zeppelin marked also the passing of the Zeppelin? End of Chapter 5. Of Many Fronts. The Passing of a Zeppelin by Lewis R. Freeman. Read by Scott Danneker, Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
The Soul of Nation by Philip Gibbs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It did not seem an unknown warrior whose body came on a gun carriage down Whitehall, where we were waiting for him. He was known to us all. It was one of those our boys, not warriors, as we call them, in the days of darkness led by faith. To some women, weeping a little in the crowd after an all-night vigil, he was their boy who went missing one day and was never found till now, though their souls went searching for him through the dreadful places in the night. To many men among those packed densely on each side of the empty street, wearing ribbons and badges on civil clothes, he was a familiar figure, one of their comrades, the one they liked best, perhaps, in the old crowd who, into the fields of death, went and stayed there with a great companionship. It was a steel helmet and old tin hat lying there on the crimson of the flag, which revealed him instantly, not as a mythical warrior aloof from common humanity, a shadowy type of national pride and martial glory, but as one of those fellows dressed in the drab of khaki, stained by mud and grease, who went into dirty ditches with a steel hat on his head, and in his heart unspoken things which made him one of us in courage and in fear, with some kind of faith, not clear, full of perplexities, often dim in the watchwords of those years of war. So it seemed to me, at least, as I looked down Whitehall and listened to the music which told us that the unknown was coming down the road. The band was playing the old Dead March in Seoul with heavy drumming, but as yet the roadway was clear where we led up to that altar of sacrifice, as it looked, covered by 2 flags hanging in long folds of scarlet and white. About that altar cenotaph there were little groups of strange people, all waiting for the dead soldier. Why were they there, these people? They were great folk to greet the dust of a simple soldier. There was the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of London and other clergy in gowns and hoods. What had they to do with the body of the soldier who had gone trudging through the mud and the muck like one ant in the legion of ants? Unknown to fame, not more heroic, perhaps, than all his pals about him. Not missed much when he fell dead between the tangled wire and shell holes. There were great generals and admirals, Lord Haig himself, Commander-in-Chief of our armies in France, and Admiral Beatty, who held the seas, Lord French of Ypres, with Horn of the First Army, and Bain of the Third, and Air Marshal Trenchard, who had commanded all the birds that flew above the lines on mornings of enormous battle. These were high powers, infinitely remote, perhaps, in the imagination of the man whose dust was now being brought toward them. It was their brains that had directed his movements down the long roads which galled his feet, over ground churned up by gunfire, up the dark boards from which he slept under his heavy pack, if he were a foot-slogger, and, whatever his class as a soldier, ordained, at last, the end of his journey, which finished in the grave marked by the metal desk. Unknown in life, he had looked upon these generals as terrifying in their power for the likes of him. Sometimes, perhaps, he had saluted them as they rode past. Now they stood in Whitehall to salute him, to keep silence in his presence, to render him homage more wonderful, with deeper reverence, than any general of them all has had. There were princesses there about the cenotaph, not only of England, but of the Indian Empire. These Indian Rajas, that old white-bearded, white-turbaned man, with the face of an Eastern prophet. Was it possible they too were out to pay homage to the unknown British soldier? There was something of the light of Flanders in Whitehall, the strange light that the tattered ruins of the Cloth Hall at Ypres used to shine with through the mist, suffused a little by one sunlight, white as the walls and turrets of the War Office in the mist of London. The tower of Big Ben was dim through the mist like the tower of Albert Church, until it fell into a heap of dust under the fury of gunfire. Presently the sun shone brighter, so that a picture of Whitehall was etched with deeper lines. On all the buildings flags were flying at half-mast. The people who kept moving about the cenotaph were there for the mourning, not for mere pageantry. Grenadier officers who walked about with drawn swords wore crape on their arms. Presently they passed the word along, reverse arms, and all along the line of route soldiers turned over their rifles and bent their heads over the butts. It was when the music of the Dead March came louder up the street. A number of black figures stood in a separate group, apart from the admirals and generals, people of importance, to whom the eyes of the crowd turned, while men and women tiptoed to get a glimpse of them. The Prime Minister and the ministers and ex-ministers of Britain were there, Asquith, Lord Curzon, and other statesmen who, in those years of conflict, were responsible for all the mighty efforts of the nation, who stirred up its passions and emotions, who organized its labor and service, who won that victory at this peace. I thought the people about me stared at them as though conscious of the task that is theirs, now that peace is the test of victory. But it was one figure who stood alone as the symbol of the nation in this tribute to the spirit of our dead. As Big Ben struck 10:15, the king advanced toward the cenotaph, followed by the Prince of Wales, the prince's 2 brothers, and the Duke of Connaught. And while others stood in line looking toward the top of Whitehall, the king was a few paces ahead of them, alone, waiting, motionless, for the body of the unknown warrior who had died in his service. It was very silent in Whitehall, and therefore disordered silence. The dense lines of people kept their places without any movement, only spoke little in their long time of waiting. And then, as they caught their first glimpse of the gun carriage, were utterly quiet. All heads were bared and bent. Their emotion was as though a little cold breeze were passing. One seemed to feel the spirit of the crowd. Above all this mass of plain people, something touched one with a sharp yet softening touch. The massed bands passed with their noble music and their drums thumping at the hearts of men and women, the guards with their reversed arms, and then the gun carriage, with its team of horses, halted in front of the cenotaph, where the king stood, and the royal hand was raised to salute the soldier who had died that we might live, chosen by fate for this honor, which is in remembrance of that great army of comrades who went out with him to no man's land. The king laid a wreath on his coffin and then stepped back again. Crowded behind the gun carriage in one long vista was an immense column of men of all branches of the navy and army, moving up slowly before coming to a halt. And behind again other men in civil clothes, and everywhere among them and above them were flowers in the form of wreaths and crosses. The knoll was still, and the picture was complete, framing in that coffin, where the steel hat and the king's sword lay upon the flag which draped it. The soul of the nation at its best, purified at this moment by this emotion, was there in silence about the dust of that unknown. Guns were being fired somewhere in the distance. They were not loud, but like the distant thumping of the guns on a misty day in Flanders, when there was nothing to report, though on such a day perhaps this man had died. Presently there was a far-off wailing, like the cry of a banshee. It was a siren giving the warning of silence in some place by the river. The deep notes of Big Ben struck 11, and then the king turned quickly to the lever behind him, touched it, and let fall the great flags which had draped it, a grim hard thing, like a pagan altar, as it seemed to me. The cenotaph stood revealed, utterly austere, except for 3 standards with their gilt wreath. It was a time of silence. What thoughts were in the minds of all the people only God knows, as they stood there for those 2 minutes, which were very long. There was a dead stillness in Whitehall, only broken here and there by the coughing of a man or woman, quickly hushed. The unknown warrior, was it young Jack, perhaps, who had never been found? Was it one of those fellows in the battalion that moved up through Ypres before the height of the battle in the bogs? Men were smoking this side of Ypres. One could see the glow of their cigarette ends as they were halted round the old mill house at Vlamertinge. It rained after that, beating sharply on the tin hats, pouring in spouts down waterproof capes. They went out through Melon Gate. The shelling began along the dockboards by Westhook Ridge. Gas shelling, every old thing. Fellows dropped into the shell holes full of water. They had their packs on, or their fighting kit. Some of them lay there in the pits where the water was reddish. There were a lot of unknown warriors in the bogs by Glencore's Wood and Inverness Copse. They lay by the upturned tanks that sank in the slime. Queer how the fellows used to drop and never give a sound, so that their pulse passed on without knowing. In all sorts of places, the unknown warrior lay down and was not quickly found. In Borland Wood, they were lying after the battle among the river trees. In the fields of the Somme, they lay in the turned up earth. In Highwood and Delville Wood, at the side of Lopart Wood. It was queer, one day, how the sun shone on Lopart Wood, which was red with autumn tints. The old botch was there then, and the wood seemed to have 1,000 eyes staring at our lines, newly dug. An airplane came through the fleecy sky, wonderfully careless of the black shrapnel bursting about it. Wonderful chaps, those airmen. For a man afoot, it wasn't good to stumble in that ground. Barbed wire tore one's hands damnably. There was a boy lying in a tangle of barbed wire. He looked as though he were asleep, but he was dead all right. The airplane passed overhead with a loud humming song. What is this long silence? All this crowd in London streets, 2 years after the armistice and peace. Yes, those were the old dreams that have passed, old ghosts passing down Whitehall among the living. The silence ended. Some word rang out. The bugles were blowing. They were sounding the last post to the unknown warrior of the Great War, in which many men died without record or renown. Farther than Whitehall sounded the last post to the dead. Did the whole army of the dead hear that call to them from the living? In the crowd below me, women were weeping quietly. It was the cry from their hearts that was heard farthest, perhaps. The men's faces were hard, like masks, hiding all they thought and felt. The king stepped forward again and took the wreath from Lord Hague and laid it at the base of the cenotaph. It was the first of the world of flowers brought as a tribute of living hearts to this altar of the dead. Admirals and generals and statesmen came with wreaths and battalions of police following, bearing great trophies of flowers on behalf of fighting men and all their comrades, and presently, when the gun carriage passed on toward the abbey, with the king following behind it on foot with his sons and soldiers, there was a moving tide of men and women advancing ceaselessly with floral tributes. They waited until the escort of the coffin had passed, the bluejackets and marines, the air force and infantry, and then took their turn to file past the cenotaph and lay their flowers upon the bed of lilies and chrysanthemums which rose above the base. As the columns passed, I turned eyes left or eyes right to that tall symbol of death, if they had eyes to see. But there were blind men there, who saw only by the light of the spirit, and saluted when their guides touched them and said, "Now." It is 2 years after cease-fire on the front, but in the crowds of Whitehall there were men in hospital blue who are still casualties, not too well remembered by those in health. 2 of them were legless men, but they rode on wheels, and with a fine gesture gave the salute as they passed the memorial of those who fought with them and suffered less than perhaps that they do now. After the ceremony at the cenotaph, the procession reformed, and the unknown warrior was borne to Westminster Abbey. There awaited him a great congregation of mourners. They came from every class and part of the empire. They sat without the distinction of rank, as Lot had arranged them places, titled ladies next to charwomen, park artisans by city merchants, for all had equal title to be there, the gift of a son or brother to the country. At the door leading to Parliament Square, Bishop Ryle, Dean of Westminster, in a purple and gold embroidered cape, with his canons and choir, met the body. It was carried shoulder high by 8 tall guardsmen, and on the war-worn Union Jack that covered it lay a shrapnel helmet, a crusader's sword, and a wreath of laurel. Through the transept lined with statues of statesmen, and past the high altar, the unknown warrior was home, and then through the choir into the nave, where already many famous fighting men slept. Just within the west door, a great purple square, bordered with white, marked the site of the grave. It is in the pathway of kings, for not a monarch can ever again go up to the altar to be crowned, but must step over the resting place of the man who died that his kingdom might endure. 4 ladies sat apart and rose to greet this great unknown, Queen Mary and Queen Alexandra of England, Queen Maud of Denmark, and Queen Victoria of Spain. And behind them were grouped Princess Mary and other women of royal blood. Waiting, too, near his grave were men of the warrior's own kind. He passed through ranks of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and civilians in mufti, strangely mixed. Captains stood next to seamen, colonels by enlisted men, for all wore the Victoria Cross, that earned them the right to attend. The mournful strains of the Croft Purcell setting of the funeral sentences were chanted, unaccompanied, as the procession passed through the abbey, and as the grave was reached, the king, as the chief mourner, stepped to its head. Behind him stood the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Connaught, and other members of the royal family, and ranked in the rear were Lloyd George and Asquith, the 2 war premiers, and the members of their cabinets, 2 or 4 princes from India, and a score or more of the leaders of the British life. The pallbearers, chiefs of the army and navy, Haig, French, Beatty, and Jackson among them, took their stand on either side of the coffin, and the service began. It was as simple as in any village church in the land. The 23rd Psalm, "The Lord is my shepherd," was sung to the familiar chant, and then came the account read by the dean from Revelations of the great multitude, which no man could number, out of every nation, and of all tribes, and of all people and tongues, standing before the throne. As the coffin was lowered into the grave, "Lead, kindly light," was sung, and then came the committal prayer. As the dean spoke solemnly, "Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust," the king, as the chief mourner, stepped forward, and from a silver bowl sprinkled the coffin with soil brought from France. A few more prayers, "Abide with me," and Kipling's recessional concluded the service. And as the words of blessing died away, from far up the pillared arches came a whisper of sound. It grew and grew, and it seemed that regiments and then divisions and armies of men were on the march. The whole cathedral was filled with the murmur of their footfalls until they passed, and the sound grew faint in the distance. It was the roll of drums, that seemed to symbolize the host of glorious dead which has left one unknown warrior forever on guard at the entrance to England's old abbey. End of The Soul of a Nation by Philip Gibbs. Read by Aaron Walsh.
The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis, an address by Elizabeth Harlow Getz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis, an address by Elizabeth Harlow Getz, delivered before the National Spiritualist Association of America, October 22, 1919, at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis by Elizabeth Harlow Getz. The topic which has been assigned us is, as you will find upon your program, the message of spiritualism in the great crisis of the now. Every organization which is effectual, political or otherwise, is being asked today what it has to offer in this hour when the world is so disturbed. Therefore it is in keeping, while we are among you as a distinctive body, to give our thoughts as to the situation. Dr. Rhodes Buchanan, several years since, called the attention of the world to the law which expresses in all things known as the law of periodicity. It has been questioned by the majority of thinkers, but slowly they are coming to realize it as a fact of life, as they have studied it from its various angles and possibilities. The law of periodicity is that which divides for you the running time in life into seasons. It is governed in expression by the plane and its surroundings as to its manifestation. In your temperate zone you have the 4 seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. In the Arctic region, light and dark seasons, in tropical, wet and dry. We find all through life this law expressing itself in some degree, but definite and positive. Mankind is but the product of nature, the most superior and wonderful of life, portraying the throbbing powers and laws that govern all things. Man, then, is not exempt from the law of periodicity. You find in the development of man on this plane, infancy, youth, manhood, and old age, each independent yet running silently and systematically into the other. We find not only in man physically but mentally and spiritually this same law manifesting in even tenor. This body is but the cloak which the real man wears, through which he awakens to individual and collective interest. Civilization is man trying to live with his brother. In other words, civilization is learning how to live together. In this process of men learning how to live together, we find this law of periodicity making itself most peculiarly pronounced in the systems of social procedures. Thus it is that we talk of the new age and of the past age, and compare one state of society to another. It is but the law of periodicity running out of a springtime, a summer, and an autumn, or winter season as it manifests in the great social structure of human life. It has been at least for a half-century the great keynote of society in all its organized manifestations that there was to be born a new era. All of you, it makes no difference what particular ism, cult, or religion you subscribe to, you have all become thoroughly acquainted with the one great prophetic affirmation that a new era is at hand, that new era is being born. You cannot give birth to a newer expression of life in any department without throwing off, stepping out from, leaving behind, and entering into new and untried situations, conditions, and relationships. A great war was precipitated as from a clear sky. The declaration of war in 1914 sounded like a thunderbolt from a clear heaven on a beauteous summer's day. It was not believed by the world at that time that a war of any serious character could live long. You had grown into the thought that war was a thing of the past, especially on this side of the waters. Peace had become the one accepted condition of society. You did not believe, and the world in general did not believe, that a great disastrous war of long continuation could possibly live and produce that which has come to pass. But that great procedure, my friends, was the coming of the new era. As terrible, horrible, and devastating as it has been, it was the last great struggle of autocracy. Autocracy is the government of the many by one supreme in authority. It is, as your attorneys in the business sessions have explained. Autocracy is that authority which comes from above. Democracy is authority coming up from the people, lifting themselves with it. This war has been the last heartthrob and effort of autocracy to prove that power is right, authority king, and divine right the all-essential. These are based on the enslavement of the people. Now then, we are at the close of the tragedy. All things have been upset by the war. Men and women coming into the new era scarcely know which way to turn or what to do, but they are more alive in the inner chambers of the soul. They who are fully alive in this inner chamber can readily see and appreciate the fact that the old period is finished, the new is being born, and much that you have long felt was a positive necessity you will gradually leave behind. Much which has held influence over us in the past will never lift its head again. The hour has come when democracy is being born, not in one locality, not beneath one flag, but in the great heart of the world. It will not express itself in all nations alike. It will not have the opportunity to express itself at its best for some time to come. The newborn child has to begin in embryo, and it takes time, attention, and nursing continuously to develop and bring forth the great power in human life. And so with democracy, we are realizing it as a great basic principle and expression that stands before us today. You ask us as spiritualists, what have we to say at this hour? Our first answer to you is this. We would first tell you to relieve the pain of the world. The world has positively believed in death. Fear of death has been the great dark shadow that has come over all states of human development and society. Modern spiritualism is a study of life from its natural basis in a sane and natural manner to discover whether this thought that has been projected in reference to death be true or false. And we find that in all the phenomena of modern spiritualism, it has answered the question that has held the student and the layman. If a man die, shall he live again? And the answer has come in no unmistakable sound. 72 years ago, in that tiny cottage in yonder city, there was made a sound, and behind that sound was intelligence conveying its presence, and in that primitive way said to the world, I live. And no greater thought, no greater message, no more powerful message can be vouchsafed to humankind than the positive thought that I live after my physical structure has long since been destroyed. This was like John the Baptist crying in the wilderness that another greater than I shall come. The greater one is not apart from, but a development of the essential fact, I live. We find as we have followed step by step, type by type, year by year, that the message has led us more and more emphatically into life varied, wonderful, growing, and natural. It teaches us, when we stand before the crosses on Flanders Field, to realize that though they have thrown off the physical form of this life, it was not to pass through the dark shadow of death or separate them from those they love, but was simply saying farewell to the coats they have worn. We have learned to love the coat sweetly and tenderly, but we know it is not the man. We lift our faces, and in looking up with a keener and clearer vision have seen. We know they are not dead, but more alive than ever. The message of spiritualism to the world today is, our boys are not dead. Irrespective of nationalities, they live. They have only changed the coats they wore, and it has been a great awakening to them. They still live and love you and commune with you, touching your thought and atmosphere. Thus the spiritualist message is one of life and not of death or despair. It leads us out over the hills where we see not the debris of these terrible battles, but the change in life that is taking place. You say to us, civilization has become a failure. But we say to you, no, for civilization is but man's attempt to live together. Man cannot be a failure. He is a God child. He is born in its image, the book tells you. Therefore man cannot fail, though he may move in the darkness and set in action the motions of life that will not bring back all that is serene and sweet and beautiful. But yet, in the returning touch, it brings him to an awakening consciousness that reasserts him, and he finds the better way. Civilization has not failed, but you have reached the climax and the summit of the old procedure from which you have been working. The new era is born. The newer civilization is not one of kings and slaves, but one simply of humanity. It will not be the one where men are preparing to die, but where they are getting ready to live. It will not be based upon degrees and possession and accumulation, but upon the principle of service and association. Therefore, my friends, you can readily see, if you are to be born into a larger expression of democracy and civilization, you must get out of the old shell you were in, whether it hurts or not. You remember Parker Pillsbury once said, "Great truths are dearly bought." The greater the truth, the greater the price. The truths of the new era have called upon you to pay the price that is born from the depths of your very being. The winter season of the last cycle has been finished, and the springtime is upon us, and you remember, as we passed from winter into spring, how we passed through the stormy, fretful month of March to the uncertain weeks of April. Right now we are in the month of March. You know not what to expect, for men have not yet become alive enough to realize what is taking place. The old is still trying to assert itself. Self-dominancy is uppermost as yet from the old position. Old ideals, in a large measure, are still dominating, but occasionally there breaks through, as in the sunny days of March, the newer spring-like touch. Then they stop to think, and feel, and see, and as this goes on, you will have passed through this terrible period of uncertainty, upheaval, and destruction into the warm days of April, where you will begin to get hold of yourself. At present, many of you have believed the new era was coming, but were not prepared to stand the test which is necessary, and have been in a state of confusion as to the new condition, and you were looking about in a questioning manner. Spiritualism upon this question says to you, hold fast. Man cannot fail. Man continually moves forward, but he only does so as he leaves behind him that which hinders him from expressing his greater concept. It has been said to us that religions have failed, that the world has lost its spirituality. Not so, my friends. The world has not lost its spirituality, but the spirituality of the new era is not the spiritual concept of the past. You have believed in the past that spirituality was but an expression of faith. You have believed in God and have murdered your brother. You have believed in salvation and have created hell. You have believed in death and have hoped for future life. Spirituality is not belief, it is not faith, it is none of those things. Spirituality is the rising of the soul of man into greater expression. True spirituality is true living. Man is spiritual according to his ability to express the best within him. You have not gone backward, you are not less spiritual. Why are you making ready? Why are you anxiously awaiting to receive the coming king and queen? Because he forgot his crown, he left behind his throne. He laid away all his trappings of divine rights and went with his people. The great spirit of humanity touched him, and the soul of the man superseded the kingship of his inheritance. That is why you love the King Albert. That is spirituality, and in this great tragedy that has been upon us, the expression of the spirit of humanity has been touched as never before. You have come together in common aspirations of life until today you are willing to think of the world, not national, but as a world of humanity. You are growing in spirituality. You have come through a terrible Gethsemane, and it has elevated you. You have grown stronger and better and more godlike because of your experiences. The world is entering an era of spirituality whereby religion will not be a system of setting men apart in different sects by set definitions, but bringing men together, where you will consider the fatherhood of God as never before. On the battlefields they did not ask the boy soldier whether he was Jew or Gentile, or whether he belonged to the Mother Church or the Protestant Church. But in the great hour of suffering, they came to the great appreciation of brotherly kinship, and with the voice of kinship you discovered the great brotherhood of life. So that today there is another condition whereby you stand true, and you are coming together. The great thought of the hour is stamping out old procedure. It is wiping away national discrimination in a marvelous way. While France, Italy, Japan, Russia, and all other nations will still have their own home affairs, and their own inherited tendencies, their own peculiar methods of carrying out democracy, brotherhood, and kinship, yet you will not be setting up statutory distinctions that have been holding you in the past. You have crossed the line where there will be a federation of the countries of the world. Believe what you choose, criticize whom you please. I am here to say, without fear or favor, the great new era is one of association and service, not alone of men nationally, but internationally, reaching from every municipality of the smallest possible form to the largest national concept of the world. This is the message of spiritualism at this hour. You cannot go backward, you must go forward. The time was when you could not communicate with nations across the sea. The day was when nations were separated by the ocean. But today you step into an airship, and in 16 hours you go from Halifax to Ireland. The day of separativeness is past. The inventions giving you the telephone, the telegraph, and flying machine have given you the power that you may go where you please, when you please, thus welding mankind together. There are those who say that man never can and never will live together without war. My friends, the time was when man said that you could not live in cities without walls, because the others would steal upon you at night and take your possessions. But the walls had faded away, and the men in this generation would consider the individual that recommended them disturbed mentally. The day was when you said that all differences between individuals must be settled by the blood of the individual. But you have grown out of the custom of dueling, and you enter the court of justice. The great majority are for peace and order, reason, arbitration, and consideration. There has grown into your minds demands, not dreams, demands for arbitration of all questions. There was a time when it was thought wonderful for a steamboat or railway train to travel 12 miles an hour. There was a time when automobiles were unthought of. But man has developed and overcome until these apparent difficulties which beset him have faded away, and he has broadened in his individuality and mode of life. You have at last come to the hour where you are devising and working out a system of arbitration of all troubles of the nation and the world, say what you will. The message of spiritualism goes on to say that we have discovered that man is not simply bone and muscle, and has a soul that will live hereafter, but he is a soul now, and now possesses his spiritual body. Our mediums often see them. You have often felt them and wondered what it was. It is a growing fact that we are coming to realize that man is not a spirit product ready to be plucked or to be punished, but he is a potential quantity that is unfolding and growing into expression as opportunity and environment make way for him. We have discovered that men grow only as they are better situated and environed here on the earth plane, by coming to realize that man is essentially divine instead of evil, essentially strong instead of weak. We shall cease praying to God on Sunday to save him and begin to create environments for him on Monday that will appeal to the aspirations of the soul instead of the weakness of the physical. When you begin to change the general environments of society with this understanding, you will need to pray less and greater works will follow. Men only grow strong, useful, and good in freedom. Some have said that the world already has too much freedom. Phillips Brooks was once asked what he would recommend when men had too much freedom, and he calmly replied, "Give them more freedom," an opportunity for man to do his best. The new era will be an era of creating environments that will recognize and bring forward more of man that he may do his best. This economic situation that faces the world today will be based upon a new redemptive power. You may not realize it, but the world is now in debt to herself. It is not Russia indebted to America or England indebted to her, but the world in debt to herself, and you will never be able to rise from the situation through the present processes based on competition. The old economic basis was based upon commodity values, which fluctuated with the rise and fall of commodity uses. The system was one of accumulation, possession, and competition. The new consideration is that man is that redeeming power economically. A mountain of gold without brains and muscle to use it is but an object. Man, with his brains and muscles, is a vital power of creative wealth. Thus we begin to realize that man is the redeeming power. The new system of economic procedure will not be for accumulation, possession, and power, but one to develop the brain and muscle of all nations in such manner that the race will grow into a real human being. The basis of action will be the service and association with the one vision that the individual is part of the state, and anything that injures or hinders its growth hinders and injures the state. The new era is to be one of character, and it is developed only through opportunities that give expression to the higher qualities, economic and otherwise. Thus an opportunity for man to do his best, economically as well as morally and intellectually. That is why America has stood at the head in this world crisis. America has done more for her common people than any other nation. Thus the message of spiritualism is that the new era in all things will be based upon the recognition of a spiritual basis in all life, and that life is a process of growth. The keynote will be education in all departments, and as man comes to know, he will learn how to live with his neighbor, locally or worldwide, in a tolerant and peaceful manner. Ignorance is the greatest danger there is in the universe. The new era is to be one of enlightenment, the new savior education. Education that adds to man and prepares him for the spiritual and immortal as well as the mortal. You will then begin to realize what is meant by really laying up treasures, both on earth and in heaven. You do not take your silver and gold and other furnishings into the next life, but simply that which you have become. The wealth of the future is the real development of men. My friends, the future will be more beautiful and civilized, more spiritual and wonderful, because you have come to realize and recognize and pay attention to life's greatest qualities. Spiritualism came not alone to demonstrate continuity of life and that your loved ones can communicate with you, but to purify and uplift while here. It came to wash away the tears and help you over the barriers and to tell the story that man in his spiritual nature is infinite. You are filled with life's possibilities now. You are living gods in the eternal home of the now. You have learned how to pray together. You must now learn how to live together, and all evil will be overcome. You are to find the angel that is in man and let him go forth. I must now be leaving you, but I wish to say the message of the hour is one of life, touched with all the immortal glories that lead you up from the dark spheres and the night of misunderstanding to supernal day of real human rights, where the growing, throbbing life in each individual and in all nations shall manifest, not simply beneath the stars and stripes, but among the steppes of Russia, in the sunny vales of Italy, across the vivacious heart of France, lifting poor Belgium to her feet, across the sturdy strength of England, home again to the stars and stripes, bringing all the world of men to the one great federation of the world. End of The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis, an address by Elizabeth Harlow Getz, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Mary Postgate by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Postgate by Rudyard Kipling. Of Miss Mary Postgate, Lady McCausland wrote that she was thoroughly conscientious, tidy, companionable, and ladylike. I am very sorry to part with her, and shall always be interested in her welfare. Miss Fowler engaged her on this recommendation, and to her surprise, for she had had experience of companions, found that it was true. Miss Fowler was nearer 60 than 50 at the time, but though she needed care, she did not exhaust her attendant's vitality. On the contrary, she gave out, stimulatingly and with reminiscences. Her father had been a minor court official in the days when the Great Exhibition of 1851 had just set its seal on civilization made perfect. Some of Miss Fowler's tales, none the less, were not always for the younger. Mary was not young, and though her speech was as colourless as her eyes or her hair, she was never shocked. She listened unflinchingly to everyone, said at the end, "How interesting," or "How shocking," as the case might be, and never again referred to it, for she prided herself on a trained mind, which did not dwell on these things. She was, too, a treasure at domestic accounts, for which the village tradesmen with their weekly books loved her not. Otherwise she had no enemies, provoked no jealousy, even among the plainest. Neither gossip nor slander had ever been traced to her. She supplied the odd place at the rector's or the doctor's table at half an hour's notice. She was a sort of public aunt to very many small children of the village street, whose parents, while accepting everything, would have been swift to resent what they called patronage. She served on the village nursing committee as Miss Fowler's nominee when Miss Fowler was crippled by rheumatoid arthritis, and came out of 6 months' fortnightly meetings equally respected by all the cliques. And when fate threw Miss Fowler's nephew, an unlovely orphan of 11, on Miss Fowler's hands, Mary Postgate stood to her share of the business of education as practised in private and public schools. She checked printed clothes lists and unitemized bills of extras, wrote to head and housemasters, matrons, nurses, and doctors, and grieved or rejoiced over half-term reports. Young Wyndham Fowler repaid her in his holidays by calling her gatepost, postie, or packthread, by thumping her between her narrow shoulders, or by chasing her, bleating, round the garden, her large mouth open, her large nose high in air, at a stiff-necked shamble, very like a camel's. Later on, he filled the house with clamour, argument, and harangues as to his personal needs, likes and dislikes, and the limitations of "you women," reducing Mary to tears of physical fatigue, or, when he chose to be humorous, of helpless laughter. At crises, which multiplied as he grew older, she was his ambassadress and his interpretress to Miss Fowler, who had no large sympathy with the young, a vote in his interest at the councils on his future, his sewing woman, strictly accountable for mislaid boots and garments, always his butt and his slave. And when he decided to become a solicitor, and had entered an office in London, when his greeting had changed from "Hello, postie, you old beast," to "Morning, packthread," there came a war, which, unlike all wars that Mary could remember, did not stay decently outside England and in the newspapers, but intruded on the lives of people whom she knew. As she said to Miss Fowler, it was most vexatious. It took the rector's son, who was going into business with his elder brother. It took the colonel's nephew on the eve of fruit farming in Canada. It took Mrs. Grant's son, who, his mother said, was devoted to the ministry. And very early indeed it took Win Fowler, who announced on a postcard that he had joined the Flying Corps and wanted a cardigan waistcoat. He must go, and he must have the waistcoat, said Miss Fowler. So Mary got the proper-sized needles and wool, while Miss Fowler told the men of her establishment, 2 gardeners and an odd man aged 60, that those who could join the army had better do so. The gardeners left cheap. The odd man stayed on and was promoted to the gardener's cottage. The cook, scorning to be limited in luxuries, also left after a spirited scene with Miss Fowler, and took the housemaid with her. Miss Fowler gazetted Nelly, Cheap's 17-year-old daughter, to the vacant post, Mrs. Cheap to the rank of cook, with occasional cleaning bouts, and the reduced establishment moved forward smoothly. Wynne demanded an increase in his allowance. Miss Fowler, who always looked facts in the face, said he must have it. The chances are he won't live long to draw it, and if 300 make him happy. Wynne was grateful, and came over in his light-buttoned uniform to say so. His training centre was not 30 miles away, and his talk was so technical that it had to be explained by charts of the various types of machines. He gave Mary such a chart. "And you'd better study it, Posty," he said. "You'll be seeing a lot of 'em soon." So Mary studied the chart, but when Wynne next arrived to swell and exalt himself before his womenfolk, she failed badly in cross-examination, and he rated her, as in the old days. "You look more or less like a human being," he said, in his new service voice. "You must have had a brain at some time in your past. What have you done with it? Where do you keep it? A sheep would know more than you do, Posty. You're lamentable. You are less use than an empty tin can, you doughy old cassowary." "I suppose that's how your superior officer talks to you," said Miss Fowler from her chair. "But Posty doesn't mind," Wynne replied. "Do you, Packthread?" Why? Was Wynne saying anything? "I shall get this right next time you come," she muttered, and knitted her pale brows again over the diagrams of Taubes, Farmans, and Zeppelins. In a few weeks the mere land and sea battle, which she read to Miss Fowler after breakfast, passed her like idle breath. Her heart and her interest were high in the air with Wynne, who had finished rolling, whatever that might be, and had gone on from a taxi to a machine more or less his own. One morning it circled over their very chimneys, alighted on Vegg's Heath almost outside the garden gate, and Wynne came in, blue with cold, shouting for food. He and she drew Miss Fowler's bath chair, as they had often done, along the heath footpath to look at the biplane. Mary observed that it smelt very badly. "Posty, I believe you think with your nose," said Wynne. "I know you don't with your mind. Now what type's that?" "I'll go and get the chart," said Mary. "You're hopeless. You haven't the mental capacity of a white mouse," he cried, and explained the dials and the sockets for bomb dropping, till it was time to mount and ride the wet clouds once more. "Ah," said Mary, as the stinking thing fled upward, "wait till our flying corps gets to work. Wynne says it's much safer than in the trenches. I wonder, said Miss Fowler. Tell Cheap to come and tow me home again. It's all downhill, I can do it, said Mary, if you put the brake on. She laid her lean self against the pushing bar, and home they trundled. Now be careful you aren't heated and catch a chill, said overdressed Miss Fowler. Nothing makes me perspire, said Mary. As she bumped the chair under the porch, she straightened her long back. The exertion had given her a colour, and the wind had loosened a wisp of hair across her forehead. Miss Fowler glanced at her. "What do you ever think of, Mary?" she demanded suddenly. "Oh, Wynne says he wants another 3 pairs of stockings as thick as we can make them." "Yes, but I mean the things that women think about. Here you are more than 40. 44, said truthful Mary. Well? Well? Mary offered Miss Fowler her shoulder, as usual. "And you've been with me 10 years now." "Let's see," said Mary. "Wynne was 11 when he came. He's 20 now, and I came 2 years before that. It must be 11. 11! And you have never told me anything that matters in all that while. Looking back, it seems to me that I've done all the talking. I'm afraid I'm not much of a conversationalist, as Wynne says. I haven't the mind. Let me take your hat." Miss Fowler, moving stiffly from the hip, stamped her rubber-tipped stick on the tiled hall floor. "Mary, aren't you anything except a companion? Would you ever have been anything except a companion?" Mary hung up the garden hat on its proper peg. "No," she said after consideration. "I don't imagine I ever should. But I've no imagination, I'm afraid." She fetched Miss Fowler her 11 o'clock glass of Contre Exeville. That was the wet December, when it rained 6 inches to the month, and the women went abroad as little as might be. Wynne's flying chariot visited them several times, and for 2 mornings he had warned her by postcard. Mary heard the thresh of his propellers at dawn. The second time she ran to the window and stared at the whitening sky. A little blur passed overhead. She lifted her lean arms toward it. That evening at 6 o'clock there came an announcement in an official envelope that Second Lieutenant W. Fowler had been killed during a trial flight. Death was instantaneous. She read it and carried it to Miss Fowler. "I never expected anything else," said Miss Fowler, "but I'm sorry it happened before he had done anything." The room was whirling round Mary Postgate, but she found herself quite steady in the midst of it. "Yes," she said, "it's a great pity he didn't die in action, after he had killed somebody." "He was killed instantly. That's one comfort," Miss Fowler went on. "But Wynne says the shock of a fall kills a man at once, whatever happens to the tanks," quoted Mary. The room was coming to rest now. She heard Miss Fowler say impatiently, "But why can't we cry, Mary?" And herself replying, "There's nothing to cry for. He has done his duty, as much as Mrs. Grant's son did." "And when he died she came and cried all the morning," said Miss Fowler. "This only makes me feel tired, terribly tired. Will you help me to bed, please, Mary? And I think I'd like the hot water bottle." So Mary helped her and sat beside, talking of Wynne in his riotous youth. "I believe," said Miss Fowler suddenly, "that old people and young people slip from under a stroke like this. The middle-aged feel it most." "I expect that's true," said Mary, rising. "I'm going to put away the things in his room now. Shall we wear mourning?" "Certainly not," said Miss Fowler. Except, of course, at the funeral. I can't go. You will. I want you to arrange about his being buried here. What a blessing it didn't happen at Salisbury. Everyone, from the authorities of the Flying Corps to the rector, was most kind and sympathetic. Mary found herself, for the moment, in a world where bodies were in the habit of being dispatched by all sorts of conveyances to all sorts of places, and at the funeral 2 young men in buttoned-up uniforms stood beside the grave and spoke to her afterward. "You're Miss Postgate, aren't you?" said one. "Father told me about you. He was a good chap, first-class fellow. Great loss." "Great loss," growled his companion. "We're all awfully sorry." "How high did he fall from?" Mary whispered. "Pretty nearly 4,000 feet, I should think, didn't he? You were up that day, monkey?" "All of that," the other child replied. "My bar made 3,000, and I wasn't as high as him by a lot." "Then that's all right," said Mary. "Thank you very much." They moved away as Mrs. Grant flung herself weeping on Mary's flat chest under the lych gate and cried, "I know how it feels. I know how it feels." "But both his parents are dead," Mary returned, as she fended her off. "Perhaps they've all met by now," she added vaguely, as she escaped toward the coach. "I thought of that too," wailed Mrs. Grant. "But then he'll be practically a stranger to them. Quite embarrassing." Mary faithfully reported every detail of the ceremony to Miss Fowler, who, when she described Mrs. Grant's outburst, laughed aloud. Oh, how Wynne would have enjoyed it! He was always utterly unreliable at funerals, do you remember? And they talked of him again, each piecing out the other's gaps. "And now," said Miss Fowler, "we'll pull up the blinds and we'll have a general tidy. That always does us good. Have you seen to Wynne's things?" "Everything, since he first came," said Mary. "He was never destructive, even with his toys." They faced that neat room. "Can't be natural not to cry," Mary said at last. "I'm so afraid you'll have a reaction." "As I told you, we old people slip from under the stroke. It's you I'm afraid for. Have you cried yet?" "I can't. It only makes me angry. With the Germans." "That's sheer waste of vitality," said Miss Fowler. "We must live till the war is finished." She opened a full wardrobe. "Now I've been thinking things over. This is my plan. All his civilian clothes can be given away. Belgian refugees and so on." Mary nodded. "Boots, collars, and gloves?" "Yes. We don't need to keep anything except his cap and belt." "They came back yesterday with his Flying Corps clothes." Mary pointed to a roll on the little iron bed. "Ah, but keep his service things. Someone may be glad of them later." "Do you remember his sizes?" 5 feet 8½ 36 inches round the chest. But he told me he's just put on 1.5 inches. I'll mark it on a label and tie it on his sleeping bag." "So that disposes of that," said Miss Fowler, tapping the palm of one hand with the ringed third finger of the other. "What a waste it all is. We'll get his old school trunk tomorrow and pack his civilian clothes." "And the rest," said Mary. "His books and pictures and the games and the toys and the rest?" "My plan is to burn every single thing," said Miss Fowler. "Then we shall know where they are, and no one can handle them afterward. What do you think?" "I think that would be much the best," said Mary. "But there's such a lot of them." "We'll burn them in the destructor," said Miss Fowler. This was an open-air furnace for the consumption of refuse, a little circular 4-foot tower of pierced brick over an iron grating. Miss Fowler had noticed the design in a gardening journal years ago, and had it built at the bottom of the garden. It suited her tidy soul, for it saved unsightly rubbish heaps, and the ashes lightened the stiff clay soil. Mary considered for a moment, saw her way clear, and nodded again. They spent the evening putting away well-remembered civilian suits, underclothes that Mary had marked, and the regiments of very gaudy socks and ties. A second trunk was needed, and after that a little packing case, and it was late next day when Cheap and the local carrier lifted them to the cart. The rector luckily knew of a friend's son, about 5 feet 8½ inches high, to whom a complete flying corps outfit would be most acceptable, and sent his gardener's son down with a barrow to take delivery of it. The cap was hung up in Miss Fowler's bedroom, the belt in Miss Postgate's, for, as Miss Fowler said, they had no desire to make tea-party talk of them. "That disposes of that," said Miss Fowler. "I'll leave the rest to you, Mary. I can't run up and down the garden. You'd better take the big clothes basket and get Nellie to help you." "I shall take the wheelbarrow and do it myself," said Mary, and for once in her life closed her mouth. Miss Fowler, in moments of irritation, had called Mary deadly methodical. She put on her oldest waterproof and gardening hat, and her ever-slipping galoshes, for the weather was on the edge of more rain. She gathered firelighters from the kitchen, a half-scuttle of coals, and a faggot of brushwood. These she wheeled in the barrow down the mossed paths to the dark little laurel shrubbery where the destructor stood under the drip of 3 oaks. She climbed the wire fence into the rector's glebe just behind, and from his tenant's rick pulled 2 large armfuls of good hay, which she spread neatly on the fire bars. Next, journey by journey, passing Miss Fowler's white face at the morning-room window each time, she brought down in the towel-covered clothes basket, on the wheelbarrow, thumbed and used Henty's, Marryatt's, Lever's, Stevenson's, Baroness Oakes's, Garvis's, school books and atlases, unrelated piles of the motorcyclist, the light car, and catalogues of Olympia exhibitions, the remnants of a fleet of sailing ships from 9-penny cutters to a 3-guinea yacht, a prep school dressing gown, bats from 3 and 6pence to 24 shillings, cricket and tennis balls, disintegrated steam and clockwork locomotives with their twisted rails, a grey and red tin model of a submarine, a dumb gramophone and cracked records, golf clubs that had to be broken across the knee like his walking sticks, and an assegai, photographs of private and public school cricket and football 11s, and his OTC on the line of march, Kodaks and film rolls, some pewters, and 1 real silver cup for boxing competitions and junior hurdles, sheaves of school photographs, Miss Fowler's photograph, her own, which she had borne off in fun, and good care she took not to ask, had never returned, a playbox with a secret drawer, a load of flannels, belts, and jerseys, and a pair of spiked shoes unearthed in the attic, a packet of all the letters that Miss Fowler and she had ever written to him, kept for some absurd reason through all these years, a 5-day attempt at the diary, framed pictures of racing motors in full Brooklands career, and load upon load of undistinguishable wreckage of toolboxes, rabbit hutches, electric batteries in tin soldiers, fret-saw outfits, and jigsaw puzzles. Miss Fowler at the window watched her come and go, and said to herself, "Mary's an old woman. I never realized it before. After lunch she recommended her to rest. "I'm not in the least tired," said Mary. "I've got it all arranged. I'm going to the village at 2 o'clock for some paraffin. Nellie hasn't enough, and the walk will do me good." She made one last quest round the house before she started, and found that she had overlooked nothing. It began to mist as soon as she had skirted Vegg's Heath, where Wynne used to descend. It seemed to her that she could almost hear the beat of his propellers overhead, but there was nothing to see. She hoisted her umbrella and lunged into the blind wet till she had reached the shelter of the empty village. As she came out of Mr. Kidd's shop with a bottle full of paraffin in her string shopping bag, she met Nurse Eden, the village nurse, and fell into talk with her, as usual, about the village children. They were just parting opposite the Royal Oak when a gun they fancied was fired immediately behind the house. It was followed by a child's shriek, dying into a wail. "Accident," said Nurse Eden promptly, and dashed through the empty bar, followed by Mary. They found Mrs. Gerrett, the publican's wife, who could only gasp and point to the yard, where a little cart ledge was sliding sideways amid a clatter of tiles. Nurse Eden snatched up a sheet drying before the fire, ran out, lifted something from the ground, and flung the sheet round it. The sheet turned scarlet, and half her uniform too, as she bore the load into the kitchen. It was little Edna Gerrett, aged 9, whom Mary had known since her perambulator days. "Am I hurted bad?" Edna asked, and died between Nurse Eden's dripping hands. The sheet fell aside, and for an instant before she could shut her eyes, Mary saw the ripped and shredded body. "It's a wonder she spoke at all," said Nurse Eden. "What in God's name was it?" "A bomb," said Mary. "One of the Zeppelins?" "No, an airplane. I thought I heard it on the heath, but I fancied it was one of ours. It must have shut off its engines as it came down. That's why we didn't notice it." "The filthy pigs," said Nurse Eden, all white and shaken. "See the pickle I am in. Go and tell Dr. Hennis, Miss Postgate." Nurse looked at the mother, who had dropped face down on the floor. "She's only in a fit. Turn her over." Mary heaved Mrs. Gerrett right side up, and hurried off for the doctor. When she told their tale, he asked her to sit down in the surgery till he got her something. "But I don't need it, I assure you," said she. "I don't think it would be wise to tell Miss Fowler about it, do you? Her heart is so irritable in this weather." Dr. Hennis looked at her admiringly as he packed up his bag. "No, don't tell anybody till we're sure," he said, and hastened to the Royal Oak, while Mary went on with the paraffin. The village behind her was as quiet as usual, for the news had not yet spread. She frowned a little to herself, her large nostrils expanded uglily, and from time to time she muttered a phrase which Wynne, who never restrained himself before his womenfolk, had applied to the enemy. "Bloody pagans! They are bloody pagans, but," she continued, falling back on the teaching that had made her what she was, "one mustn't let one's mind dwell on these things." Before she reached the house, Dr. Hennis, who was also a special constable, overtook her in his car. "Oh, Miss Postgate," he said, "I wanted to tell you that that accident at the Royal Oak was due to Gerrett's stable tumbling down. It's been dangerous for a long time. It ought to have been condemned." "I thought I heard an explosion too," said Mary. "You might have been misled by the beam snapping. I've been looking at 'em. They were dry rotted through and through. Of course, as they broke, they would make a noise just like a gun." "Yes?" said Mary, politely. "Poor little Edna was playing underneath it," he went on, still holding her with his eyes, "and that and the tiles cut her to pieces, you see." "I saw it," said Mary, shaking her head. "I heard it too." "Well, we cannot be sure, Dr. Hennis changed his tone completely. "I know both you and Nurse Eden, I've been speaking to her, are perfectly trustworthy, and I can rely on you not to say anything, yet at least. It is no good to stir up people unless—" "Oh, I never do, anyhow," said Mary, and Dr. Hennis went on to the county town. After all, she told herself, it might just possibly have been the collapse of the old stable that had done all those things to poor little Edna. She was sorry she had even hinted at other things, but Nurse Eden was discretion itself. By the time she reached home, the affair seemed increasingly remote by its very monstrosity. As she came in, Miss Fowler told her that a couple of airplanes had passed half an hour ago. "I thought I heard them," she replied. "I'm going down to the garden now. I've got the paraffin." "Yes, but what have you got on your boots? They are soaking wet. Change them at once." Not only did Mary obey, but she wrapped the boots in the newspaper and put them into the string bag with the bottle. So, armed with the longest kitchen poker, she left. "It's raining again," was Miss Fowler's last word, "but I know you won't be happy till that's disposed of." "It won't take long. I've got everything down there, and I put the lid on the destructor to keep the wet out." The shrubbery was filling with twilight by the time she had completed her arrangements and sprinkled the sacrificial oil. As she lit the match that would burn her heart to ashes, she heard a groan or a grunt behind the dense Portugal laurels. "Cheap?" she called impatiently, but Cheap, with his ancient lumbago and his comfortable cottage, would be the last man to profane the sanctuary. "Sheep," she concluded, and threw in the fusee. The pyre went up in a roar, and the immediate flame hastened night around her. How Wynne would have loved this, she thought, stepping back from the blaze. By its light she saw, half hidden behind a laurel not 5 paces away, a bare-headed man sitting very stiffly at the foot of one of the oaks. A broken branch lay across his lap, one booted leg protruding from beneath it. His head moved ceaselessly from side to side, but his body was as still as the tree's trunk. He was dressed, she moved sideways to look more closely, in a uniform something like Wynne's, with a flap buttoned across the chest. For an instant she had some idea that it might be one of the young flying men she had met at the funeral, but their heads were dark and glossy. This man's was as pale as a baby's, and so closely cropped that she could see the disgusting pinky skin beneath. His lips moved. "What do you say?" Mary moved toward him and stooped. "Lettre, Lettre, Lettre," he muttered, while his hands picked at the dead, wet leaves. There was no doubt as to his nationality. It made her so angry that she strode back to the destructor, though it was still too hot to use the poker there. Wynne's books seemed to be catching well. She looked up at the oak behind the man. Several of the light upper and 2 or 3 rotten lower branches had broken and scattered their rubbish on the shrubbery path. On the lowest fork a helmet with dependent strings showed like a bird's nest in the light of a long-tongued flame. Evidently this person had fallen through the tree. Wynne had told her that it was quite possible for people to fall out of aeroplanes. Wynne told her, too, that trees were useful things to break an aviator's fall, but in this case the aviator must have been broken, or he would have moved from his queer position. He seemed helpless, except for his horrible rolling head On the other hand, she could see a pistol case at his belt, and Mary loathed pistols. Months ago, after reading certain Belgian reports together, she and Miss Fowler had had dealings with one, a huge revolver with flat-nosed bullets, which latter, Wynne said, were forbidden by the rules of war to be used against civilized enemies. "They're good enough for us," Miss Fowler had replied. "Show Mary how it works." And Wynne, laughing at the mere possibility of any such need, had led the craven, winking Mary into the rector's disused quarry, and had shown her how to fire the terrible machine. It lay now in the top left-hand drawer of her toilet table, a memento not included in the burning. Wynne would be pleased to see how she was not afraid. She slipped up to the house to get it. When she came through the rain, the eyes in the head were alive with expectation. The mouth even tried to smile. But at sight of the revolver, its corners went down, just like Edna Garrett's. A tear trickled from one eye, and the head rolled from shoulder to shoulder, as though trying to point out something. "Cassé, tout cassé," it whimpered. "What do you say?" said Mary disgustedly, keeping well to one side, though only the head moved. "Cassé," it repeated. "Que miron, le médecin, docteur." "Nein," said she, bringing all her small German to bear with the big pistol. "Ich haben de tot Kinder gesehen." The head was still. Mary's hand dropped. She had been careful to keep her finger off the trigger for fear of accidents. After a few moments' waiting, she returned to the destructor, where the flames were falling, and churned up Wynne's charring books with the poker. Again the head groaned for the doctor. "Stop that!" said Mary, and stamped her foot. "Stop that, you bloody pagan!" The words came quite smoothly and naturally. They were Wynne's own words, and Wynne was a gentleman who for no consideration on earth would have torn little Edna into those vividly coloured strips and strings. But this thing, hunched under the oak tree, had done that thing. It was no question of reading horrors out of newspapers to Miss Fowler. Mary had seen it with her own eyes on the royal oak kitchen table. She must not allow her mind to dwell upon it. Now Wynne was dead, and everything connected with him was lumping and rustling and tinkling under her busy poker into red-black dust and grey leaves of ash. The thing beneath the oak would die too. Mary had seen death more than once. She came of a family that had a knack of dying under, as she told Miss Fowler, most distressing circumstances. She would stay where she was till she was entirely satisfied that it was dead. Dead as dear Papa in the late 80s, Aunt Mary in 89, Mamma in 91, Cousin Dick in 95, Lady McCausland's housemaid in 99, Lady McCausland's sister in 1901, Wynne buried 5 days ago, and Edna Garrett still waiting for decent earth to hide her. As she thought, her underlip caught up by one faded canine, brows knit and nostrils wide, she wielded the poker with lunges that jarred the grating at the bottom and careful scrapes round the brickwork above. She looked at her wristwatch. It was getting on to 4:30, and the rain was coming down in earnest. Tea would be at 5. If it did not die before that time, she would be soaked and would have to change. Meantime, and this occupied her, Wynne's things were burning well in spite of the hissing wet, though now and again A book back with a quite distinguishable title would be heaved up out of the mass. The exercise of stoking had given her a glow which seemed to reach to the marrow of her bones. She hummed. Mary never had a voice to herself. She had never believed in all those advanced views, though Miss Fowler herself leaned a little that way, of woman's work in the world, but now she saw that there was much to be said for them. This, for instance, was her work which no man, least of all Dr. Hennis, would ever have done. A man at such a crisis would be what Wynne called a sportsman, would leave everything to fetch help, and would certainly bring it into the house. Now a woman's business was to make a happy home for her husband and children. Failing these, it was not a thing one should allow one's mind to dwell upon. But stop it! Mary cried once more across the shadows. Nein, I tell you, ich haben de Tod Kinder gesehen. But it was a fact. A woman who had missed these things could still be useful, more useful than a man in certain respects. She thumped like a pavois through the settling ashes at the secret thrill of it. The rain was damping the fire, but she could feel it was too dark to see, that her work was done. There was a dull red glow at the bottom of the destructor, not enough to char the wooden lid if she slipped it half over against the driving wet. This arranged, she leaned on the poker and waited, while an increasing rapture laid hold on her. She ceased to think. She gave herself up to feel. Her long pleasure was broken by a sound that she had waited for in agony several times in her life. She leaned forward and listened, smiling. There could be no mistake. She closed her eyes and drank it in. Once it ceased abruptly. "Go on," she murmured half aloud. "That isn't the end." Then the end came, very distinctly, in a lull between two rain gusts. Mary Postgate drew her breath short between her teeth and shivered from head to foot. "That's all right," said she contentedly, and went up to the house, where she scandalized the whole routine by taking a luxurious hot bath before tea, and came down looking, as Miss Fowler said when she saw her lying all relaxed on the other sofa, quite handsome. The beginnings. It was not part of their blood. It came to them very late, with long arrears to make good, when the English began to hate. They were not easily moved. They were icy, willing to wait till every count should be proved ere the English began to hate. Their voices were even and low. Their eyes were level and straight. There was neither sign nor show when the English began to hate. It was not preached to the crowd. It was not taught by the state. No man spoke it aloud when the English began to hate. It was not suddenly bred. It will not swiftly abate through the chill years ahead, when time shall count from the date that the English began to hate. The End of Mary Postgate by Rudyard Kipling.
Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith. Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, Please visit LibriVox.org. Lingo of No Man's Land, or Wartime Lexicon, compiled by Sergeant Lorenzo Smith, May 1918. Foreword. It is no wonder that new words and new terms had to express our surroundings and our experiences. With unheard-of conditions in the trenches, sights and sounds inconceivable before August 1914, the elbowing of the nations as friend and foe, ourselves with unfamiliar weapons and accoutrements in our hands, in dress and undress which made us feel more at home with our comrades than with ourselves, these expressions were inevitable, involuntary. That many of them are humorous is only the natural rebound from frightfulness in the mind of the Anglo-Saxon, whether he hail from the British Isles, from Canada, or from the United States. Tommy has always been noted for making fun of his serious self, and when the brand-new lieutenant is dubbed the one-star wonder, and the finest company of infantry you could wish to see is called the gravel crusher, it affords an interesting clue to Tommy's analysis of himself and to the secret of his sure success. But the real need for definitions and explanations was impressed upon me while on recruiting duty for the British-Canadian Recruiting Mission. Talks and addresses before clubs, societies, and mass meetings were frequently followed by questions from the floor. What do you mean by blighty? What's a whiz-bang? Hence the lingo of No Man's Land, or the Wartime Lexicon, in this small pocket edition. L. N. Smith. Note: Sergeant Lorenzo N. Smith, a typical son of Massachusetts, fired by the newspaper reports of desecrated Belgium and France, crossed the Canadian border and joined the Westmount Rifles in February 1915. He was unwilling to wait until his own countrymen were sure it was their business to fight the proposition that might is right. Private Smith was soon familiarly known among his comrades as Yank Smith, and with the 1st Canadian contingent a few months later he was doing his bit at Ypres, Festubert, Givenchy, Theogstert, and Messines. After the usual experiences with machine-gun, reconnoitering parties, and listening post duty, a generous amount of shrapnel at Messines ended Sergeant Smith's ability to carry on. He returned to Canada in April 1916. After his honorable discharge and a partial recovery from his wounds, he found the need for men in the trenches still great. How great only those who had helped hold the thin Allied lines seemed to appreciate. With this thought predominating, Sergeant Smith joined the British-Canadian Recruiting Mission in July 1917. This work brought him back to the United States, where his business, like that of the other men who came back, was to arouse British subjects to answer the call to colours, to urge them to take the places of the brave English, the Scots, and the Canadians who have fallen for the cause which every man worthy of the name considers his own. E.W., May 8, 1918. Lingo of No Man's Land. Ace. A term of distinction applied by the French to any aeroplane pilot who has brought down 5 or more enemy aeroplanes. Brought down, in this connection, means the machine wrecked and the aviator disabled. The Germans do not make such distinctions. Forcing any enemy plane to descend, even if uninjured, is counted by them as brought down. Advance post. An advance post is used only when trenches are a considerable distance away. Swampy lands often make their use necessary. An advance post is sometimes detailed to a position as close as possible to the German lines in order to watch and report the actions of the enemy. See listening post. Aerial photography. A photograph taken from an aeroplane as it circles above the ground. The supremacy of the British air fleets has made it possible for the Allies to know very exactly, by means of aerial photographs, all the movements of the enemy and the strength of their lines. This information is used in the making of maps of tape in fields behind the trenches, where plans of attack can be rehearsed with great accuracy. Each soldier knows the precise distance and direction of that part of the enemy line which he is to reach. The best height of the aeroplane for taking these photographs is 600 feet. Allemand, the French word for German, applied to the Huns by British soldiers, much used in trench songs. Ammunition column. An ammunition column is a train of transports or wagons, drawn usually by horses or mules, engaged in carrying munitions from the railroads to the munition dumps, and from the dumps to the batteries. Ammunition dump. An area set aside for the storing of ammunition. There are ammunition dumps almost anywhere you go behind the lines. The farther behind the lines they are, the bigger they are, as a rule. Angle in range. Bracketing a target east or west is called the angle instead of the bracket in ranging, because in changing the position of the gun it is turned through so many degrees of a circle, in contrast to bracketing when it is raised or lowered that distance. Anti-aircraft guns. 13-pounder guns to combat hostile aircraft, which are mounted on motor trucks and are constantly on the move. These guns fire very rapidly, and are a Boche airman's chief source of worry as he flies over enemy territory. The shell fired from these guns is known to Tommy as an Archie. Archie. Anti-aircraft guns, generally mounted on automobiles, so called from the sound of the shell in the air, namely, Archie, Archie. The anti-aircraft gunners are also dubbed Archie or Archibald. Artillery retaliation. An answer to enemy artillery fire upon our trenches. When our trenches are being heavily shelled, the men in the firing line call for retaliation, and our batteries then commence a bombardment of the enemy front line trenches until their fire gradually ceases. Our artillery stops firing then, too. Armored cars. Fast, steel-plated motor cars, mounting machine guns. Very little used in trench warfare, but valuable for surprise attacks in open fighting. Artillery registration. When the aeroplane scouts and observation post men report some place in the enemy lines which it is desirable to register, one gun is given a range and angle to this point from the map, and the effect of the fire so directed is observed. When the target is hit, several more shells are thrown to be sure of the accuracy of the range and angle, and the exact location is noted. This target point is then said to be registered, and whenever it is desired to place shells at that point, the fire can be accurately directed without delay or loss of ammunition. Baksheesh. Money, food, anything left over in the pot. Bandolier. The holder for ammunition, a cartridge belt, not infrequently regarded as something to lose by happy-go-lucky Tommy. Barbed wire entanglements. A mass of barbed wire stretched and intertwined from post to post in varying distances from our own front line to form an obstacle to enemy attacks. This barbed wire is usually a good mark for the enemy artillery before his infantry attempts to pay us a visit. Barrage. A barrage is a protective wall or curtain of fire placed in front of infantry advancing to the attack until they have reached their final objective and made it secure. The distance the shells are thrown by the batteries is accurately timed so that the curtain moves forward only as fast as the line of soldiers. If the soldiers move too fast, they overtake their own barrage, and therefore the attack is generally timed to a walk across no man's land. Shrapnel is the usual shell employed in barrage, each shell bursting about 10 feet above the earth and throwing the shrapnel bullets forward about 200 yards. This makes it impossible for the enemy to rush to meet the attack. Barrage alignment. The enemy trenches are not often parallel to our own, and it is not therefore possible to cover all parts of a given section by giving the artillery one range. The line of bursting shells must conform to the shape of the enemy line, so that the effect is felt with equal violence at all points of attack. To do this, each gun of a battery is given a specific range different from every other gun, and correction is made in the same way. In a creeping barrage, unless the alignment conforms with the contour of the enemy trenches, attacking infantry are not properly protected. In this case, therefore, the barrage is laid down at a given range, in a line probably parallel to our trenches, and the range gradually lengthened for each gun to shape the barrage as it advances to the contour of the enemy trenches. Bay. The part of the trenches between the traverses. The distance may be long or short according to conditions. The longest bay is about 20 feet. The bay is the space between the buttresses or towers on the wall of the trench manned by the defenders. Bertha. A 60-ton German gun, so called from Bertha Krupp of the manufacturing firm. This gun has a range of 10 to 12 miles and throws a 1,200-pound shell, which the Tommies also call Jack Johnson. Billet. A hut back of the lines where worn and weary soldiers may sleep and eat in peace. The roof is made of corrugated iron, floor and sides of wood, with air spaces for ventilation, which, however, are not appreciated from November to March, when Old Sol is short in his heat supply. Billet is also the term given to the quarters in barns or outhouses, or in the homes of Belgian and French families, the latter being an unheard-of luxury to the rank and file, but commonly the good fortune of the officers. Bivouac. An encampment in the open without tents. A shelter is sometimes made with 2 rubber sheets, 6½ feet long and 4 feet wide, supported on 3-foot poles. Such a bivouac accommodates 2 soldiers. Black Marias. 300-pound howitzer shells, which liberate a large cloud of stinging black smoke when they explode. Blighty. The Briton's expression for home, England. Also used for a wound which he hopes is serious enough to invalid him back to England. The base hospital is sometimes called Blighty Junction, as it is from there that the seriously wounded are sent back to England to recover. The word is said by some authorities to be derived from the Hindustani word belaiti, which means something foreign or over the seas. Others affirm that Blighty is the East Indians' pronunciation of Brighton, England, at which place is located a large hospital with which many of them are acquainted. When Tommy receives a soft one, a slight wound, he not infrequently shouts, "Hooray, I'm off for Blighty." Blind Bay. When the surveyed line of the trenches is cut off by marshy ground, or by a farmhouse with a marsh behind it, or some other obstacle through which trenches cannot be dug, and no man's land is too narrow to risk digging out around the obstacle, the trench is ended abruptly, like a blind alley, or, in trench language, it becomes a blind bay. Communicating trenches run behind the lines around the obstruction, so that the section is not cut off from supplies or support in case of attack. The marsh constitutes a natural barrier more effective than trenches against enemy attack. Blind bay is also used to describe the part of the aeroplane where the enemy cannot return our fire, or the point where a pilot can sneak up on an enemy machine without being seen. Block. The term to designate a barrier built across a trench or road to fortify or protect the defenders. It may be built of sandbags, barbed wire, or the trench walls leveled to the ground. In a raid on enemy lines, the first thing to accomplish is to throw up a block cutting off the particular section of the trench raided from enemy reinforcements or a counter-attacking party. Blue Devils. A regiment of picked French troops who die rather than surrender. Bobtail. A dishonorable discharge, used more in the American Army than in the British. Boche. The familiar epithet of the Allied soldiers for the German. Its derivation is somewhat uncertain, but it probably comes from the French word boucher or bouchier, meaning butcher, with the common meaning inhuman monster. Other authorities affirm that Boche is corrupted from the French caboche, which means numbskull, stupid, or in plain English, a damn fool. This term is most generally used when the Germans are bombarding our line with heavy trench mortars. Body snatchers. Snipers, so called because they pick off men unawares. Bomb. In general terms, a casing of shrapnel enclosing a high explosive, which, when thrown, usually by hand, bursts and scatters the shrapnel in all directions. Bombs, today, are exploded by either time fuses or concussion caps. Bombardier. The lowest non-commissioned officer attached to an artillery battery. He wears one stripe on his arm, and his rank is equivalent to a lance corporal in the infantry. Bomb-proof. A safe job, same as cushy. That these jobs are not always as safe as they are said to be is shown by the experience of a veteran of 20 years' service, who, having been sent back after a particularly hard time in the front-line trenches, was killed almost immediately by an enemy shell that landed on the dump. Box barrage. Fire from a battery so directed as to drop shells on 3 sides of a specific area. A skillfully directed box barrage will not only cut off enemy advance in front, but prevent flank movements or reinforcements coming up from other parts of the trenches to help those surrounded by the fire. Box respirator. The newer form of gas helmet. It consists of a small hook-like mask with a nose clamp and a mouthpiece, fitted also with goggles. Attached to the mouthpiece is an elastic tube connecting the helmet with the box containing charcoal and other chemicals, which purify the poisonous air as it is breathed in. To these helmets is attached a tiny record book, in which a notation is made of the number of hours worn, the occasions, and whether on drill or in active service. A soldier carries a box respirator and also the pH gas helmet with him all the time he is on active service, so that if one is injured by shell fire, the other is ready for service. The orders in regard to this item of equipment are so strict that a soldier caught without his masks on duty may be court-martialed and heavily fined. Bracket. Distance between ranges too long and too short for a specific target. For registration of a particular target at approximately 2,500 yards, for instance, a gun would drop a shell at perhaps 2,700 yards and another at 2,400 yards, or, in the language of the artillery, 27-24. The effect of these shells being reported by aeroplanes or observation posts, the correction may be 26-25. If the latter scores a direct hit, a second shot is dropped at the same range to verify the finding, and the target is registered. Too long a range is called plus, too short a one minus. So that a bracket, in other words, is the plus and minus distance in locating a target. This is bracketing in ranging. Brass hat. General Staff Officer, as distinguished from tin hat, an ordinary soldier wearing a steel helmet. Brazier. A sheet iron bucket with draught holes on the sides, so that it may be used for cooking or to heat the dugouts. Britannia. The name of one of the first tanks. The following description from the London Standard was written by one of the gallant Canadians and sent to his fiancée at home. They can do up prisoners in bundles like straw binders, and in addition have an adaptation of a printing machine which enables them to catch the Huns, fold, count, and deliver them in quires, every 13th man being thrown out a little farther than the others. The tanks can truss refractory prisoners like fowls prepared for cooking, while their equipment renders it possible for them to charge into a crowd of Huns and by shooting out spokes like porcupine quills, carry off an opponent on each. Though stuck up, the prisoners are, needless to say, by no means proud of their position. They can chew up barbed wire and turn it into munitions, and as they run they slash their tails and clear away trees, houses, howitzers, and anything else in the vicinity. They turn over on their backs and catch live shells in their caterpillar feet, and they can easily be adapted as submarines. In fact, most of them cross the channel in this guise. They loop the loop, travel forward, sideways, and backwards, not only with equal speed, but at the same time. They spin around like a top, only far more quickly, dig themselves in, bury themselves, scoop out a tunnel, and come up again 10 miles away in half an hour. Bucket carriers, ration parties, supply carriers of all kinds. Bug house, shell-shock hospital, also used to refer to a dugout or to flea pots. Bully beef, the soldier's name for canned corned beef. It is put up in 12-ounce tins, this being considered equal to a pound of fresh meat, a day's ration for one man. A sandbag full of bully beef makes splendid material for roofing a dugout or building a road, which use it is put to unless Tommy is very hungry. Buses, an aeroplane used for bombing, big, slow, and unwieldy. Busted, the reduction of an NCO to the ranks. Cage, a wire-enclosed structure to hold Fritz. We are gradually capturing these wild beasts and endeavoring to civilize them. Camouflage, the fusion or blending of colors to destroy the outline or distinguishing features of an object, so hidden as to make it practically invisible. To mislead the enemy, we cover our guns with bush and small trees, and sometimes cover them with painted canvas similar to their surroundings, so that aeroplanes flying over them cannot distinguish the location of the guns from the surrounding green meadows. We also cover roads with burlap, so as to keep the enemy from observing movements of our troops and transports over these roads. The cleverest camouflage used by us is when we have only a few men in the front lines and pretend we have hundreds. The term, which is French, is now adopted into English, and as generally used, means any effort to cover up or obscure the true nature of a thing. Carrier, a special jacket or apron, with straps over the shoulder, fastening on the side or back, with pockets for Mills grenades. Caterpillar, a type of tractor engine run by electricity, the wheels of which are fitted with huge blocks, giving the tractor great pulling power, a thing much needed in the heavy mud for moving artillery. CB, a soldier gets a CB, confined to barracks, for being half a minute late. He is kept in camp quarters while his pals are enjoying the neighborhood estaminet. Char tea, afternoon tea, probably derived from the Hindustani term cha, meaning tea, or it may be derived from the Hindustani expression that might be spelled phonetically as chipati, the name of a kind of unleavened donut of flour, water, and salt, fried in fat, which is a common article of diet for Indian troops, and was also used to some extent in South Africa during the Boer War. Chatting, name applied to the indiscriminate hunt for petty friends called cooties, trouser rabbits, etc. Chaw or chuck, bread, as distinguished from hardtack or ship's biscuits, which are also a regular part of the Army's rations. Chimney sweeps, Scottish rifles. Clearing station, the first place which looks like a bona fide hospital to a wounded man on his long journey from the front line to the base. It collects all the wounded down the lines of communication and is the start toward Blighty if wounds are serious. Click, a verb signifying all sorts of ways of dying at the front. To kill, to be killed, to go west, etc. Clicked sometimes means wounded. Clink, the old soldier's term for military guard room. Coal box, a Hun high-explosive shell similar to the Jack Johnson, which on bursting makes a terrific noise and eliminates a heavy black cloud of gas. Should it, however, burst too near you, you don't see the cloudy effects. Communication trench. In low, marshy ground, the trenches cannot be dug deep, because the water soon fills them. So they are usually dug about 2 feet deep, and the walls are then built up of sandbags. As sandbags are less substantial protection than ordinary earth walls, the combination trench is more often used as a communicating trench, or CT, than as a fire trench facing the enemy. Company runner, official messenger, for carrying orders and guide duty. Men chosen for this work must undergo a stiff training to give them physical endurance and speed, and they must also be thoroughly familiar with the country in which they are located, so that in any emergency they will know the lay of the land so well that they can find their way under all circumstances. Concertina wire. Use of coils of wire like a concertina is one of the methods of wire entanglement. These coils are linked together to form a barrier more difficult for the Germans to pass through than the ordinary tangled wire protection. Concussion. The passage of big shells displaces air so suddenly that a man within range will be knocked to the ground by the rush of air. A small shell, falling close to a man, will have a similar effect, even if it does not explode. Thus, dud shells, that is, those that do not explode at all, will nevertheless cause concussion. The effect is a nerve shock. Something seems to break in the brain, in the words of the men who have come back, and they suffer a loss of self-control. If a man is very near a large shell, he will not only be knocked to the ground, but literally crushed to pulp by the same tremendous force that shatters buildings to kindling wood in the path of a cyclone. A man may be lifted high in the air off a hard dirt road by the concussion of a shell. Contact system. Method of relaying messages by pre-arranged code from the infantry to the aeroplane, which transmits it back to headquarters. The speed with which an advancing body of infantry can communicate with its artillery support and with headquarters is remarkable. Frequently messages are on hand in less than a minute after they are flashed. Report of the success or failure of an assault, the present position of the attackers and the enemy, points of consolidation and alignment connection, are all conveyed back to headquarters by contact machines which drop little bags containing up-to-the-minute maps of the situation. Contact machines do good work reporting small groups of men isolated in shell holes, requesting barrage fire or machine gun support, and in advising companies up and down the line of the success or failure of the general attacking movement. Cootie. This is a species of lice with extraordinary biting ability. These pests are introduced to us 3 or 4 hours after we arrive in the trenches, and they worry us more than the Huns on many occasions. It is no use to feed them insect powder or poison of any kind. Instead of destroying them, they thrive on it and become more ambitious. No matter how hard you try, it is impossible to be free from these pests, and you are bothered with them until your stay in Flanders is over. They are also called seam squirrel, trouser rabbit, or shiny lizard. Counterattack. An attack made immediately after losing a position to recover the lost ground. Counter-battery duel. A counter-battery duel occurs when a battery on one side is answered by a battery on the other side. 2 methods of return are used. When an enemy battery shells one of our batteries, if the enemy position is successfully located, we may answer shell for shell in an effort to silence it. The usual method, however, is for the battery which is the target of enemy shells to keep quiet, but get into communication with several heavy artillery batteries, which will direct a fierce return fire from big guns until the enemy is silenced. Crater. A large hole, similar to the crater of a volcano, made by a high explosive shell or mine. A crater is sometimes several feet across, and many battles have been fought around these craters. Crawlies. Cooties, alias red stripes, alias crumbs. American variety is called a flea. Creeping Jimmy. High-velocity shell which gives no warning of its approach. This term is more or less colloquial in different parts of the line, corresponding probably to the silent Susie of some other section of the trenches. Crimed. The soldier term for being called before the officer commanding for bad conduct. Crump. A high explosive shell, generally a 5.9. Crystallized assault. That is, settled down in one place, after surging back and forth, as ground is won or lost in the attack by succeeding waves of infantry. Curtain fire. British term for barrage, which a military expert defines as the creation of a narrow belt of shell bursting in front of advancing troops or over trenches, so continuous as theoretically to prevent the possibility of any living thing passing through, and which actually in practice renders such passage so dangerous and expensive of life that it is hardly attempted. The curtain is only possible since the advent of quick-firing field guns 20-odd years ago, with the invention of the French famous 75mm gun. Even the old-time concentration of fire did not give the same results, because the rate of fire was not rapid enough and not accurate enough. The old guns did not absorb the shock of recoil and had to be relayed and repointed after every shot, because the shock drove the trail deeper and deeper into the ground and shifted the whole position of the carriage. It is now possible with modern rapid-firing field guns to reach 30 rounds a minute. Cushy. The way the men who go into the firing line and over the top refer to the soldiers whose duty lies safely back of the lines. A cushy job is equivalent to a soft job. There is no danger connected with it. DCM. Distinguished Conduct Medal. Also, much the opposite, a district court-martial, usually for serious offenses. Déjeuner. A French word meaning to the soldier, breakfast up. Digging in. Digging a trench, a hole in the ground, or any protection while under shell fire. Disparu. Official word for missing, referring to an aviator who does not come in from his 2-hour detail. Dixie. The term by which Tommies designate the black pot in which meals are cooked. Doggo, an adjective laid at the door of the East Indians, meaning still, quiet. No man's land is doggo. Doing in, killing, as in we are doing in the Huns. Dolly Varden, the British term for a German helmet. Doss, an East Indian word meaning a short sleep, a nap. Doss house, some place, any place, where Tommy can snatch a little rest. Doughboy, an infantryman, so called because infantrymen once rubbed their uniforms with pipe clay, and in the rain the clay made dough. Dressing station, usually the first place to which the wounded men are taken, or first aid station. The battalion medical officer is in charge. After being examined and dressed at the dressing station, the wounded soldier is sent on to the nearest Red Cross station for further treatment. Drum fire. Uninterrupted firing which sounds like the beating of drums at a distance. DSO. Distinguished Service Order, conferred only on British officers. Dud. Bad. The weather may be dud, or a shell may be dud, or anything else that does not suit Tommy. Dud shell. A dud shell is a dead one, that is, one which does not explode after being fired. Removing these unexploded shells is one of the dangers of reclaiming the wasteland over which armies have been fighting, as they sometimes explode unexpectedly when struck by a rifle. Dugout. An excavation in which to sleep and eat, when not flooded by water from the trench. The earlier dugouts were only a few feet underground and were of very little use in shielding the men from high explosives. Today the dugouts afford very good protection and a great deal of comfort, as they are anywhere from 20 to 30 feet underground. These dugouts constitute a definite part of the front-line fortifications, as soldiers can only be dislodged from such cave-like strongholds by throwing bombs down into them or employing suffocating gas. Eggs. Another term for bombs or grenades. There is a German bomb resembling a goose egg. These eggs have come out in ever-increasing variety in the past few years. They are sometimes filled with shrapnel and various kinds of poison gas, or bits of metal. The deadly contents are sometimes released by a time fuse, other times by concussion caps. Elaine. Another French word adopted by the English. It means spirited. For instance, an official report says our troops attacked with great élan, meaning with great vigor. Emma G. Machine gun. It is much simpler to say Emma G., and much more descriptive of Tommy's feeling for his weapon than to always say machine gun. Emplacement. Gun platform. It may be of concrete, hard-packed earth, or stone and mortar. Some of the big guns are moved on specially constructed railways, which are built ahead faster than the advancing of the battery, so that when a new position is taken, the guns can be moved forward very rapidly to defend it. Laying these railroads is one of the dangerous duties of the Engineer Corps. Enfilading fire. Fire from a flank. That is, not from a point directly in front of the target, but at wide angles on each side, so as to strike the object obliquely. Enfilading fire, directed against a salient, makes such a part of the line a particularly deadly place to defend. Entrenching tool. A trowel-shaped tool for digging in, with which every soldier is supplied, as well as with musket and ammunition. A spade and pick combined with a removable handle 15 inches long. Opinion among soldiers varies as to its usefulness, some claiming it is the most satisfactory tool devised for scooping out a shelter quickly under fire, others regarding it as an entirely useless cross between a tack hammer and a geologist's pickaxe. Echelon. From the French, meaning any fortified place. Used indiscriminately with reference to fortified positions, ammunition dumps, batteries, pillboxes, airdromes, railheads, etc. Thus the press dispatches refer to Allied aviators dropping bombs on enemy echelons. Estaminet. The French word adopted by the British soldiers, meaning drinking house or saloon, where they can buy beer, French wines, and similar drinks. A place of higher grade than the ordinary saloon, where fair mademoiselle waits on Tommy, and where he is apt to sit and talk with his comrades, until her n'a peu fini, no more finished, is understood to mean closing time. Fag. Tommy asks for a fag, meaning a cigarette. Feel of the air. The aviator develops a sixth sense, the feel of the air, difficult to describe, but an important element in the success of his work. Fire trench. The front line of the trenches, the firing line. Firing step. A long narrow platform of earth made when digging the trench, on which to mount when firing a machine gun or rifle, or to use when looking over on sentry duty. It should be 4 feet 6 inches from the top of the parapet. In fine weather, Tommy uses it as a bed in the daytime. Fishtail, a German trench mortar shell 8 inches long, corrugated, with a hollow stem which slips over the gun when fired. It carries fishtail-shaped wings, whence its name, also sometimes called pineapple. Flare, a cartridge filled with 4th of July stuff, to be fired from a pistol when you think you see something moving out in no man's land at night. Leaving the pistol, the flare shoots up into the air towards Fritzie's line, and as it begins to descend, bursts into a dazzling light, illuminating the surrounding ground for 500 yards or so. If Tommy is out there when a flare goes up, he imagines every Boche machine gun for miles on either side is trained on him, ready to fire. But if he keeps perfectly still, he will 9 times out of 10 be taken for some old post by the overtrained wooden-headed Hun. Flea bag, officer's sleeping bag or bedroll. This is not unlike a hunter's or an Arctic explorer's outfit. It is a heavy canvas sheet 7 feet by 5 feet in which the blankets are laid. The edges are turned in to meet in the center, and the foot is turned up. The edges are then laced together so that the roll is really a kind of bag. The advantage is that it can be spread out and the blankets aired and washed easily. Flipper. To Tommy, flipper is short for hand. Flying pig, the name of one of the heaviest trench mortars. It is about 5 feet long, weighs 298 pounds, is shaped like a pig, and shoots a shell in which 93 pounds of amnol, a high explosive, is used. The flying pig carries a light in the tail, which goes out as soon as the shell begins to descend. This is a cue to the watching soldiers to get out of the way. The mortars throw a shell 1,140 feet away, and even though no fragments touch him, the concussion is so great that a man's insides burst like a kernel of popcorn, and death is usually instantaneous. This shell is also called a sausage, a rum jar, and minnie. Flying traverse, a roof of sod, gravel, and earth, built over the communicating trench for a distance of perhaps 12 feet. The sod and earth are effective camouflage, while the distance of the traverse from the fire trench is such that the entrance to this protected portion of the communicating trench is just out of range of vision of German outposts across no man's land. So instead of seeing soldiers going under this false roof, they see only the roof and cannot distinguish it from the rest of the ground, while airplane scouts cannot distinguish it from above. Fogey, a 10% increase in pay. Football, one of the 60-pound trench mortar shells shaped like a football. French beer, 2% beer, which the soldiers consider about as thrilling as the kiss of a man's sister. French wire, pure steel wire. It is a plain coiled wire on which barbs for wire entanglements may be placed. It is very pliable. Fritz, another fond term Tommy has for the German. When particularly friendly, Tommy refers to him as Fritzie. Galloper, a staff officer, particularly the general's aide-de-camp, so called because usually seen by the soldiers riding at a gallop. Only general staff officers are mounted. Gas, a sleep producer first introduced by the Germans. With a favorable wind, a gas attack can be very effective. There are 2 kinds, cloud and shell. The cloud gas is ejected from cylinders placed in or near the front-line trenches, the wind catching it and wafting it over no man's land towards the enemy. A 5-mile-an-hour wind is required to get satisfactory results. The gas, when ejected, drifts along close to the ground and always seeks the lowest levels. Shell gas is sent over encased in ordinary shells, sometimes mixed with shrapnel, which, when bursting, scatter the shrapnel and gas in all directions. Gas gong, generally an empty shell case hung along the front line of a trench. The moment that the sentries notice the gas, they ring these gongs, and this warns the men to put on their gas helmets immediately. Gas helmets, To combat the gas attacks introduced by the Germans, the British first devised the PH gas helmet. It consists of a hood of cotton fabric, double thickness, soaked in chemicals. Glass goggles are fitted at the level of the eyes. The hood can be adjusted in 10 seconds' time, the loose lower edge being tucked under the coat collar or shirt. The air is drawn through the fabric, and the poisonous character of the gas neutralized by the chemicals in which the cloth has been saturated. Breath is exhaled through a collapsed rubber tube mouthpiece. See respirator. Gas shells. Shells which liberate a poisonous gas when they explode. The chief method of gas attack now is to bombard with gas shells. Getting wind up. Tommy says the Germans are getting wind up when they are so nervous and jumpy in expectation of an attack that they begin firing without a good cause at shadows and imaginary objects. A nervous sentry, firing at a shadow he thinks is a man, may set the whole line ablaze with shell fire over nothing. Goat talk. Chaffing, joshing, with the same general significance as the common expression to get one's goat. If Tommy is getting the Boche's goat across no man's land, so much the better. Going in. The short and ready phrase for going into the trenches, the opposite of going out or going out of the trenches. Going over. The soldiers in the trenches say going over rather than going over the top or over the top. Gooseberry entanglements. Barbed wire hoop coils put together so as to form the shape of a ball or gooseberry. These are thrown in amongst the other entanglements to hinder the advance of the enemy. Gone west. An expression for death. Likewise the slang kicked in. These terms, together with the phrase pushing up the daisies, are the soldiers' common terms for the fate that overtakes comrades and may momentarily overtake themselves. Gotthas. Gott-Getter, suspected of originating from the German, a fast scouting biplane corresponding to destroyers. Gravel crusher, an infantryman, always walking, so named, it is explained, from his big feet, another expression for doughboy. Grenade. A bomb, or grenade, was not considered a modern weapon of warfare since the Crimean War, but with the development of trench warfare it was revived and perfected as one of the most efficient modern weapons. It is a small iron container about the size of a lemon or a little larger, marked off in squares and fitted with a time fuse. It is thrown with a stiff overarm movement different from baseball throwing. In exploding, the shells burst into fragments along the square markings of the container, carrying destruction in their path. Ground flare. A cartridge filled with the same kind of illuminating powder as the ordinary flare, used by troops in the first wave of an attack to signal their whereabouts to the aeroplanes. They can be used day or night, although very little flying is done after dark, and consequently they are not much needed then. About 1 man in 10 carries ground flares in the attack, so that when they are set off, on signal from the observer in the plane, the general attacking line is pretty clearly defined to him. Grousing. Tommy, out of sorts, grumbling, is grousing. No socks, ration parties several hours late, etc., at first were causes for grousing before Tommy got used to it. Guardhouse lawyer. A soldier who is usually in the guardhouse himself, who advises other soldiers how to get out. Gunfire. A term referring to morning tea, purely local in its application, soldiers from different parts of the line not recognizing it at all with that meaning. Hangars. Sheds or huts where aeroplanes are housed when not flying. They are built of wood, tin, or canvas, as most convenient. Hanging on the barbed wire. Absent after a battle. HE, high explosive shells. A high explosive shell contains no bullets. It does not explode until it hits the ground, but on explosion the shell bursts into fragments which are thrown in all directions. Heavies. The soldiers refer to the big guns as heavies. They are large caliber guns discharging shells weighing from 60 pounds to 2,000 pounds and are effective at distances of many miles. His or ours. The question a soldier asks when he hears a shell but cannot see it. Hissing Jenny. A 4.1 high-velocity German shell fired from a field gun. It may contain either shrapnel, high explosive, poisonous gas, or crying gas. It has a velocity of about 2,400 feet per second and makes a hissing sound as it goes, hence its name. It is used to demolish troops, its velocity making it especially deadly. Howitzer. A short muzzle cannon which fires a high explosive shell. This war has brought out howitzers of very large caliber, and at present they are being used very extensively. They are very effective in destroying the strongest fortified positions in a few moments. Their caliber ranges from 4 inches to 15 inches. Hun, the cruelest animal known, will soon be extinct. The term is derived from the Huns of Attila, an ancient tribe of barbaric people from whom the present-day Germans claim to be descended. In our opinion, it is too good a name for Fritz. Identification disc. A small metal plate marked with the soldier's name, regimental number, and religion. This disc is worn around the neck or wrist. Identification patrol. A patrol sent out into no man's land for the purpose of getting a prisoner and identifying the enemy troops holding the line opposite. Intense bombardment. The heaviest bombardment our artillery is capable of giving to Fritz. This fire generally wrecks the troops in front of us, and when it comes to hand fighting, he is not capable of putting up a stubborn resistance. Invalided home. Sent home on account of sickness or wounds. Irish diehards. 6th Dragoons of the British Army. At the Battle of the Marne, only 69 men of this regiment came out of the fight, of the 700 who went into it. Iron rations. Tommy's emergency or 24-hour ration, consisting of bully beef, hardtack or ship's biscuit, tea, and sometimes sugar and oxo cubes. Also applied to the shells thrown by our artillery at the Huns. Island traverse. An island in a communication trench, about 8 by 12 feet, around which the trench is dug in a square or oblong shape. This island traverse forms an excellent protection for a machine gun, and it also serves as a kind of switch, by which men going up to the front may pass those coming back with less difficulty than in the narrow trenches. End of Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith. Part 1. Read by Maria Kasper. Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jack Johnson, the largest shell used by Fritz. It is between 16 and 17 inches, and when it explodes it makes a shell crater about 20 feet deep. This shell is also called the Ypres Express, as it reminds one of an express train as it tears through the air, emitting a dense cloud of black smoke when it explodes. Jake, a universal army term meaning something like our expression ripping. It is applied without discrimination to a pretty girl, a good soup or stew, or anything with which there is much satisfaction. It may be an anglicism of the French word chic. Jam tins. Jam tins are exactly what the name implies. In the early days all empty jam tins were by order collected, filled with high explosive and old pieces of iron, etc., and used as a hand grenade. Sammy will learn soon enough what a jam tin is in the present day fighting, and he will welcome any fresh fruit which comes his way. Jawbone, a new verb meaning to obtain credit, as I have jawboned Yank out of $5. Jerry, a steel shrapnel helmet, also known as tin hat. Juice, tea, also called char. Jumping off trench, a shallow temporary trench a few yards in advance of the main entrenchments, from which an attack is started. The term is also used sometimes with reference to the fire trench itself. When it is a distinct trench by itself, it is simply a shelter for men going over the top before advancing, easier to get out of than the deeper fire trench. It is usually built the night before the attack. Kamerad, the Boche sign of surrender. He raises his hands and shouts, "Merci, Kamerad," and the next minute you see Tommy hand him a cigarette or give him a drink from his water bottle. Some Germans surrender in this way until you pass on, and then they grab a rifle and shoot you in the back, their way of expressing thanks for the cigarette or drink of water. Knife rest, a wire entanglement made in sections behind the lines and carried forward at night to be set up in no man's land. This method is easier and quicker than to construct the entanglement out in no man's land exposed to enemy fire. Knuckle knives, heavy daggers about 9 inches long, now part of every Allied soldier's equipment for use in hand-to-hand fighting. The knives have heavy bayonet-like blades and knobbed hilts. They are carried in the puttees, as the Highlanders carry a skene-dhu in their socks. Kukri. When the British brought troops from India to the Western battlefront, new weapons outside the knowledge of Western warfare were brought into use by the Indian soldiers. Chief among these is the kukri, a 15 to 18-inch curved knife of the Gurkhas, the wonderful soldiers from Nepal. The knife has a razor edge, which thickens toward the back to 1/4 inch. The handle, which is of wood, is bound with copper wire at distances convenient for the fingers to grip the wood easily. It can be used either at close quarters or thrown. There is no escape by running, for so skillful are these Indians in the use of the kukri that a man would be beheaded before he had gone 10 yards in an effort to escape. Ladies from hell, the complimentary epithet of the Germans for the Scotch kilties. Liaison officer, officer who maintains communication between battalions or batteries during operations. Liquid fire. The chemical composition of this weapon is kept a secret, although it is sometimes referred to as burning petrol or kerosene. Early in the war, when the Germans first employed this barbarous weapon, it was shot from nozzles like fire hose. Now individual soldiers may carry a cylinder of the chemicals on their backs, with a nozzle attached by which to direct the burning stream at will. It will carry about 40 yards. Listening post. A shell hole, a crater, or a place of concealment where scouts lie watching for enemy patrols, enemy raids on our trenches, or for any useful information. An ordinary listening post is occupied by 1 bomber and 2 riflemen. Little Willie, the German crown prince, whom Tommy says he expects to make an uncrowned pauper. Machine gun nests. The steel and concrete fortifications behind which several machine guns are placed to rake the enemy lines, while protected themselves by the concrete and steel walls of the next fortifications. Maconochie, so called from the manufacturer's name. It is canned Irish stew, or mulligan, served in tins. The soldiers warm it over trench stoves. Mad Fourth. A Canadian regiment, which won its name of honor by making a hopeless charge, April 23, 1915, in order to hold the Germans back until the British could bring up reinforcements. In that fight, 19 officers and 650 men were killed. Mad Minute. The first minute of an attack. It was so named because we fired so many shots in the first minute of an attack that it dazed the Huns. Mechanical transports. The trains of motor trucks used to carry forward supplies from the railroads. Mess tin. So necessary a part of the soldiers' equipment that one battalion used 15,000 from the time they went to France until June 1916. It is a complete outfit, plate, cup, and bowl. In an emergency, a shaving mug or a soup can is a worthy substitute. Mills bomb, the official British hand grenade, the most deadly weapon for its size in use today in France. It is thrown like a cricket ball. 35 yards, however, is about as far as the average Tommy ever throws a Mills bomb. For results, ask Fritzy. Mind the wire. Expression used when a man goes up the line. In other words, following the telephone lines, etc. Mine. An underground excavation extending out into no man's land, as near to the enemy's front line as possible, filled with high explosives ready to be blown up at a given signal. As a rule, the mines are exploded just prior to an attack. Minnehaha. Name for German Minenwerfers, or trench mortar shells, also called minis. Mini. The German 198-pound trench mortar high explosive shell, which can be plainly seen coming through the air. At night it has a tail of fire like a rocket. It kills by concussion. Minor operations. Small-scale operations or attacks with a definite object in view. It may take the form of a trench raid to secure information or capture prisoners, without any idea of holding the captured trenches, but simply to harass the enemy and destroy their morale. M.O. Medical Officer. Moat. A small house entirely surrounded by a ditch of water. We make small forts of them by putting barbed wire in front and back of the ditch and putting machine guns in the house and barricading it with sandbags. Mopping up. Clearing the battlefield after action and salvaging all material. This includes the hazardous business of cleaning out lurking enemies hidden in dugouts and shell holes, awaiting a chance to strike Tommy in the back. The tricks employed by the Germans to take soldiers unawares include all sorts of fanciful and deceptive bombs, looking like lost personal articles, which explode when picked up. Moppers up. Small parties of men detailed to follow the first attacking waves, bombing dugouts and looking after any of the enemy missed by the first lines of the advancing attackers. Mother. Big naval 17-inch gun, also called the Queen Elizabeth. Motor machine gun batteries. Machine guns mounted on motorcycles. A very effective means of stemming an attack. The guns are rushed up the road near which the action is taking place, deploying as they near the enemy, and almost invariably succeed in turning an enemy success into a rout. Mufti. Tommy's term for civilian clothes. Mulligan. Irish stew, the meat and vegetable stew served out to the soldiers in the trenches. Mulligan Battery, the cook wagon. Mustard gas. A new poisonous gas recently used against American soldiers. It is dichlorated ethyl sulfide. It burns the skin and blisters the bronchial tubes when present in quantity, whence its name of mustard gas. Its intoxication is rarely mortal, but the burns are painful and hard to heal. The effects are first felt in the eyes 6 to 12 hours after taking, followed by a congestion, hardly painful but bothering to the vision. This phase is regularly over in 3 days. It is followed by breathing troubles, which begin by an almost complete extinction of the voice. This phase lasts approximately 4 days, and is followed in turn by congestion of the lungs, which requires a long time to cure by reason of the frequent relapses when health is apparently restored. Finally, there are burns on the skin looking like red splotches. These may be painful or even frightful, but are never mortal unless a great portion of the skin has been exposed to the action of the gas for a long time. The action is quickest on damp surfaces, and the body burns are the result of the action of the body heat and moisture on the gas. Children and civilians are likely to suffer even more from this kind of a gas attack because of the body burns from which it is difficult to protect them. M&D, abbreviation for Militia and Defence, the Canadian Department at Ottawa corresponding to the War Office in London or the War Department at Washington. Also stands for Medicine and Duty, representing the small ailment treatment, a dose of physic and back to work. MNV, meat and vegetables, or in official army language, rations. NAPU. In the familiar parlance of the trench, NAPU means done for, killed. It is presumably a corruption of the French phrase ne plus, no more, and is used not only with reference to the death of a comrade, but with the general meaning it is finished. Napper, Tommy's word for head. You duck your napper when passing a bad place in the parapet. NCO, a non-commissioned officer. Night Ops, night patrol. No Man's Land, the stretch of land lying between the German front line and our own. Ground much coveted by both sides but owned by neither. Along one section, our reconnoitering parties called it Canada's Land, because they rarely ran across a Hun out there during the night patrols. This neutral space between the enemy lines varies in width from 25 to 400 or 500 yards. The enemy has even been as close as 15 yards. Observation balloon. A captive balloon kept several miles behind the front line. The men in these balloons are equipped with powerful glasses with telescopic lens. They watch closely all movements of the enemy and also locations of artillery and enemy aeroplanes who attempt to pass over. Observation post. An observation post is a point in our lines from which a clear view can be obtained of the enemy territory. If it is an infantry observation post, the enemy movements and defenses are noted and reported direct. If it is an artillery post, connection with the battery is made by telephone, the observer reporting to the gunners all movements and defenses within range. All firing from the battery, which is often miles behind the lines, is controlled by these observation posts far up near the enemy country. OC, abbreviation for Officer Commanding Battalion under the direct command of the Brigadier of the Division, or Officer in charge of any unit. OD, olive drab, or on dress. Old man, universal term of affection for the colonel of the regiment. Old Swati, an old soldier. One-star wonder, a second lieutenant, his badge of rank being a single star. Open up, the usual expression for beginning to fire. O-Pip, the soldier's name for observation post, from which the movements of the enemy are watched through telescopes. Out there, the usual English expression for at the front, about the same as the Americans' over there. Over the tapes. Rehearsing the plan of attack behind the lines so as to avoid misunderstandings and delays in action is called over the tapes. From aerial photographs, a map of white tape is laid out in a field behind the lines, showing the relation and direction of enemy trenches from our own and the distance between the various points. Each soldier learns exactly how far and in what direction from his own post is the part of the enemy trench which he is to reach and capture. Over the top. Before the attack, friends of the party participating often bid them adieu, over the top and the best of luck, or over the top and give them hell. Oyster bombs. Oyster-shaped hand grenades with projections around the edge. Unlike the ordinary grenade, it explodes by concussion, that is, upon hitting something solid, instead of by a time fuse. Package. Another expression for a wound or blighty, that is, a wound serious enough to take the boys home to England to recuperate. Strange as it may appear to those in mufti, Tommy sometimes welcomes blighty or a package with joy. Padre. Universal term for army chaplains irrespective of creed or denomination. Pancake. The aeroplane pancaked down, meaning dropping flat on all fours, so to speak, instead of coming down in a gliding position. Patrol parties. These are groups of from 3 to 20 men, usually accompanied by an officer, sent out into no man's land at night with some definite object in view, either to report on enemy movements in their trenches, condition of the barbed wire entanglements, or locations of breaks through which attacking infantry may go. Men are frequently called upon to volunteer for some special trick of this sort. Small parties usually go out on this work and move by stealth, creeping and crawling from shell hole to shell hole to keep out of sight of the enemy when a rocket or star shell makes no man's land as bright as day. Large patrols armed with machine guns are sometimes sent out to attack and capture an enemy patrol and secure information from the prisoners. Parapet. A tier of sandbags, empty jam tins, old bombs, etc., built on the front side of the trench to form a target for Fritz's artillery. A model parapet should be at least 40 inches thick to keep a bullet from penetrating. From the fire step to the top of the parapet is 4 feet 6 inches. Parados. The parados is opposite the parapet, and its purpose is to stop the backward effect of shrapnel bursting behind the parados. It should be the same height as a parapet and built along the same lines. When a German trench is captured, the parados of their line then becomes the firing step for the British holding it against counter-attack. Pea-shooter, the artilleryman's name for his gun. Periscope, an instrument used for seeing no man's land by day without exposing any part of a man's body to the enemy. It is used by submarines also. Pill, term used indiscriminately for rifle and machine gun bullets and even larger shells. Pillbox, a square box-like protection in which a number of men take refuge to hold a position against attack. It is made of iron and concrete. Pipsqueak, the British shell corresponding to the German's hissing Jenny. It is smaller than the German shell and makes a sound like its name, followed by a switch crump. It is usual to reply to a bombardment with shells in kind, so that duels of the front are sometimes staged between hissing jennies and pipsqueaks. The velocity of the English shell is about 2,200 feet per second. Plugged, another expressive term for clicked, killed by bullet or shrapnel. Poilu, the French enlisted man, corresponding with the English Tommy and the American Sammy or Yank. Poisonous gas, first employed by the Germans at the Battle of the Somme. The first gas used was chlorine, and after the first surprise attack, the British learned to know it by the yellow, low-rolling clouds sweeping across no man's land. Since then, other gases have been employed by both sides, the composition of which is regarded as a military secret. One gas employed by the Germans is invisible and not distinguishable, it is said, until the victim falls dead. Protection against this deadly chemical is found in the rats which inhabit the trenches and succumb more quickly than the men to its effects, thus acting as detectors. Gas shells contain various compositions calculated to spread rapidly in all directions when the shell explodes. The advantage of gas shells is more apparent when it is remembered that the first method of shooting gas from a nozzle was only possible when the wind was in the right direction to carry it away from the Huns' own lines. Sometimes even so they suffered from their own weapon. Both methods are still employed, however, and every soldier must carry gas masks as part of his regular equipment in the field. Gas, inhaled, destroys the lung tissues and is both very painful and suffocating. Poultice wallopers, hospital orderlies. Pushing up the daisies. This expression means a man has been killed and buried. Quarter blocky, quartermaster sergeant. Rabbit's hole, trench name for small holes just large enough for one man to find shelter, usually in the rear of the trenches. A name also used sometimes in reference to mines. Railhead, the central station for collecting troops and wounded men from the trenches, is called the railhead. At this place are concentration camps or base hospitals and the headquarters of the General Base Hospital Staff. RAMC, Royal Army Medical Corps, also Rob All My Comrades. Rations, the scale of food allowed to each soldier, the regular apportionment of food. Rat poison, affectionate term for cheese. The trench rats which swarm about are fed up on cheese. Reconnaissance, a survey of the enemy line by a patrol to learn the lay of the land and gather information about the entire position. Red cap, a staff officer, so called because of the red band on his cap. Redoubt, a particularly strongly fortified section of trenches, with barbed wire entanglements on all sides, to permit the garrison to hold out during an enemy attack, and, if possible, to break it up. Refilling point, the station or supply depot where the mechanical transport trains turn over their supplies to the quartermasters of the different units in the front trenches. Regulation strafing, regular daily grist of shells sent over about the same time every day, without any apparent purpose of attacking or doing more than simply harassing the enemy. Re-up, re-enlist. Revetment, a support for the wall of the trenches made of chicken wire, young saplings woven between stakes, burlap, anything to strengthen the side of the trench. Ricochet, when a bullet or piece of shrapnel hits a wall or solid object and glances off before hitting a soldier, it is called a ricochet. Oftentimes soldiers are wounded in this manner, especially when there happens to be an old wall or shattered house where bullets can glance off easily. Rifle, the soldier's best friend, none to equal him in the trenches. They give him the uttermost care, keep him polished and well oiled. You may need him at any moment to save your life, and when you call on him he will be at your service if you treat him as your dearest friend and keep him in the very best condition. Riveter, a machine gun or automatic rifle, so called from the sound in action. Route or rootie. Rootie is a term which is used by the British troops in India, and the word found its way back to England. Every British Tommy uses the term rootie for bread. Rum jar, not a drinking vessel, but a term for the Germans' homemade trench mortar. It looks like a piece of stovepipe on a wooden base. The rum jar is filled with all kinds of metal bits and is fitted with a time fuse. Rum ration. All British soldiers are dealt out a measure of rum each morning before stand down or roll call. Runner. Men used to carry messages during an attack. In many cases the wires are cut by the enemy artillery, and these men have to carry the messages on foot. Salient, an unevenness, bulge or angle in the line projecting toward the enemy trenches. A salient is a particularly dangerous part of the line because it is liable to attack on both sides and to crossfire over every inch of it, a very uncomfortable place in which to be. Salvo, the simultaneous firing of the guns of a battery. Sammy, the soldier whom Uncle Sam sends to the front. Tommy's American cousin from the U.S., also called Yank and Buddy. Sand rats, soldiers who stay in the pits on the ranges and score the targets in firing practice. Ça fait rien, an expression from the French cela ne fait rien, meaning the same as napu, or the opposite sense of Jake, no good, done for. Sap. There are two kinds of saps, underground and surface. The underground sap is burrowed by the mining engineer or tunneler for the purpose of blowing up mines and listening for sounds of enemy tunnelers. The surface sap is simply a continuation of a front-line trench out into no man's land, where listening post sentries take up their positions at night. The usefulness of these saps is demonstrated when the British or Germans have their engineers mine across no man's land to a point under the enemy trenches, where a heavy charge of dynamite or other high explosive is placed. The explosion not only destroys the trenches, but is timed to catch a large number of soldiers occupying the trenches at the time. The British blew up a whole hill at Messines Ridge, killing 2 battalions of German soldiers and making a crater in the earth 2 acres across. Sapper, a private in the engineering corps. Part of their work is digging the mines to blow up enemy fortifications. The sapper is supposed to have more skill and initiative than the average infantryman. He does all kinds of engineering work, mostly supervising the infantry working parties which are supplied to him on demand. Sausage, an observation balloon, so called because its shape reminds one of a sausage. Scaling ladder, a short ladder used for climbing out of deep trenches. Scouts, men who patrol the battalion frontage at night and report any unusual enemy movements. Second barrage. The barrage proper is laid down before advancing troops or over a particular area. When the attack comes, a second barrage is directed to drop a line of bursting shells at a distance back of the fire trenches, thus cutting off the front lines from supplies and reinforcements from the rear while the enemy attack takes place. Enemy forces caught between the two are practically annihilated. Secret Scout, a new English Scout monoplane which travels 145 miles an hour. Tommy says the Germans would give 10,000 men and a Zepp to learn the secret of its construction, as 140 miles an hour is the fastest Hun plane. Sector, a portion of the front. It may mean 1 or 2 traverses or the distance held by a battalion or a full brigade. 75. The famous French gun which has the record of firing 28 shells a minute. Shag, an inferior kind of cigarette tobacco used by the British soldiers. Shave-tail, a new sub-lieutenant or second lieutenant, so called because new army mules have their tails shaved. This term is more used in the American Army than in the British. Shell shock. Concussion frequently leads to shell shocks from which the soldier does not recover for weeks and months. As a nervous disorder, it makes a man irritable and quarrelsome, a result of one of the most fiendish inventions for which the Germans have been notorious in this war. Music is often employed as a means of arousing interest in shell-shock patients. Shiv, trench slang for shave. British Army officers consider the discipline that requires every soldier to shave each morning, if at all possible, is one of the strongest factors in keeping up the morale of the troops. Shock troops, generally picked troops who have seen previous fighting, the best trained and most effective for an offensive or assault. Shrapnel shell. A shrapnel shell contains many leaden bullets, which make a rain of lead when the shell explodes. This is why so often the dispatches read, "wounded by shrapnel." If the shell is timed to explode in the air, as is usually the case, these bullets are thrown forward some 250 yards. If the shell explodes on the ground, the effect is not so great. See a plane. A small plane of size and type similar to the Curtiss plane, but much faster and more sensitive to control. Its speed is almost as great as the Nieuport. Some SEA planes carry something like 1,000 pounds load in addition to the pilot and observer. These machines are used for day bombing and special reconnaissance. They hold the record for climbing. Silent Susie. A German high-explosive shell, not heard until it bursts. As most of the large shells can be both seen and heard, the Silent Susie is more to be feared than some of the others, sometimes called the Silent Lizzie. Skilly. A thick soup of meat and vegetables served out in army rations. Slacks. The trousers of the undress uniform. The invalided men appear in slacks and minus puttees while convalescing. Slum. Beef hash. SM. Sergeant Major, the senior non-commissioned officer of a battalion, who is the official spokesman between the adjutant and the non-commissioned officers, as the adjutant is between the sergeant major and the officer commanding. Smoke bomb. A shell which on bursting gives forth dense smoke. It is used chiefly to conceal movements of troops. Sneeze gas. To force the removal of the protecting gas masks, the Germans have used what the soldiers call sneeze gas, because its action is to cause a violent desire to sneeze. It is chemically diphenylchlorozine, and shells containing it are mixed with other shells in a bombardment. On explosion, it expands to a damp gas containing arsenic, invisible, odorless, and subtle, which penetrates the filters of the gas masks, causing great irritation of the nasal passages. Removal of the mask, however, means death. The British have now devised a means of filtering this gas just as the chlorine gases and tear gases are neutralized in the box respirator and pH helmet, so that they are no longer greatly to be feared. Sniper. A sharpshooter located in some place of advantage, like an old tree or a ruined tower, close enough to the enemy lines for him to be able to pick off any man caught above the parapet. The contour of the ground and the constant shell fire make many places dangerous where the trench walls are low or partly blown away, and any soldier who forgets to duck his head in passing such a spot is a fair target for the sniper. A crack shot is picked from the battalion and is allowed to choose his own place to snipe at Fritzie's head. SOL, the signaler's alphabet for delete, applied to anything that cannot be done or anything that is out of the question. SOS, the term applied to the signal the infantry send up in case of a Boche attack, usually 2 or 3 rockets of various colors, which are changed from time to time. When the artillery sentry sees this, he signals his battalion for action in support of the attached infantry in front of him. To the artillerymen, SOS means save our souls. Spotting or contact aeroplanes. Light, fast planes flying at a height of 2,500 to 3,000 feet to detect placement of enemy batteries and receive signals from their own trenches. They are not fighting machines and are therefore usually protected in their work by a second patrol, flying 4,000 feet or more above them, commissioned to intercept any enemy planes that may try to interfere with the successful observations of the spotting planes. Stag heap. At the mouth of coal mines, large mounds are formed, and when a shell strikes these heaps, the coal dust flies and portions slide down. If you happen to be at the bottom, you immediately look like one of the gold dust twins. Stand to. Every evening at sunset, for half an hour, and again every morning at dawn, the order is given to stand to, which means that every man stands alert, his pack on his back, his rifle loaded, facing the enemy in anticipation of a possible attack. After standing to, the order is stand down, and the men may then go to their dugouts, leaving only the sentries on duty. Stand down, the order countermanding stand to. Star shell, or very light. Rocket fired from a pistol. It bursts in the air with a fireworks display bright enough to illuminate no man's land and reveal enemy scouts. Colored shells are used for signals. The very bright SOS rocket is called by the soldiers Save Our Souls. Steamroller. The term applied to the 126 German divisions hurled at the British line in their effort to take Amiens in April 1918. Steel ring. A peculiar weapon of the Indian soldiers is a kind of steel ring which they carry on their heads like a fillet. It also has a razor edge, which thickens abruptly to the inner rim. In an attack, the ring is lifted from the head and hurled with such skill and force that it will half bury itself in a tree trunk yards away, and cuts a man's head off very neatly and expeditiously. As the Indian soldiers have been transferred to the Mesopotamian battlefront on account of the unaccustomed climatic conditions in France, these weapons are not now seen in the West. Stokes gun. A very effective small gun used in the trenches. It has a range of from 50 to 300 yards and fires a shell similar to a Mills hand grenade. It is operated by a release lever and a 5-second time fuse. The shell is of cast steel, weighs some 12 pounds, and carries a charge of ammonal. The gun is operated by a spring and is so rapid in action that as many as 8 shells may be in the air at one time. Unless the range between the front line trenches and the enemy is sufficient for the gun to be used in the fire trenches, it is usually worked from the second line trenches. Storks. Aeroplanes. Strafing. From the German Hate, used to refer to a heavy bombardment by the Germans. Thus, a rain of shells from the enemy is described as Fritz is strafing. Striker. A soldier who works for an officer. Suicide Club. General term for machine gunners, grenadiers, wiring parties, trench mortar squads, trench raiders, or others engaged in extra hazardous duties. Sumps. Shell holes. A common usage of the word is in the phrase, connecting up sumps, that is, building trenches quickly by digging from one shell hole to another. Supervision trench. A secondary trench close to the fire trench used for purposes of lateral communication and supervision of the front line. Tail slide. The descent of an aeroplane sliding down tail first. The stunts of the flying machines at the front have brought into common usage a vocabulary of their own. Taking over. The act of relieving a force in the trenches. A battalion takes over a section or trench. Tank. The following description is taken from an editorial page of the Christian Science Monitor. It is said that the name tank was selected because of the need for the camouflage of secrecy and not because of the inherently genial oddity of the creature itself. The tanks are of 2 varieties, the male and the female, according to their armament. The male is said to precede his better half into battle for the purpose of breaking up the enemy emplacements, while she pays her assiduous attentions to the men seeking her lord's destruction. Needless to say, the name caught on from the very first with everybody except the German, who, refusing to see its grim humor, ponderously dubbed the tank the Schützengraben-Vernichtungsautomobil. Long after the tank made its dramatic appearance on the Western Front, it refused to be photographed, except for purposes of private circulation. Messages with regard to it were coded, for instance as 10 Willies reach you today. To help in concealing the destination of the tanks, at the stage when any allusion to their destination was precluded, they were painted with the directions, with care, to Petrograd. They were concealed under tarpaulins, they were transported at night, and unloaded and driven to their stables under acetylene flares. As they issued from the gloom into the circle of light, there appeared, as it were, a brood of slug-shaped monsters, purring or roaring and panting, and even emitting flames as they slid or pivoted over the ground. Behind them was a tail in the shape of ridiculous wheels. Mr. Wells, the original sponsor for the tank, did not like the caudal appendages. He said they reminded him of a monster, begun as a kangaroo and ending as a doll's perambulator. These steering wheels annoyed him, and it is understood they have disappeared. At least they are not to be seen on the creature in mufti. In spite of this loss, the tanks are said to be as docile and responsive as trained elephants under their own mahouts. The tanks, tacitly, are the nurses and protectors of the attacking infantry. Apart from their fighting qualities, the very grotesqueness of the machines, their ungainly, indescribable method of progress, their coloring, surpassing on the battlefield, it is said, the sickliest fancies of the most rabid cubist, prove to be actual moral assets. Their debut was as much a surprise to the British Tommy as it was to the German infantry. But while they instilled terror in the German, they supplied the touch of comic relief to the British soldier, who has always been blessed with a keen sense of the ridiculous. As they heaved their bulk clumsily across no man's land, they acted as an excellent antidote to the effect of the Jack Johnsons, the Weary Willies, the Silent Susies, the whiz-bangs, the sausages, and the rum jars, which had hitherto held the field, by virtue of their innate grotesqueness and humour. In a moment the tank became for Tommy the amusing mechanical big brother. While Tommy laughed, holding his sides, Behemoth, clad in his bullet-proof skin, seemed to laugh also. He laughed at entanglements, laughed at machine guns and trenches, and laughed at everything else as he cantered and keeled, swung and swayed, slanted and pitched, and nosed his way along the shell-holes and ditches. Tear gas. Composition of this gas is said to be benzyl bromide and iodide. Its action is to cause painful irritation of the eyes and a rush of tears temporarily blinding the victim. Chloride and bromide xylite is another tear gas, which not only blinds but suffocates. Tear shell. One form of gas shell is called the tear shell because on explosion it gives off an irritating gas that causes temporary blindness. The eyes smart and tears flow. Terrain. A word taken from the French, meaning the lay of the land or the conformation of the ground. Tickler's artillery. Jam tin grenades. There is a large English jam manufacturer whose product is one of the main articles of diet in the army. His tins were frequently used in making hand grenades, especially in the early days of the war when there was a great shortage of munitions. Tin hat. Tommy's name for the steel helmet. The name sometimes applies to staff officers. Tommy Atkins, the most common name for the British soldier. Tout fini. Tommy's expression for all finished, from the French tout fine. Torp. Trench slang for aerial torpedo. Tot. The regulation rum ration of 2 tablespoons of rum dealt out in winter to men on active duty to warm them up, especially after a cold sentry go, morning and evening. Tracer bullet. A bullet leaving a flame or spiral of smoke behind it, which enables the operator of the gun to follow its course and recognize hits, especially used by aviators, where it is very valuable at close range as a check on marksmanship. Transport. Motor trucks, ammunition wagons, mule carts, etc., for the conveyance of all Army stores, kits, and rations when a unit is on the move. Battalion transport brings up the rations to its battalion when in the line, or, if not to it, as close as is possible. Traverse. A section of trench connecting 2 fire bays. The earth wall left in building trenches, dividing the sections of trench from each other, so as to localize the effect of shells. If the trenches were perfectly straight, a bursting shell would shower death up and down the trench for many yards. But by building the trenches with irregularities, like a square-toothed saw, the effect of a shell is felt only in the particular small portion in which it lands. Trench. A deep, narrow zigzag ditch made to hold soldiers, but usually found half full of mud and water. The narrow trenches have broadened the vocabulary of Tommy. Trench cannel, also ration heater. It is a trench candle made of a short length of tightly rolled newspaper, pasted and soaked in melted paraffin. Trench feet. A disease of the feet caused by exposure to the wet and cold during the first year of the war. The first British contingency suffered frightful casualties from standing in water hour after hour in the trenches in 1914. Trench flare, also called star or Very shells, similar to the rockets of the 4th of July. These rockets are used to illuminate no man's land and thus prevent a surprise attack. Those fired from a pistol are called pistol flares. Trench mat, a boarded walk through the trenches which enables the soldier to carry a heavier load than would be possible on a slimy earth bottom. Trench mats are built in sections about 5 feet long by 18 inches wide, and are carried from the rear to be placed along the trenches. Since the day when the engineers came on the scene and constructed trench mats, the trouble with trench feet has been negligible. Before that time, the casualties of the first British contingency from trench feet were frightful, as the men were obliged to stand in water for days at a time. Trench mat is also called duck walk. Trench mortar. There are several kinds of trench mortars. Usually the term trench mortar is applied to a large heavy gun with a very high trajectory and used at close range. Being effective only at short distances, these shells are stationed right in the trenches. The shells are high explosives of different sizes and are very heavy and very effective. A 298-pound torpedo from a trench mortar will go 10 to 16 feet into the ground before exploding if the ground is soft, and lighting in the trench it will wipe out a whole section. The shell is thrown in a high arc, coming down almost perpendicularly. These projectiles get Fritzie's goat quicker than anything we can put over. There is also a light trench gun with a range of from 400 to 1,500 yards. It throws a bomb weighing from 13 to 298 pounds, containing high explosives and no bullets. These shells are deadly because of the fragments into which the steel jacket bursts. The effectiveness of one of these high explosive trench mortars is realized when a direct hit by one of their shells will completely demolish an entire bay. Trench raid, an attack on enemy trenches on a small scale, usually made to obtain identification of the enemy unit opposite and with no intention to hold same. Turtles, German hand grenades. Typewriter, another expression for machine gun, corresponding to riveter and similar terms arising from its sound in action. Underground cable, an ordinary cable containing almost any number of telephone wires, usually 5 or 6, buried from 5 to 7 feet under the surface of the earth to protect it from shell fire, thus ensuring good communication in any average bombardment. Up the line. When the men go to the trenches to relieve another regiment, they are said to go up the line. Up you go, and the best of luck, is the adieu when a man's blighty is healed and he leaves the comfortable hospital for the trenches again. Victoria Cross, V.C., the highest decoration conferred on a soldier for bravery. Also, the Canuck's designation for his home country, victorious Canada. Visibility, the condition of the atmosphere by which the terrain and the enemy positions are easily observed or not seen, as the case may be. The heavy gunfire and the low undrained ground cause mists, smoke, and other atmospheric conditions affecting observations either from observation posts or by aeroplane scouts, so that visibility or the condition of the atmosphere is a very important factor. A foggy day, low visibility, while unfavorable to observation, is favorable to a surprise attack. Volplane, the technical term for an aeroplane gliding to rest with the engine shut off. Vril, usual term for the spinning nosedive, one of the feats which every aeroplane pilot must be able to perform. Waders. These are the high rubber boots worn by the men in the trenches to protect them from the mud and water that fills the bottom of the trenches. When the men are relieved from duty, these boots are left behind for the next company going into the trenches, rubber being scarce. Wagon soldier, an artilleryman. Wave, a line of troops in an assault. The first line is called the first wave, that following the second wave, and so on. The line which bombs out the positions passed by the preceding lines is called the mopping up wave. Weeping gas. Tear gas, the results of which are not fatal. It is sent over in shells and is colorless. It does no permanent damage, but it tends to weaken the efficiency of troops affected for the time being by getting into their eyes, bringing tears, and having a more or less blinding effect. Anti-tear shell goggles are now in issue in the Army, and if put on in time are an absolute prevention. Weeping pill, another name for tear shell or the shell containing irritating gas that causes temporary blindness of soldiers affected by it. Whiz-bang, the name given Fritz's 3-inch field battery shell. All you hear is a whiz and then a bang. This is a high-explosive shrapnel shell and is responsible for the largest percentage of the casualties. It is said to be the only shell one can't get away from. It travels so fast it beats its own sound. Whistling Jimmy, howitzer shell, so named from the noise it makes going through the air. Wipers, Tommy's name for Ypres. Wiring party. Wiring parties are sent out at night to repair damage in the barbed wire entanglements, or to put up new entanglements in front of the trenches. The work is always done at night in order to avoid the danger of enemy fire. Woodpecker. Machine gun sniping is called woodpecker. For instance, a machine gun may be trained on a certain point which all messengers and troops must pass going up to the firing trenches or leaving them, thus compelling them to pass through a veritable rain of lead. Ypres Express, a term common earlier in the war, referring to the big gun batteries, the rumble of which sounded like an approaching train. Zepp, a German dirigible used chiefly to bombard unfortified cities and towns and to kill the civilians. Zepp raids in England were expected to terrorize the inhabitants. Zero time, the time set for the attack. In rehearsing an attack, the lines of the barrage are worked out to the minute, so that when the artillery begins fire, all guns are firing at a given range. 2 minutes later, the range is lengthened on a prearranged schedule, etc. To perfect this work, all watches must be synchronized, and this is done with nicety by London time some hours before the attack. Zero time is the exact time when the attack begins. It may be any minute of the 24 hours, but the sealed code message giving the time decided upon is delivered by hand to the commanding officer, as for instance 4:02 or 2 minutes after 4. When all the synchronized watches point to 4:02, the artillery begins without further orders or carrying of messages. Any individual error in watches may clearly be very costly. End of Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith, Part 2. Read by Maria Kasper.
Ghost, from Tales of a Famished Land, by Edward R. Hunt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Belgian peasants say that on the eve of All Souls, unquiet spirits are loosed from their graves for an hour after sunset. Those who died by violence, or those who died unshriven, rise from the dark and speak to passers-by. They rise with the load of their sins upon them, with the hatred or fear or agony or longing which they felt while dying still in their tortured hearts, and they beg the passers-by to take vengeance on their enemies, or to give them news of those they loved or hated. And after a brief hour, they sink back again into the dust. I believe the story, for I have met those sad spirits. It was on a foggy evening in October, All Souls' Eve, on the road from Brussels to Antwerp, where Belgians and Britain a year before faced the German hordes in weeks of bitter fighting. We were in a terrible hurry. Pierre, the chauffeur, was driving the motor car, and I was seated beside him. The headlights blurred like drowned eyes, and the open windshield dripped with wet. If we met a belated cart, or if we misjudged distances on that winding road, we would never reach our destination alive. But we were in a hurry, for it was All Souls' Eve, the night of the dead. Drowned trees writhed in the blurred light, culverts leaped out of the yellow flood like fountains, and dead walls in the burned and ravished villages seemed like rows of Roman tombs. We flew through the murdered town of Epigym, down vacant alleys lined with gaunt, disemboweled dwellings, beneath the shell of a church, beside stark walls lit for a breathless instant by the headlight of the motor, then blotted into chaos. It was eerie and terrifying. A peculiar odor of decay, the odor of sour soil in early spring, when the grip of ice is relaxed and the buried abominations of winter steal up into the sun, rose from the town and pursued us. A smell like rotten fungi and old crypts. Sounds like the flapping of garments on a clothesline stole through the steady bass roar of the motor, and to my heavy eyes, tortured with staring into the yellow blur ahead, a vague shape seemed to float beside the car, a shape which was strangely human, erect, but rigid, flying along like a dry leaf upright in a gale. I could see it only with the tail of my eye. It disappeared when I turned my head. It was clearest when I rolled my eyes high and looked through the lower part of the retina. A sort of second sight, I suppose. The thing puzzled, angered, then frightened me. Faster! Vita! Vita! I yelled, suddenly grasping Pierre by the arm. The shadowy thing danced into the edges of the blur of light directly ahead. "Look out, Pierre!" The emergency brake came on with a grind and a jolt, and the lights flared with the pulse of the engine. "It's nothing," I protested, half ashamed of myself, for evidently Pierre saw nothing. "Encore, plus vita." We seemed to have lost the shadow thing, until suddenly I discovered that there were others with it, swinging rigid through the fog, like trees uprooted in a cyclone. My eyes were smarting with cold tears. It was like swimming with one's eyes open in a stiff current. And all the time I watched the shadow shapes gathering closer. Faintly luminous, pale yellow blots seemed to grow in the dingy black of the racing forms. They were phosphorescent as I think of them now. Something brushed my hair. A clicking sound like castanets came from the empty tonneau behind me, and then a whistling, like the speech of a man with no palate. Feld, Wiebelwerk aus Bayem 676. Infanterie Regiment. I turned my head with an involuntary sob. There was absolutely nothing in the car. Pierre put on the brakes violently. "Do you see anything?" I demanded. "Nothing, monsieur." "Do you hear or smell anything?" We listened and sniffed. "Nothing, monsieur," Pierre said, quivering and crossing himself. The noise of the motor died, and we sat motionless in gruesome darkness, listening to the hollow dripping of fog water on the fallen leaves in the roadway. We were swallowed, lost in mist, with only a square yard of paved road visible before us. "Go on, Pierre," I said softly. Then gradually I saw the ghost more plainly. A woman bent like an old hinge flung along beside the flying motor car, and a naked, frightened child ran fearfully before her. "Ask him, Gruta, ask him about home," a thin child voice sobbed. A younger woman whose head had been hacked from her shoulders floated along with them, fondling the severed member and wailing, "Die Deutschers, the Germans." A group of mangled bodies of Belgian artillerymen hung like a swarm of bees together, mouthing curses as they flew, and a gigantic peasant, with a clotted beard and arms stretched rigid in the form of a cross, stared with a face stabbed through and through like honeycomb. "Feldwebel, Stoner, König Kaiser, Vaterland, Sie leben hoch," whispered a voice. The swarming spirits grew till they darkened the mist. We flew through the empty corridors of Malena and on to Welheim, first of the Antwerp forts to fall, up the ridge to Varlus and Contisha, toward Udgod and the inner forts. Still the swarms grew, crowding closer and closer. The eyes of the dead peered like cat's eyes in the yellow dark, and my soul chilled to ice. The odor of dead clay was so strong I nearly fainted, and bony fingers seemed to press against my back and shoulders as if heavy wires were freezing into the flesh. "Light the dashlight, for God's sakes, Pierre," I cried, hoping the new electric blur would banish the phantoms. But their sulphurous eyes glowed only the more in its feeble ray. And the hissing, clicking, and rattling grew. "Feldwebel Stoner Ausberien tot, Epigem, September Reisen, König, Kaiser, und Vaterland hoch," a voice shrilled. "De Deutschers," sobbed an echo after it. And then, with a sudden access of horror, I remembered the saying of the peasants. I knew what had wakened those unquiet spirits, knew that they wished to question me, knew that I must answer their questions in the brief hour of their release. All of them I must answer. "Leben hoch!" screamed the German voice. "Are we in Paris?" "No," I shouted. "Swiss Francois, vive la France! Have we reached the Rhine?" "No." "Belge, is Belgium free?" "No." "Honor, the honor of my country! Honor! Honor!" "No." "Social Democrat, for world peace I fought, that the world might have peace. Is there peace?" "No." "Kyrie of Wurlu, dead for my church and my flock. Are we victorious?" "No." "No." "Ask, Ruth, ask!" trilled a child's voice, and a sad shriek answered it. "Home, the little farm on the road to Ouverte, beside Kestelweerde. Is it safe?" I knew that farm, a blackened ruin like the castle beside it, with two lath crosses leaning crazily over sunken graves in the dooryard. "No." "No, no, no!" The horrid refrain beat them back. By ones and tens and hundreds they asked and were denied. They had died as most men live, hoping tomorrow would bring bliss which yesterday withheld. They had died as most men live for dreams. In all the world there was no consolation for them, no word of honest hope or recompense. In all the world there was nothing for them but a shallow grave and a little wooden cross. "I came from Devon to Antwerp, sir, with the Marines. Have we whipped the Huns?" "No." A woman's passionate voice screamed out, "They murdered my child! They murdered my man! They murdered me! Vengeance! Vengeance! Vengeance!" "No! No! No!" and I fell forward in the car senseless. When I awoke, the fog had almost disappeared. Pierre was chafing my cold hands, and the shallow shapes had gone. They had sunken again into their hollow graves, unsatisfied, unconsoled. We rode swiftly on toward Antwerp. A clean breeze stole up from the west, purifying the stricken fields and their sad memories. It tore the last remnants of gray veil from the sky. And as we turned into the black, silent city streets, I leaned my head far back and stared up into the night with a sudden sense of relief and even of comfort. The sick little planet Earth fell away from me, far, far, infinitely far, and about me was unvexed emptiness and the tremendous stars. End of Ghost, from Tales from a Famished Land, by Edward Eyre Hunt, read by Mary in Arkansas.